Chapter 98, 039 The White Robe Journey, Part 2, _2 They looked at the elderly Ji Hing, whose hair was streaked with white, and asked with quivering voices, "Old gentleman, were you a biology teacher before?" "Me. A tailor." The two of them stared at Ji Hing's solemn face, which did not seem to be joking, and were flustered. "A tailor?" Their tone sounded as if they were about to cry. "Yes," Ji Hing said expressionlessly as he watched them, then pointed at the stage and said, "My granddaughter is about to perform. You two be quiet and watch, and remember to applaud later. Look, the clothes she's wearing were made by me." The two turned their gaze to the stage, looking at the exquisite clothes on by Lien. Ah, was he really a tailor? Finally, the two of them started to cry. The first row. Director Chen saw Bai Lian come on stage, still holding a guzheng, and he suddenly sat up straight. He watched Bai Lian without blinking an eye. Today, many performances had been outstanding, but Director Chen watched them with a sort of absent-mindedness. He had seen many national-level live performances, and the small shows in Xiangqing, where he had managed to sit from 8 until after 11. It was solely out of respect for Jiang Fulai, and possibly for Bai Lian, who might perform. Unexpectedly, Director Chen, who had been indifferent to the performances, suddenly sat upright, which startled the principal. At the same time, a leader who had returned from backstage whispered to the principal what had happened there. The principal's smile froze on his face as he quickly whispered to Director Chen, "This guzheng performance is just a little amusement by the students and naturally cannot compare to the professionalism in Jiangjing. You are just here to enjoy the show." Director Chen did not take his eyes off her. He was still sitting straight, watching Bai Lian on stage. Bai Lian sat on the stool. Her hands gently rested on the guzheng, with her eyes slightly closed. The wide, gradient green skirt spread on the floor, with various colors of poppies blossoming in the wind at the hem that lay on the ground. The anxious and uneasy auditorium gradually quieted down. Bang! The brightest spotlight shone down in the center. Bai Lian, who had kept her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her eyes were no longer casual and indifferent, but dark and cold, brimming with a murderous air. She raised her hands, her fingers poised on the strings, and started to pluck them from top to bottom. The incredibly fluid arpeggio cascaded effortlessly from her hands. The sound of the guzheng was reserved and powerful, like a commanding presence. Even those without an understanding of music could feel the tension related by the guzheng, one note at a time. Director Chen in the first row abruptly stood up. He stared at Bai Lian, his hands trembling. It was just the prelude, but he recognized it. It was White Robe Army. It was the Bai family's army. Zing! The sound of the guzheng became more and more urgent. Bai Lian raised her wrist, with her index finger and thumb ready, pressing the strings with decisive and crisp strums. Although she wasn't wearing artificial nails, the sound of the guzheng was not soft at all, but became firmer instead. One could faintly perceive through the passage of time, thousands of troops charging forth. Bai Lian, with her head half lowered, moved her fingertips swiftly across the strings. Her finger rolls matching her string shakes, her fingers moving so quickly they were almost a blur. The gushing sound, whether slow or fast, light or heavy, clashed into a symphony of swords and shadows. The gushing's rapid and cutting sound, full of ups and downs, did not offer the audience a moment's respite. At its most exuberant peak, it quickly descended sharply. Where her jade fingers swept across, 1,000 troops charged forth. Zing! The final note was like a taut string in everyone's minds, almost holding their breath. The rapid sound abruptly stopped, and Bai Lian's hands rested on the guzheng strings as she slowly lifted her head. The only screen behind her magnified her face. Her eyes were still pitch black, yet they seemed faintly bloodshot. Although the piece had come to an end, the hall was still utterly silent. Only the poppies on the stage fluttered elegantly, and only her slowly lifting peach blossom face seemed to weave together a picture interlacing 1,000 years with reality, an image etched in the vast cosmic wildness. Bai Lian's fingers pressed on the guzheng strings, pausing for 2 or 3 seconds before she stood up with her instrument. With one hand, she swept aside her skirt and took a small bow in thanks. In Class 15's gathering spot, Jiang He was held by Ning Xiao, his mouth slightly open as he stared at the stage. Beside him, the tall and upright Jiang Fulai also quietly stood in place. His usually unemotional eyes were now surging with waves, his fingertips almost trembling. And in the first row, Director Chen's eyes were also almost red. Everyone on site was from Xiangqing, and some understood Director Chen's feelings. This song, being Jiangjing University's anthem, just listening to it was enough to stir the hearts of the listeners. Imagine, this was a pre-war piece composed 1,000 years ago by the Bai family's young mistress and played to send off the Bai family's army. Now, to think of it being almost perfectly recreated in such a spirited performance filled with pride and trembling excitement. Chapter 99, 039 The White Robe Journey, Part 2, _3 This was the white clothing routine. No need for drums, no need for piano, no need for guitar. Just one guzheng sufficed to conjure the tumult of 1,000 troops. After Bai Lian stepped down, the venue remained quiet for nearly a minute. Then, applause rumbled forth like thunder. Chen family head also snapped back to reality. He didn't say a word and immediately pursued to the backstage. By his side, the principal finally came to his senses, too, and as he followed, he asked someone beside him, "Didn't you say that Bai Lian wasn't very good at it?" "Not very good at it." The school leader, who had just exploded in anger backstage, the 2 senior year hosts also finally recovered from the ups and downs, walking out from behind and continuing with a smile. "Next, please welcome the last performer." On this side, once Jiang Fulai came out, he saw Bai Lian standing lazily by the left side of the gate. She was waiting for Pu Xiaohan, looking ahead with a serene gaze. A wooden hairpin on her head, standing against the wind in the backlight. The hem of her garment was gently lifted by the breeze. It seemed as if she could drift away with the wind at any moment. A half-yellow leaf gently landed on her shoulder. Jiang Fulai reached out and delicately plucked the leaf off, his fingertips still hooking onto a black mask. He lowered his eyes, his face hidden in shadow, and said softly, "What are you looking at here?" Following her gaze, he saw nothing but a teaching building blocking the view. Upon hearing the voice, Bai Lian tilted her head and replied, "Reflecting." "Reflecting." Jiang Fulai stood there gracefully, his light eyes narrowing slightly. "How did you get here?" Bai Lian suddenly remembered to ask, "Didn't Jiang He say that you were busy?" At this, the young master Jiang fell silent for a while. It wasn't the weekend, and the lab was awaiting his return to test new equipment. He had already ditched work for the entire morning. Yet no one dared to question young Master Jiang on this matter. Bai Lian was the first to ask. Chen family head didn't even dare to glance at Jiang Fulai that morning, let alone have the audacity to ask, for if he did, he wouldn't have time to cry before being sent off to the fighting ring by young Master Jiang. If he saw how bold Bai Lian was, he would certainly view her in a new light. During the silence of young Master Jiang, the Qin family head also came out from behind. "Miss Bai," he always addressed Bai Lian with respect. But now, his respect came intermingled with indescribable excitement and admiration. After uttering "Miss Bai," he looked up and saw Jiang Fulai by her side. The "keep away or perish" coldness from the morning was gone from him, but those faintly sweeping eyes were still chillingly aloof. Chen family head's next words were choked back in his throat. Bai Lian tilted her head lightly towards Chen family head, raising an eyebrow. "Miss Bai," Chen family head braced himself to inquire, "You play the guzheng very well. May I ask where you studied?" He only listened to music. It seemed like the Qin family members were all missing a screw in their heads, failing to master the liang technique and lacking talent for music. Even though Qin Beixian was as clever as they come, his guzheng playing was as grating as sawing logs. The same went for the Qin family head. But not being able to play didn't mean not understanding. Having followed the old master, he had heard countless professional-level performances, yet none had been as shocking as today's. Aside from seeming a bit esoteric at the start, the performance had become increasingly exquisite as it progressed. The Qin family had paid attention to various guzheng schools under different associations, but there was no style like Bai Lian's, and he wanted to know where exactly she had come from. The Qin family head was genuinely curious. However, Bai Lian looked at him somewhat quizzically and responded, "Play very well." Chapter 100, 040 Butcher's Edition. Prescription 3_1 Bai Lian, in her 2 lifetimes combined, had nearly gone a year without touching the guzheng, so it was understandable that her proficiency was lacking. The main issue was that the guzheng given to her by the student council had 21 strings. But the guzheng she was previously accustomed to had only 18 strings. So she had just found it very awkward to play. Her performance was not even 1/10 of her normal standard. Fortunately, she played The White Robe Journey. If it had been something else, it might have been even more unpleasant to listen to. Who was her teacher? She chose not to disgrace her mentor. Bai Lian silently wondered if the founding master had received her reflections and repentance. Isn't that so? Chief Chen looked at Bai Lian as if she were dissatisfied with herself and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He didn't understand guzheng, but he could still feel the music's power. With her performance, Bai Lian could now join the Jiangjing Guzheng Association and, with another 2 years of practice, it was not impossible for her to become a concert-level guzheng performer. Is Bai Lian setting such high standards for herself? Chief Chen wanted to continue questioning, but the slow, deliberate gaze of the person beside him made him shudder all of a sudden. Looking back, he indeed met Jiang Fulai's faint gaze. Chief Chen stiffened. Thankfully, the arrival of Pu Xiaohan and others eased Chief Chen's stiffness at that moment. Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiais were just as puzzled as Chief Chen, but with Jiang Fulai standing next to Bai Lian, not a single person dared to utter a word. "Tell my grandpa I'll go ahead to the school cafeteria and wait for him," Bai Lian said as she took over her phone and 2 pieces of iridium. Pu Xiaohan nodded. Only after Bai Lian and the others had left did Zhang Xiais wipe his sweat, looking at Pu Xiaohan and relaxing slightly. Who was that just now? He didn't specify whom, but Pu Xiaohan knew he meant Jiang Fulai. Her lack of surprise at Zhang Shi's timidity was because even the top students would. Pu Xiaohan did not answer, instead frowning. "What's the deal with that longsword anyway?" "It's about Chen Wei calling me this morning." Zhang Xiais also calmed down. Over at the auditorium. Because only a faint sound of the guzheng could be heard backstage. They missed the grand, overwhelming atmosphere of the live performance. When Bai Lian came out, she returned the guzheng to that boy, her calm face revealing nothing. No one backstage knew she had played The White Robe Journey. The logistics staff removed the guzheng, and several people lifted the piano for Ren Wangxuan's performance onto the stage. Ren Wanxian, stroking her gorgeous custom dress and lifting the hem, stepped onto the stage and bowed slightly to the audience. As she sat down, her eyes lifted, and the smile at her lips suddenly froze. The first row of school leaders' seats in the auditorium were almost all empty. Even Elder Qin was gone. For whom was she performing then? Not knowing what had happened, Ren Wanxian played a piece with a disturbed mind, and sparse applause followed from the auditorium. This had never happened before. Even if she hadn't put her heart into it today, Ren Wanxian knew her piano performance had met the standard. Why was the auditorium's reaction so lukewarm? She was puzzled in her heart but showed no sign of it as she walked backstage, dragging her dress, feeling vaguely uneasy. The Qin family and the Ren family had both been busy with Chief Chen's underground market affairs lately. Nobody had found the time to come today. Ren Wanxian changed into her regular clothes and went outside to find Chenju. Students passing by were excitedly checking their phones, and she could distantly hear words like "guzheng" and "so cool." A bad premonition faintly formed in Ren Wanxian's heart. Chenju was still sitting in the first row, quietly sitting with his phone, lost in thought. Where did the principal and the others go? Ren Wanxian looked around. Chenju came to his senses and looked up. They probably went to find Bai Lian, I guess. Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian's heart clenched, yet her face remained indifferent. What do they want with her? Chenju didn't respond, just tossed his phone to Ren Wanxian. See for yourself. Ren Wanxian caught the phone reflexively, looked down. It was the school's forum, with the hottest post just published. Ah. Bai Lian's guzheng performance was epic. I got goosebumps. You really missed out if you weren't there to see her live today. Video attached, just 5 minutes long. There were already over 200 replies. As Ren Wanxian scrolled further, all the posts were about Bai Lian's performance. She didn't see a single one about her piano. The entire school forum had been completely taken over by Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian's hand holding the phone was a bit unsteady. She started to understand why the atmosphere had been so tepid during her piano performance. But how could Bai Lian play the guzheng? She didn't return the phone to Chenju. Instead, she stood still and directly opened the video. Chapter 101, 040 Butcher's Edition. Prescription, 3_2 The canteen of No. 1 Middle School. Bai Lian got her meal and waited for Pu Xiaohan to bring Jiheng back. Jiang Fulai was called away by a phone call halfway there, so Jiang He followed Bai Lian to the No. 1 Middle School canteen. Zhang Xiais arrived before Pu Xiaohan. He brought that male student from Class 8 and apologized to Bai Lian. I'm sorry, Bai student. Was it you who took longsword? Bai Lian was memorizing words. Hearing the apology, she looked up slightly, leaning gently against the canteen chair, her emerald green skirt spreading over the stool in full bloom, the peonies blossoming in luxurious and extravagant beauty. The boy from Class 8 was a bit stunned. Don't be nervous, Bai Lian smiled, her lips curling up. She was always breathtakingly beautiful, usually lazy and not aggressive, and now, methodically pressing on her phone, she said, I just want to understand what happened. Nervous about what? Zhang Xiais gave him a glance. Our Bai classmate here is such a sweet student, not like Chen Wei, she's straightforward. The boy from Class 8 looked at Bai Lian, at her, I just want to clear things up, otherwise I won't know who to annihilate, expression. Is this being sweet? Does Class 15 have some kind of filter when it comes to Bai Lian? Ren Wanxian agreed to me. The boy hesitated but chose to tell the truth. I don't know why she didn't contact Chenju. Chen Wei, Ren Wanxian. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze and silently repeated these two names. Outside the canteen's main entrance, Pu Xiaohan brought Jiheng in. Pu Xiaohan was sweet-tongued, and Jiheng, carrying a big smoking pipe, looked at this gathering of students, likely all Bai Lian's good friends, and his usually stern face softened a lot. Upon seeing Jiheng, Bai Lian gestured with her hand for Zhang Xiais to take the boy away. Right, she was originally going to perform a sword dance. And then her zither playing turned out to be even more amazing. She also said she didn't have any talents. Pu Xiaohan chattered all the way, grandfather, how can she play the zither so well? Jiheng was dressed in a black robe, neat and clean. Surprised by her words, he sat down and looked at Bai Lian. You can do sword dancing too. I only heard from your uncle that you learned the zither for a year. Only learned for a year. Pu Xiaohan was shocked. Alien, you've only learned the zither for a year. Bai Lian, who had been learning since a child and for over a decade, she remained silent. But she couldn't refute it. Let's eat. She passed the chopsticks next to her to Ji Heng and Jiang He. It was then that Ji Heng noticed the little boy beside Bai Lian. Is this your first friend? At the time, Ji Xiaojun had told Ji Heng that Bai Lian had made a friend in Xiangqing. Yes, grandfather, his name is Jiang He. Bai Lian picked up her chopsticks and raised an eyebrow at Jiang He. This is my grandfather, you can just call him Grandpa Ji. Jiang He swallowed his food and then looked up slowly, very quietly. Hello, Grandpa Ji. Hello. Ji Heng still had a pretty stern face. He always had this expression, serious and old-fashioned. Today was the school anniversary celebration, with performances in the morning and a half-day off in the afternoon. Bai Lian was always one not to waste time, so she'd go to the library to read and do homework during the holiday. She put Ji Heng on a public bus. By the way, we're having dinner at your uncle's tonight. Ji Heng remembered this as he was boarding the bus and reminded Bai Lian, go straight to your uncle's house this evening. Usually, when mentioned, uncle referred to Ji Xiaojun. Bai Lian, pressing her phone, her delicate brows and eyes lazy, replied, okay. The bus drove off slowly. After seeing Ji Heng off, Bai Lian took Jiang He to the library. Pu Xiaohan, who didn't love visiting the library, tugged at Yang Lin, who had just finished a part-time shift, to follow along. The library wasn't crowded on a workday. Bai Lian found a table by the window on the second floor, a spot she and Jiang He often chose, and the group sat down and studied seriously. She hadn't answered many questions when her phone buzzed a few times. White tank top, sis, I just knocked that guy out from last time. My godfather gave me a mountain. Bai Lian glanced at the message. 1. White tank top, sis, my godfather said he wants to give you a mountain too. Bai Lian made time to write 2 biology problems. No need, a gratuitous offer of services is either from a plotter or a thief. White tank top, why not? Bai Lian couldn't be bothered to reply. White tank top, sis, do you have time tonight? I have another matter to discuss with you. With the afternoon free, Bai Lian sent a location and told Mao Kun to find her directly. The library was a bit far from Purist Street. It took Mao Kun more than half an hour to arrive. Bai Lian put down her pen, picked up her phone, and stood up. Jiang He stood up as well. Stay put, you'll just be at the library entrance to meet someone. Bai Lian stretched out a finger and leisurely pressed Jiang He's head back down. I'll be right back. Chapter 102, 040 Butcher's Edition. Prescription, 3_3 Jiang He, ed, and then sat back down properly. Bai Lian looked towards Pu Xiaohan again, and before she could speak, Pu Xiaohan gave her an okay gesture to reassure her. Outside the door, Mao Kun led 2 underlings, Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, as the 3 of them squatted silently at the doorway. Brother Mao, Xiao Wu rubbed his head, this place isn't really for us, though Xiao Qi fits in quite well. Xiao Qi had a tender face and looked to be only around 15 or 16. His hair wasn't long, and he had neither dyed it nor styled it in any odd way. If he hadn't been following behind Mao Kun, he would have looked more like a delicate high school boy. Mao Kun, with a cigarette between his lips, didn't argue. As they were talking, Bai Lian emerged from inside, prompting Mao Kun and his companions to immediately stand up. Sis, Mao Kun scratched his head while introducing the 2 beside him to Bai Lian. This is Xiao Wu and Xiao Qi, whom I picked up on Bachter Street. They both share the surname Mao with me. Sister Bai, both of them called out in unison. Xiao's voice, in particular, was loud and clear. Bai Lian leaned lazily against the wall, still dressed in her finely decorated robe, exuding grace and willfulness, her snowy face showing a casual indifference. She folded her arms across her chest. What's it about? The plaster you gave me is extremely effective, Mao Kun said earnestly. Some people want to buy the recipe. Are you selling it? Buy the recipe? Bai Lian narrowed her eyes. aware that traditional Chinese medicine was declining and Western medicine was prevalent nowadays. But this was a recipe from the imperial palace, capable of treating sprains and strengthening the Buddhist foundation, a miraculous drug for martial artists. Why hadn't it been handed down? Sis. Mao Kun saw Bai Lian lost in thought and not speaking for a long while. He quietly reminded her. Bai Lian came back to her senses, gazing at Mao Kun for a long moment, her expression tranquil and distant. All right, but the name of the recipe must be stated, Imperial Revitalizing Plaster. Imperial Revitalizing Plaster. Despite never having heard of it, Mao Kun thought the name sounded cultured. I'll handle this, rest assured. Although I'm not smart, Xiaoqi is knowledgeable about these matters and will make sure you're not taken advantage of. Xiaoqi seemed not to speak much, just standing quietly behind until Mao Kun called him, then he would offer a reserved smile. Bai Lian just leaned there, looking at Xiaoqi. How old are you? 17, Xiaoqi responded. Not in school. Bai Lian tapped her phone screen with her slender fingertips and furrowed her pretty brows. At that age, he should be in the first year of high school. 9 years of compulsory schooling. The orphanage only let him finish middle school and didn't allow him to continue. Later, he was tricked into Bacter Street, and I picked him up, Mao Kun explained for Xiaoqi as if such things were commonplace. Also, sis, my godfather wants to meet you. Are you going to Bacter Street? He looked at Bai Lian, seeking her opinion. Mao Kun was originally just a small-time hoodlum, and it was just good luck that his godfather took him in. His godfather had many capable people under him, and like the poison scorpion, those people called him Young Master Mao to his face but didn't really regard him, something Mao Kun was well aware of. Yet in recent days, his godfather had taken a liking to him. Mao Kun knew it was all because of someone, so when his godfather said he wanted to see Bai Lian, Mao Kun didn't accept on her behalf. Bai Lian stood up straight, smoothed out her sleeves gently, but did not reply. Mao Kun immediately understood what Bai Lian meant. She did not want to meet, he always knew what Bai Lian was thinking. Suddenly, a ringtone sounded from the phone. Bai Lian glanced down and saw it was Pu Xiaohan calling. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she answered immediately. From the other end of the phone came a cacophony of noises and intermittent cursing. Ah, alien, come quickly. Bai Lian's head snapped up, and without a word, she strode into the library, her skirt tracing a proud, cold arc behind her. Mao Kun and the others exchanged glances, then followed her in. Chapter 103, Even if you invite Ren Qian himself over, 4th watch, _1 second floor of the library. At the entrance of the public restroom, chaos reigned. An elegantly dressed elderly woman was gently coaxing a 5 or 6-year-old child, who was crying incessantly, while looking coldly ahead. Be good, my treasure. I won't. The little boy struggled and wailed, Grandma. He pushed me. The old grandma looked at the swelling on the boy's head with distress and gave a cold glance to the bodyguards beside her. One of them immediately reacted, grabbing Jiang He who was squatting aside. Which family are you from? Where are your parents? Are you blind? You pushed our young master to the ground. Grandma, I want his watch, the little boy said, breaking into laughter when he saw Jiang He being picked up. His watch glows. Without a reminder from the elderly woman, the bodyguard immediately went to snatch Jiang He's watch. Suddenly lifted up, the silent Jiang He suddenly began to struggle violently. He was making strange noises with his mouth while trying to bite the bodyguard's wrist. The bodyguard didn't expect him to be so strong and got bitten accidentally. You little beast. He hurriedly squeezed Jiang He's neck to make him let go, then firmly grasped his wrist and handed it to the little boy to please him. What are you doing? Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin hurried over after hearing the commotion. Pu Xiaohan immediately called Bai Lian. Yang Lin didn't say a word, running over trying to stop the tall and sturdy bodyguard. The old lady sized up Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan. Yang Lin's hair almost covered her entire face, a dead air emanating from her. She was wearing the most ordinary school uniform. The old lady quickly withdrew her gaze, indifferent to the two of them. Seeing her grandson struggling to remove Jiang He's watch, the old lady walked over and forcibly tore it off Jiang He's wrist. As soon as Bai Lian came upstairs, she saw Jiang He being choked and controlled by a man. He kept kicking and punching the man, making strange noises, and it was evident that he was on the edge of a breakdown. Yang Lin and Pu Xiaohan tried to snatch Jiang He away, but were easily blocked by the man. An old woman was forcefully taking off Jiang He's watch, and his wrist was already red. Bang! She raised her foot and kicked the man to the ground. Then she reached out and took over Jiang He. Jiang He was trembling all over, his eyes nearly unfocused, just shaking with cold. His neck was swollen, and his wrist was red as well. Sis Mao Kuan had just come up when Bai Lian handed Jiang He to him. She then turned around and stomped hard on the man's chest. Mao Kuan could clearly hear two cracking sounds, the sound of ribs breaking. Bai Lian's gaze slowly shifted to the old lady. She walked over slowly, her eyes narrowed, the smile that slowly formed on her lips was like that of a Rakshasa stepping over a sea of corpses. The old lady held her grandson protectively as Bai Lian's chilly eyes bore into her. She couldn't help but retreat backward. Ah! Bai Lian stopped and stared at the black watch in her other hand, her almond-shaped eyes squinting. She directly grabbed the old lattice collar with one hand, choking her neck with the other, and slowly retrieved the watch. You, the old lady was suddenly lifted up, struggling to breathe, and began to speak in terror. Do you dare? Do you know who my son-in-law is? Bai Lian's fingers gradually tightened. Pu Xiaohan finally snapped out of it. She got up from the ground, held Bai Lian's hand and shook her head. Alien. Bai Lian looked down at the old lady for a long while, finally releasing her grip before the woman suffocated. The old woman fell to the ground, coughing non-stop while clutching her throat. Bai Lian turned around to check on Jiang He. Jiang He was still shivering. She placed one hand on his pulse and wrapped her other arm around him to take him into her arms, her eyelids drooping slightly, a layer of gloom covering her overly delicate face. Mao Kuan coldly looked at the old lady and her entourage, lowering his voice. Sis, should I? He made a slight slashing motion across his neck. What are you thinking? Bai Lian noticed that Jiang He was reacting to stress, glanced at Mao Kuan, and said lightly, it's a society governed by the rule of law. Mao Kuan, for some reason, he found what his sister said quite amusing. All right, Mao Kuan didn't mind, call me if there's trouble. This kind of small matter doesn't require my godfather to take action. Alien. Pu Xiaohan didn't hear the conversation between Bai Lian and Mao Kuan. She just looked worriedly towards the old lady. That person doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Mao Kuan scratched his head. Really? He couldn't tell. Meanwhile, the library staff who had pretended not to see Jiang He getting caught, seeing the old lattice side at a disadvantage, started to panic and called security to maintain order. Madam Li, are you okay? Chapter 104. Even if you invite Ren Qian himself over, 4th watch, _2 they helped the elderly woman up. Damn it. The old lady was helped to stand up, with her nearly frightened witless grandson beside her. She looked in the direction of Bai Lian, her voice hoarse as she said, what are you all staring at for? Call the police. The police arrived quickly and took everyone involved in the incident to the police station. Bai Lian, with Jiang He, cooperated fully throughout the whole process. In the police car, Jiang He's body trembled continuously as he lay across Bai Lian's legs, while Bai Lian slowly patted his back. Parental contact information. The officer was taking notes in a small notebook. Jiang He was still laying across Bai Lian's legs. Bai Lian squinted her eyes. With her pupils still holding an unvanished fierceness, she sat there in her robe, her striking eyebrows and eyes relaxed lazily. She gave Ji Shane's number. Ji Heng was getting older, and Bai Lian did not want to trouble him to travel such a long way. The officer nodded, turned his head for someone to make contact, and then asked the next question, "Why did you hit them?" The pale-skinned girl sat on the black car seat, her whole face shadowed. Those half-closed eyes were extremely cold, and her overly delicate features made her seem like a casual, spectral creature. She knew little about this matter, her tone indifferent. They initiated the physical altercation and also snatched a watch. The watch had already been taken by the officer as evidence. Everything was going smoothly. He was probably the easiest suspect an officer had ever interrogated. He sighed and said, "Regardless, hitting people is not right, you can come to us with the issue. The person you hit might have a somewhat troublesome identity." It was difficult for him to imagine how this seemingly obedient girl managed to beat a bodyguard to that state. But the very next second, a cold sweat broke out over the officer's back as he closed his notebook. He suddenly realized, ever since this girl had gotten into the car, she had almost been leading him by the nose. Even at this moment, he was still making excuses for her. This was a major taboo for a police officer. He suddenly looked at Bai Lian, and a chill surged from the soles of his feet. He had never felt this even when facing those highly intelligent criminals before. Ji Xiaojun had just finished tutoring a student preparing for an arts exam. Today, Bai Lian and Ji Heng were supposed to come over for dinner, and he was shopping for groceries with Shen Qing. Having spent so much time together, Ji Xiaojun had also learned from Ji Heng which dishes Bai Lian liked to eat. "Strange," Shen Qing commented on the dishes, quite surprised. "I thought she would prefer Beijing cuisine, but it turns out she still likes Xiangqing cuisine." She remembered the first time Bai Lian came over for a meal, what she cooked was Beijing cuisine. No wonder Bai Lian hardly ate anything that time. Alien is also from Xiangqing. Ji Xiaojun did not like Shen Qing saying that. His phone in his pocket rang. Ji Xiaojun, while helping Shen Qing pick out vegetables with one hand, answered the phone with the other. "Hello?" The person on the other end said something. "What?" Ji Xiaojun suddenly looked up, letting go of the vegetable in his hand. Seeing Ji Xian's reaction, Shen Qing's heart jolted, reminding her of something that happened a few years ago. "What's wrong?" She quickly put down the vegetables and followed him to the police station. Ji Xiaojun couldn't afford to explain and headed straight for the market's main entrance, hailing a taxi with Shen Qing to the police station. The police station. The old lady and her grandson were well settled in the reception room. Ji Xiaojun and Shen Qing arrived just as the police finished taking statements. "Alien." Seeing that Bai Lian was unharmed, Ji Xiaojun let out a huge sigh of relief. What on earth happened? Jiang He was still looking down. Ji Xiaojun saw Bai Lian half embracing Jiang He and recognized him as her friend. Since the police had taken Bai Lian's phone, she looked up at Ji Xiaojun, touched her nose, and admitted her fault. "I beat someone up." "You hit someone?" Shen Qing looked at the beautiful Bai Lian with furrowed brows, quickly turned to the police, and said, "Officer, you mustn't wrongly accuse people. Look at this child. Does she look like someone who would hit others?" She was loud, and when she spoke, it was a bit like an unreasonable shrew. She had forgotten that when Bai Lian first visited their home, she had said Bai Lian was a wastrel who only knew how to eat, drink, and be merry. The officers were stunned on the spot by her unreasonable tirade. Bai Lian blinked innocently on the side. Thank goodness, she wasn't that good at fighting. The other party's ribs were only broken, maybe only 1 or 2 or 3. Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun were taken out by the officers. Bai Lian sat back down in the chair, resting her chin on one hand, while slowly patting Jiang He's back with the other, leisurely saying, "Why haven't you recovered yet? If we wait much longer, Xiao Mao is going to blow this place up." Chapter 105. Even if you invite Ren Qian himself over, 4th watch, _3 outside. Shen Qing was still talking incessantly with the police officer. Ji Xiaojun frowned, feeling that this matter was not simple. The police officer took Ji Xiaojun to the resting room to meet the old lady, and looking at Ji Xiaojun as if he were calm, he lowered his voice to remind him, it would be best for both of you to ask for each other's forgiveness. Bai Lian was still a student, and Jiang He was now having a stress reaction, so they separated the two parties. The resting room at the end of the corridor. It was the same old Mrs. Li and her grandson from earlier. As the police officer opened the door to the resting room, Shenqing felt an unusual atmosphere inside. "Chief," said the police officer who opened the door with great respect, "I've brought the person." The chief did not reply. He was busy keeping up a placating smile. "Mrs. Li, rest assured, I will handle this matter impartially." Old Mrs. Li was holding her grandson. If Bai Lian were here, he would definitely see. The watch that they said was taken for evidence was now being played with by the little boy. Old Mrs. Li's eyes, sharp as hawks, swept over Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun. She set down her teacup with a clack. "Why have you brought them here?" Shenqing, who was previously overbearing, changed her expression upon hearing the police officer address the person inside as "Chief." She didn't dare to say another word. Facing ordinary policemen, she could raise her voice, but a chief was not someone ordinary people could meet, usually only seen on TV news. She subconsciously grabbed Ji Shane's clothes. "Didn't you hear what Mrs. Li said?" The chief did not look at Ji Xiaojun or Shenqing but glanced at the police officer. "Now, take them away quickly." The police officer hurriedly took the two of them out. "Police, comrade officer," Shenqing's voice was tense. "Auntie," the police officer lifted his eyelid, giving Shenqing a look, and said gravely, "It seems you haven't grasped the situation. Do you know who your niece hit?" Shenqing was taken aback. "You know about the Chen family, right?" The officer looked at Shenqing and Ji Xiaojun and sighed again. Why bother? For a watch to cause such a situation, she obviously wants to make it a big deal. You'd better be prepared. In the whole of Xiangqing, who didn't know about the two great families, the Chen family and the Ren family? Ji Xiaojun, Shenqing, holding Ji Shane's sleeve, stammered, "Call your brother." In the current situation, common people like them certainly couldn't intervene. It seemed they could only turn to the Ren family now. The police officer was about to leave, but he paused upon hearing Shenqing's words. He looked at Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, both dressed simply, in surprise. Were these two also backed by powerful connections? The door to the resting room opened. Old Mrs. Li came out carrying her grandson. Her grandson was holding Jiang He's watch. The screen of the watch lit up with a blue light. It was silently glowing, displaying an incoming call. No one answered. It went off shortly after. Meanwhile, Bai Lian's confiscated phone also began to vibrate. But no one present noticed it. The little boy, holding the watch in one hand and posing with the other as if it were a little pistol, arrogantly shot at Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing. Old Mrs. Li had obviously also heard what Shenqing had said to Ji Xiaojun. She almost sneered. In all of Xiangqing, who didn't know that Chen Gang was her son-in-law, and her grandson Chen Zhu was the future Jiangjing University student? Especially Chen Gang, who had been so influential in Xiangqing over the past month, even the Ren family had to curry favor with him. Even Ren Qian had to treat her with respect when he saw her. "You want to make a phone call?" Old Mrs. Li set down her grandson, looked at Ji Xiaojun and Shenqing, and touched her neck with one hand, as if she could still feel the choking sensation when Bai Lian had grabbed her neck, her voice hoarse and sinister. "Call whoever you want, but let me tell you this. I will not let go of this matter today, and I definitely won't spare those two, even if you bring over the Ren family or Ren Qian himself, my words stand." Chapter 106, 042 Ordinary background, who would dare to provoke him? _1 The people at the station stood to one side, quite accustomed to the scene. just because she dared to mention the name Ren Qian. After the elderly lady finished speaking, the chief of police barely smiled and said to her, "The young master was frightened along with you, ma'am. Please go home and rest, leave the follow-up to us." The chief didn't have the guts to keep the Qin family at the station. The two had only exchanged pleasantries in the lounge. They hardly questioned them further about the case. Madame Li responded reservedly. As for this matter, the chief respectfully saw her out. "Mr. Qin, about that, don't worry." Madame Li placed her grandson in the car and stood by it, stroking her own neck, and spoke with a chilly tone, "I understand your predicament. If this matter is handled well, I won't mention it to Qin Gang." The chief breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your understanding, madam." He stood at the entrance, watching Madame Li's car drive away. "Chief," a police officer said hesitantly after watching the car leave, "did they take the evidence with them?" Once they entered the library, they had collected the evidence following procedure. Gathering and investigating evidence. After understanding what happened, the evidence was taken by the Li family's kid back to their house. Now they had directly taken the evidence away. The officer, who had not been working long, felt it was inappropriate for the Li family to take others' belongings like that. "It's just a watch." The chief turned and walked back. The watch was the least of his concerns. What about the information on the other two? "Show it to me." Chen Gang was a ruthless figure in Xiangqing, a martial artist from his youth. His exiled family regained attention from Jiangjing thanks to him. Unapproachable and unsympathetic, if this issue wasn't handled well and Chen Gang took notice, his good days would be over. The officer promptly handed over the recently gathered information and the written record. The chief skimmed through it on the way. All information was narrated by Bai Lian, a student at Xiangqing High School, with grandfather Ji Hing and uncle Ji Xiaojun. A very ordinary student, from a very ordinary family. He casually closed the notebook with his hand, recalling multiple times but unable to find a family surnamed Ji in Xiangqing. Not one of the big shots on Bachter Street had the surname Ji. Recently, the surname of Bai had been added to Bachter Street, but that had nothing to do with Ji. Madame Li was shrewd. She wouldn't dare to provoke someone truly influential. The chief and the officer walked on. Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun, who were waiting in the lobby, hurried over to speak with the chief. "I'm sorry," an officer blocked them sternly, "our chief has other matters to attend to." The chief wasn't someone ordinary people could see whenever they wished. If it had not been for this matter concerning Madame Li, such a trivial issue wouldn't have required his attention. Watching the chief's retreating figure, Shen Qing wondered, what can we do now? She had clearly heard what Madame Li said, even seeking Ren Qian would be useless. In Shen Qing's knowledge, Ren Qian was the most powerful person she could think of. "Let's first ask Alien exactly what happened. Don't tell Dad to avoid worrying him," Ji Xiaojun said calmly. Instead of panicking like Shen Qing, he spoke with a composed voice. As for going to the Ren family, Ji Xiaojun didn't consider it for a moment. He held his phone, deep in thought. Shen Qing had begun like a headstrong brat, but compared to Madame Li, she was far outmatched. The officer, witnessing Madame Li take the watch without a word from the chief, shared empathy for the weaker, and after saying that the chief couldn't be approached, he added in a hushed tone, "Try to leverage your connections if you can. You shouldn't let the student end up with a criminal record. A criminal record would complicate future civil service examinations." "Stay with Alien," Ji Xiaojun instructed Shen Qing firmly. "I need to step out." Thinking he was going to seek help from the Ren family, she quickly agreed, "Okay, you go, don't worry about her here." Meanwhile, Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin returned to school, seeking Lu Lingxi. Most students, when faced with trouble, seek out their homeroom teacher, especially those in class 15. Hearing Pu Xiaohan's clear explanation, Lu Lingxi was alarmed. Bai Lian was pushed to hit someone. Her such a well-behaved, outstanding student forced to resort to violence. Yes, Pu Xiaohan felt like crying. "Miss Lu, that old lady was unreasonable, snatching things and hitting people, and she seems tough to deal with. But I won't get into trouble, right? You two go back first, Lu Lingxi gestured with her hand. He'll handle this matter. Chapter 107, 042 Ordinary background, who would dare to provoke him? _2 She stepped out of the office and took out her phone to make a call. Pu Xiaohan spoke anxiously about Bai Lian's situation, and the other teachers in the office heard about it too, the news spreading quietly throughout the school. Even Ren Wanxian, who had already gone home, had heard something about it. Ren Qian made a call to ask Ren Wanxian about the incident with Chief Qin. I don't know, Ren Wanxian said, looking out the window. Qin Grandpa left after watching the performance and didn't join us for lunch. The school leaders had also not stayed. How did your calligraphy go today? Ren Qian knew that the school intended to have Ren Wanxian showcase her handwriting in front of Grandpa Qin. The best piece I've written recently. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, her beautiful features slightly furrowed. She was somewhat distracted. Ren Qian naturally had no doubts about Ren Wangchuan's abilities, but now, sensing something unusual in her tone, he put aside what he was doing. What happened? It's just, Ren Wanxian hesitated, biting her lip. She didn't tell Ren Qian about Bai Lian's Guzheng performance at school, merely asking, did someone from the Ji family come looking for you? The Ji family? Ren Qian was surprised. You mean your dad? He hasn't looked for me. I see. Ren Wanxian was a bit taken aback. She had heard that Lu Lingxi's face had turned grim at the time, and she thought someone from the Ji family would go to her grandfather. What exactly happened? Ren Qian had been very concerned about the Ji family of late, and he asked seriously, what's happened with the Ji family? It seems to be Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian withdrew her gaze from the window. Lying on her bed, she caused trouble and got taken to the police station, and it's not a small matter. This was something Ren Qian truly didn't know. After hanging up the phone, he promptly instructed the Secretary General to look into Bai Lian. Even though the Ji family hasn't approached me, we cannot pretend to be ignorant of this affair. Ren Qian had his own plans, intending to take the initiative to help before the Ji family reached out to him. The matter that Ren Qian wanted to investigate yielded results in just a few minutes. The Secretary General looked at Ren Qian and hesitated to speak. Is it serious? Ren Qian asked, looking at the Secretary General, actually surprised. He didn't think there was anything in Xiangqing that could cause him trouble, especially considering it involved the Ji family. How big could it possibly get? To Ren Qian, it was just a matter of a few words. The Secretary General bowed and reported to Ren Qian, it's not that serious, but Miss Bai, she injured Madame Li, and Madame Li is very angry now. What? Ren Qian was astonished. Whom had Bai Lian offended, to have clashed with Chen Gang's mother-in-law? Sir, the Secretary General stood to one side, expressing his concern. It seems that Grandpa Chen had the intention of acknowledging Chen Zhu as his foreign-born grandson, and this. Ren Qian was silent for a good long while. He knew the importance of the Qin family, and Bai Lian was worth the investment, but Grandpa Qin. Even if given several more decades, he wouldn't find a chance to connect with the Qin family of Zhongjing. Eventually, he waved his hand. Ren Qian slowly said, let's not deal with this matter for now. If the Ji family calls, you help me find an excuse to delay them. Understood. The Secretary General lowered his head. Xiangqing CRFS Dark Matter Research Institute. Jiang Fulai took off his glasses, his black coat open, his cool gaze fixed on the data, the fluorescent marker being slowly tapped between his fingers. No interaction between dark matter particles and other particles detected. Expand the variety of particles. Got it. Hewen noted down the important points. Standing behind Jiang Fulai, he observed him covertly, estimating the mood of young Master Jiang. Eventually, the quest for knowledge overcame the fear of young Master Jiang, and he went, holding his notebook, spoke cautiously, young Master Jiang, have you done the new questions from the app recently? Jiangjing University's app training camp has a basic question bank and a challenge question bank, with 20 new questions released each month. They cover mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology, with 20 basic questions every month. Getting all the questions right grants 10,000 base points. The scores are determined by the system. The challenge question bank is composed of questions set by a group of tutors from Jiangjing University, randomly refreshed. Solving one question multiplies the monthly score by 1. The number of questions solved is equivalent to how many times the score is multiplied. The question bank is refreshed each month. The basic question bank is generally manageable, but for the challenge question bank, no one aside from young Master Jiang has completed it. The system's best answer is still young Master Jiang's. However, Jiang Fulai hasn't logged into the system for 2 years. He hadn't realized how he Wen and the others had spent these 2 years. Unable to finish the challenge questions, they dared not ask. A few days ago, someone downloaded the app and even followed someone. The people from several laboratories were almost brought to tears. But after waiting 2 weeks, Jiang Fulai neither brushed the questions nor left any answers. What kind of questions? Jiang Fulai picked up his phone and looked at the time. It was just past 4. Chapter 108, 042 Ordinary Background, Who Would Dare to Provoke Him? _3 He quickly perked up. There's a question about photons, he spoke succinctly. But after he finished, Hewen had a vaguely bad feeling. Sure enough, the next second, Jiang Fulai looked at Jiang He's lack of response, clenched his phone, and with calm and indifferent, emotionless 3 words, high school question. I'll look into it further. Hewen hastily attempted to remedy the situation. Jiang Fulai looked at Hewen, his lips slightly pursed in coolness, wanting to say something, but ultimately held back. He turned and left the room, sometimes really doubting what kind of people he was spending his time with in the same laboratory. Once young Master Jiang left the office, the others looked at Hewen with an expression that said, "You've got guts, Hewen, can you tell me how you dared to ask him high school questions? Hewen, can you do it?" That person shrugged, but we wouldn't be bold enough to ask him to do it. Joking, there were standard answers in the question bank, though none as clear and enlightening as young Master Jiang's answers, but they were sufficient. Who would dare to have young Master Jiang do their problems? After all, even Academician Ma hadn't been able to trick young Master Jiang into his laboratory. Outside, in the office, Jiang Fulai called Jiang He again, but no one answered. It wasn't surprising. Jiang He had been giving him the cold shoulder for several days now. Pale fingers tapping on the phone screen, he dialed Bai Lian's number, telling her that Ming Dongheng would be late picking up Jiang He tonight. Still, no answer. Jiang Fulai hesitated in his steps, knowing that Bai Lian was at the library with Jiang He. Computer. Jiang Fulai paused in his stride, made a timeout gesture to the researchers in the office, and set down his fluorescent pen. The assistant quickly handed over his computer. The underground laboratory, to avoid cosmic ray interference, was built deep into the earth, perennially cold and shadowy. Jiang Fulai set the computer on the table, not bothering to sit, one hand bracing the tabletop, the other tapping on the keyboard. The computer's glow made his face seem even more pale and sharp, and a black skull icon soon appeared on the desktop. Line after line of code emerged at his fingertips. The assistant stood 3 steps away, watching expressionlessly. Jiang's business scope was too broad for him to understand anything. Pale fingertips struck the Enter key with a snap, and a large map of Xiangqing popped up on the computer screen with a small red dot moving slowly. The assistant behind only saw Jiang keying in several lines of code, with the map continuously zooming in. It finally stopped on a street. He was tracking the location of Jiang He's wristwatch. Jiang He often disappeared without reason due to his personality. In all of the Jiang family, even Shi Jue couldn't outplay the young Jiang He. Jiang Fulai had taken special time to make a wristwatch for him with a tracking feature. Under normal circumstances, Bai Lian and Jiang He should be in the library reading. But now they appeared in an unknown location, still slowly moving. Jiang Fulai pulled up the previous movements of the watch to confirm that the last appearance was at the police station. He stared at the route, closed the laptop lid with a cold snap, postponed the meeting to tomorrow, give half a day off. He straightened up slowly, picked up his phone, and left carrying an air of frost. The entire office fell silent all at once. Someone looked towards the assistant. What happened to young Master Jiang? The assistant pushed up his glasses, making a profound guess. Probably someone who's looking for trouble messed with the young master. The son of academician Jiang Sui. He-Wen walked in just in time to hear the assistant's words and was quite astonished. After Jiang Sui's parents passed away, Jiang He was mistreated by a group of relatives who danced with demons. Jiang Fulai took Jiang He from Jiang Sui home and severely dealt with that bunch of relatives. It was a well-known event throughout Jiangjing. They would rather provoke Jiang Shijue, who didn't blink an eye when killing someone. Who would be so bold as to provoke Jiang Fulai? Jiang Fulai took the elevator up, looking down at his phone as he dialed Ming Dongheng. Ming Dongheng was with Chief Chen. When he received Jiang Fulai's call, Chief Chen was exchanging pleasantries with someone. Is this drug really not for sale on a large scale? He had heard that there was a miraculous plaster on Baxter Street, which had a significant appeal to the Qin family and various special forces, no less than Wang Yufeng's minerals. The other person smiled. Sorry, there's no news from Dr. Bai at the moment. Chief Chen looked at the person and cursed inwardly, thinking they were tough nuts to crack and playing the old game of holding their goods dear. Had better not find that Dr. Bai, or he would kidnap him, no matter the cost. Ming Dongheng glanced at them and then stepped outside to answer the call, his tone respectful yet puzzled. Young master. Where are you? Jiang Fulai didn't wait for the driver. He picked up the car keys with his eyes downcast, his voice indifferent. But Ming Dongheng on the other end of the phone heard it with a shock. Baxter Street. Meet me at the police station. Jiang Fulai opened the car door, holding the phone in one hand and starting the car with the other, as the evening sun slanted through the windows, casting his fierce face in the hazy sunlight. Jiang He's watch was last positioned there. What? Ming Dongheng's heart skipped a beat. His hands became somewhat unsteady. What's the matter? Chief Chen, who was speaking to someone, noticed Ming Dongheng hastily standing up, lowering his voice. It's about Jiang He. Ming Dongheng couldn't delay. You keep an eye on this place. I have to take a trip to the police station. Seeing Ming Dongheng's complexion, Chief Chen didn't dare to ask further. Baxter Street wasn't close to Xiangqing police station. Ming Dongheng drove Chief Chen's car almost speeding all the way, blatantly over the speed limit in some sections. Passing policemen, recognizing the license plate number, dared not stop him. Xiangqing police station headquarters. Ming Dongheng parked the car. His car was eye-catching, and as soon as it appeared, someone saw it and quickly reported it upstairs. In the police station office. The chief heard the report and immediately stood up, shocked. Chief Chen's car. Why has he come here? Chief Chen's car was provided by Xiangqing, and he was always low-key. But anyone in Xiangqing with some connections knew what car Chief Chen drove. The chief quickly put on his coat and went to the police station entrance. But it wasn't Chief Chen at the entrance. Instead, there stood a tall, cold man holding car keys, standing next to Chief Chen's car. Seeing the chief come out, he merely gave them a cold glance, without saying a word. Whoever followed Jiang Fulai couldn't be just anyone. The chief did not recognize Ming Dongheng, but anyone who could casually drive Chief Chen's car was clearly not ordinary. He was intimidated by Ming Dongheng's cold expression, standing at the entrance not sure how to start a conversation with him. Just when the chief hadn't quite figured out what to say, a royal blue sports car with Jiangjing license plates approached from the end of the road. Screech, a sound. It stopped at the entrance of the police station. Under the setting sun, the car's body radiated a fierce chill. Ming Dongheng recognized this as the car specially brought to Xiangqing for Jiang Fulai's daily use. He strode to the driver's side, and as the car came to a steady stop, he opened the door to let Jiang Fulai out. The chief glanced and saw a man in a black overcoat getting out of the driver's seat. Just a stately silhouette, simplistic in black, reflecting dark gleams in the setting sun, the entrance of the police station fell silent for a moment. Chapter 109, 043 If the handover isn't done well, send Shen Yongkuan rolling back to Jiangjing. Second update, _1 Jiang Fulai didn't look at anyone, he merely tilted his head slightly to gaze at the sign above the entrance. Then, he strode towards the police station. His trench coat swept behind him in a haughty swirl. Young master. Ming Dongheng hurriedly followed him. The chief and others at the entrance were completely ignored, exchanging bewildered looks. This was probably the first person who dared to dismiss the chief so blatantly. Chief. Someone voiced out in silence. Did those two not recognize the chief, or were they simply too indifferent to pay any attention? While still uncertain, they vaguely felt it was the latter. The chief suddenly felt uneasy. Without uttering a word, he followed them directly. Outside the police station, Xiaowu scratched his head, looking at Mao Kun in the back seat. Brother Mao, are we going inside? Mao Kun pulled open the car door. Of course, my sister is still in there. These people really don't know how formidable I, Mao the younger, am without being shown some color. Xiaoqi, with his hand on the steering wheel, sighed while rubbing his forehead. Brother Mao, Xiaowu, don't rush in yet. Xiaoqi, have you forgotten how you got to where you are today? If it weren't for our sister, the three of us would still be stuck on Purist Street as gang leaders, Mao Kun bellowed. It wasn't until his sister single-handedly took down Poison Scorpion that he caught the eye of his godfather and was able to shine on Baxter Street. And if he was a step later and his sister had already wiped out those people, where would his face be? Xiaoqi, hold back, his elder brother is an idiot. Let's wait. Xiaoqi inhaled deeply, trying to calm Mao Kun. The two people who just went in aren't simple. Xiaoqi talked him around, eventually stopping Mao Kun. Mao Kun squatted across from the police station, lit a cigarette with a scowl. Fine, I'll wait another half hour. Xiaowu also squatted down beside him. Xiaoqi turned his head away, not wanting to witness their foolishness. As soon as Jiang Fulai entered the lobby, the bustling crowd fell silent. He scanned the room. Ming Dongheng immediately grabbed a police officer by the collar, asking, "Is there a brother-sister pair here?" The officer was startled by Ming Dongheng's stern gaze. "Yes, there are." "Take us to them." Ming Dongheng let go. There weren't many cases today, mostly old ones. Speaking of a brother and sister, it had to be Bai Lian and Jiang He, who were still in the interrogation room. The officer hurried to take them to Bai Lian and Jiang He. Shen Qing was with Bai Lian, her hands clutching her skirt, sitting on one side uncomfortably, anxious and restless, and frequently checking her phone. Bai Lian had to comfort the constantly trembling Jiang He while also trying to reassure Shen Qing. When Jiang Fulai entered, he saw this scene. The girl's hand slowly stroked Jiang He's back, her other hand supporting her chin, her cold black eyes half closed looking at the tree shadows outside the window, like a white cat whose peaceful sleep had been disturbed, clearly not in a good mood. Lingering on the edge of an outburst. Shen Qing, startled by the sudden entrance of the two, quickly stood up. The pressure from Jiang Fulai wasn't any less than that from the chief. Ming Dongheng, seeing that the two were unharmed, let out a sigh of relief. "Miss Bai, just hand the little master over to me." Jiang He's hands were tightly clenching Bai Lian's skirt and wouldn't let go. Bai Lian replied methodically, "His mood isn't good right now." Ming Dongheng could only stand aside. Jiang Fulai stood 2 steps away from Bai Lian, glanced at her, then lowered his gaze to the still clinging Jiang He. and for once refrained from making a sarcastic remark. He simply asked, "Did you win?" He didn't even ask if she had been fighting. Even Shinqing didn't think she seemed like someone who would fight. Bai Lian, Emichem. Bai Lian's gaze drifted out the window. Then that's fine. Jiang Fulai nodded, sweeping a look around the interrogation room environment. As soon as Bai Lian entered the room, she knew that the old lady had connections. She had expected Mao Kun to arrive before her patience ran out, but to her surprise, Jiang Fulai came first. "How come you're here?" Jiang Fulai was in a bad mood, but tried to speak gently. "No one answered your 2 phones, where are they?" "They were confiscated." Bai Lian crossed her legs nonchalantly, not seeming too concerned. Jiang Fulai's cold glance swept to the side. Ming Dongheng immediately grabbed someone from behind the phones. The person, frightened, didn't dare to ask anything and hastily retrieved Bai Lian's phone. Bai Lian took her phone, only to see many missed calls, 2 from Jiang Fulai, 5 from Ji Xiaojun, and over a dozen from Mao Kun. She opened WeChat. "White Vest, sis." "White Vest, haven't you come out yet?" "White Vest, I've arrived, don't do anything rash, sis." Bai Lian, 1, then she turned to look at Shinqing. "Where's uncle?" Shinqing was startled by the sudden arrival of Jiang Fulai and another person. She didn't dare to look at Jiang Fulai and answered in a low voice, "He's gone out to find someone." Bai Lian lowered her head again to send a message to Ji Xiaojun. "Uncle, it's all good now." "Ah, this is my aunt." She looked up and introduced Shinqing to Jiang Fulai. This was her first time calling someone aunt, and despite still being nervous in the police station, Shinqing instinctively puffed up her chest. Yes, she is my niece." At this moment, she finally understood Ji Xiaojun a bit more. Ren Wanxian had never once called her aunt. Jiang Fulai looked at Shinqing and paused. The aloof young master Jiang finally softened a bit and greeted her in a very polite manner. "Hello." "Ah." Shinqing didn't know where to put her hands. "Oh, and little Wenmang's watch," Bai Lian frowned. "Why didn't you bring it along with you?" Having investigated the watch's trail, Jiang Fulai naturally knew where it was. Without asking, he could guess what had happened between the two. "Someone will bring it back," Jiang Fulai said lightly, glancing at the door, then his tone softened when he looked at Bai Lian again. "Let's go out first." Ming Dongheng reached out, wanting to take Jiang He from Bai Lian's hands. Jiang He weighed at least 50 kilograms, which was not light for a frail girl. He had just stretched out his hand when he saw Bai Lian easily lift Jiang He up. "Ming Dongheng." He remembered. "Miss Bai, do you still have a piece of iridium in your hand?" Jiang Fulai coldly watched Jiang He, who was burying his face, and he held back. The station chief was still waiting at the interrogation room door, and when he saw Jiang Fulai leaving with people, he hurried over, stiffly addressing Shinqing with a much nicer tone than before. "Please wait a moment, the procedure isn't finished yet, you can't leave for now." He didn't dare to speak to Jiang Fulai. So he had to approach Shinqing, who seemed the easiest to talk to among the group. Jiang Fulai stopped, interrupting the chief with 3 chilly words. "Who are you?" "I'm the chief of this substation." The chief lowered his head. "The chief?" Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, not looking at him again. He continued forward. "Let Chen Yongkuan come and talk to me," he said, turning his head to Ming Dongheng. "If it's not handled well, just have him roll back to Jiangjing." The young master Jiang rarely called out people's full names. This was not an instruction, but a notification. Ming Dongheng's heart tightened, and he nodded seriously. Jiang Fulai didn't stop for a moment. Without making a statement or bailing anyone out, he just left with Bai Lian and Jiang He. Nobody behind them dared to stop them. After Jiang Fulai and Bai Lian left, the remaining people at the police station looked at each other in dismay. In Xiangqing, they heard most about Ren Qian and Chen Gang. Who was Chen Yongkuan? Was he also from the Chen family? The officer from before looked at the chief and swallowed. Chief, are we just letting them leave like this? How do we explain to the Lee family? What is there to explain? The chief suddenly broke out into a fine sweat on his forehead. Hurry up and notify the Lee family to send over the watch. His fingers trembled. The upper circles in Xiangqing knew about a big shot from Jiangjing who had been sent down to manage things here. They all referred to this person as Qin Yi or Qin Bureau. The ordinary officers naturally didn't know Qin Ye's real name. But the chief, who had seen the files, was very clear about Qin Ye's true name, Qin Yongkuan. The rest of the officers were startled by his reaction, and they quickly went to contact the Li family. The Li family. The elderly lady had already gone home to change into a new set of clothes. At this moment, the family doctor was carefully applying ointment to her neck, and in just 2 hours, the old lattice neck had turned purple and blue. The servant half knelt on the ground, holding a mirror for her. Lady Li's eyes were full of gloom. Ever since her daughter married Qin Gang, most people didn't dare to speak to her too loudly or too softly. How dare that girl do it? Smack, she slapped the mirror away. The servant hurriedly knelt down, trembling as they bowed their head. Grandma, the little boy ran down from upstairs, holding up a black watch for Lady Li to see. It requires a password, give me the password quickly. Dear grandson, Lady Li immediately hugged the boy, rubbing the swelling on his head. I'll have someone fetch it for you right away. Just as she was saying this, her cell phone rang. It was from the police station. I was just about to contact you. Lady Li sat upright and spoke indifferently. Ask that little bastard what the password of the watch is. On the other end of the phone, the officer wiped off the cold sweat. Lady Li, the chief has asked me to notify you to return the watch immediately. What do you mean? The old lady was very displeased. What do I mean? The chief snatched the phone away. Lady Li, you may want to die, but I still want to live. You better find Qin Gang. If he has any clout in front of Qin Yi, your Li family might still find a way to survive today. Chapter 110, 044 The Great Shuffle. Ji Mulan 1_1 The director made this statement to old Lady Li based on their past relationship. It was clear he wasn't joking. He even called out Qin Gang by his full name. Old Lady Li put down her grandson and suddenly stood up, her voice still a bit hoarse. Are you serious? She wasn't oblivious. Judging from the few girls this afternoon, from head to toe, there wasn't much she deemed worthy of attention. The director didn't explain further, he simply hung up the phone as he was already overwhelmed with his own problems. Grandma, the password. Old Lady Li also felt a bit panicked. She didn't tend to her grandson any longer but instead called Qin Gang. Back to her street. When Qin from the bureau received Ming Dongheng's call, he halted what he was doing and burst into fury. Isn't this, Xiangqing is just a bunch of no-goods. Not to mention whose turf they're digging into, now they've even escalated to protecting each other like this. The emperor is far away, and in the absence of the tiger, the monkey becomes the king, his subordinate said helplessly. This wasn't an isolated incident. He used 2 classic examples to explain. Even if Jiang Fulai's identity is confidential, the watch on the young master's wrist was personally made by him, and it bears the Jiang family's emblem. Can't they see that? Qin from the bureau slammed the car door hard, his eyes fiercely glaring. That watch, only Jiang Fulai could make something like that in the entire Jiangjing. They really have good taste, don't they? Qin from the bureau's rage wasn't just because they offended Jiang Fulai. It was also because he was furious at the corruption from top to bottom. He was demoted here, and everything had been peaceful, even Bacter Street hadn't had any major incidents. Qin from the bureau thought his main task was to handle Bacter Street, then help with Qin family and Jiang family's connections, and just relax until he could go back and be promoted. Who knew, all the peace was just a facade. It was all a show put on for him by Xiangqing. It was even possible that even before they had arrived, Xiangqing had already started putting on these facades. If it weren't for what happened today, he wouldn't have known that Xiangqing was only seemingly peaceful on the surface, but was actually riddled with problems to the core. There's nothing that can be done. The driver looked in the rearview mirror as he tried to pacify Qin from the bureau. You know, both Jiang Fulai and the young master's identities are highly confidential. Not to mention Xiangqing, there aren't many in Zhongjing who could be granted an audience with Jiang Fulai. Expecting these people from Xiangqing to recognize it right away is truly asking too much of them. But one thing the bureau chief said was correct. The watch Jiang he wore was indeed rare. There was only one like that in the entire Zhongjing. That's why there's the saying, possess a treasure, become a target. They indeed knew how to pick, landing right on Jiang He's head. The subordinate wiped sweat from his brow as he looked in the rearview mirror at Qin from the bureau's dark expression. Just how they were going to endure Qin from the bureau's wrath, he didn't know. Is it okay for us to just leave like this? Shenqing asked as they walked out of the police station's main door. It still felt surreal to her. She subconsciously looked back at the solemn and imposing doorway. Only a sliver of the setting sun was left overhead, its color a deep red, almost not blinding, but Shenqing still felt dazed. We just walked out like that. It's fine. Ming Dongheng saw Jiang Fulai treated Shenqing with respect, so he lowered his posture and with a cold gaze, glanced back, before saying, you can leave with peace of mind, they wouldn't dare to trouble you again. That's good, Shenqing let out a sigh of relief. As soon as Bai Lian walked out, she saw two people squatting across the street, with Xiaoqi standing expressionless beside them, looking up at the sky. She paused for a moment, then turned to look at Jiang Fulai and handed Jiang He over to him. I will wait for my uncle, you take Jiang He back first. The sunset outlined her figure sharply, her plain clothes seeming even more assertive than the twilight sky. Jiang Fulai looked at her, then reached out and took Jiang He from her. As a researcher, Jiang Fulai's hands could definitely be considered a work of art, distinctively articulated yet wrapped in a faintly cold jade-like chill. Yet Bai Lian's fingers wrapped around Jiang He's arm were even more slender, in smooth, cold white. Hard to imagine those were the hands that could play out the sounds of charging armies. When he took Jiang he unavoidably touched that cold white. He let go upon contact, not as cool as the palm of his hands. Jiang He clung tightly to Bai Lian's sleeve and wouldn't let go. Jiang Fulai lightly glanced at his tightly closed eyes. Xiaoniao. Bai Lian gently tugged at her own sleeve, then whispered a comfort, sister has something to take care of right now. Let go, and they'll come to see you first thing in the morning. Jiang He's long eyelashes quivered, and his fingers loosened. Only then did Jiang Fulai, with a cold demeanor, hold him. Doesn't Ming Dongheng need to send you back? Chapter 111, 044 The Great Shuffle. Ji Mulan, 1_2, no need. Bai Lian lazily smoothed out her sleeves and skirt hem. Once Ming Dongheng drove off, the three people on the opposite side sheepishly walked over. Sis. Bai Lian stood against the sunset and casually introduced, this is my aunt. Mao Kun and the others spoke up loudly, Auntie, hello. Xiao Mao. Shenqing was startled. Mao Kun's bleached hair always made him seem a bit untrustworthy, but compared to Ming Dongheng, Mao Kun couldn't be more normal. Shenqing relaxed a lot. Xiao Mao, are you also friends with Alien? Yeah, Mao Kun scratched his head somewhat guiltily. Not far away. Ji Xiaojun, who was on the phone, walked towards them. On the other end was a woman's voice, she's back in Xiangqing. Ji Mulan, what kind of tone is that? Ji Xiaojun frowned and scolded. I left her with the Bai family because they have a big family business. With her antics, who else could protect her but the Bai family? And what does she do? Just to gratify a whim, she pats her butt and heads back to Xiangqing, causing trouble for me everywhere. Ji Xiaojun stopped walking. This has nothing to do with her. Do you think you know better than I do? Ji Mulan interrupted him, listing the many issues Bai Lian had caused throughout her life. you reaching out to me is less effective than a single word from Bai Qiming. You have a new family? Ji Xiaojun suddenly asked. Ji Mulan went silent. Found your so-called true love again. Ji Xiaojun, noticing Bai Lian standing not far ahead, looking obedient and charming, sneered, once this matter is settled, we won't need to mention Bai Qiming. You disappeared for over 2 years without a word, you should at least come back to see your daughter and your father when you have the time. Ji Mulan, you're no longer the capricious teenager you once were. Dad is getting old, don't do something you'll regret. He finished speaking and hung up without waiting for her reply. His expression soured. He had only one sister, and most of the time, he was stuck between Ji Mulan and Ji Hing, but this time Ji Mulan had left Bai Lian alone with the Bai family, which disappointed Ji Xiaojun deeply. Ji Xiaojun had always had Ji Mulan's phone number. He just never contacted her before, and today, for Bai Lian's sake, he reached out for the first time. He pocketed his phone and approached Bai Lian and Shen Qing, softening his expression considerably. When he saw Mao Kun and the other two with Bai Lian, he paused, his gaze lingering on Xiaoqi's face for a moment. Uncle Ji, hello, the three said with great politeness. Ji Xiaojun responded with a regaining his composure, emanating authority. He was much like Ji Hing in that he didn't talk much. Shen Qing, on the other hand, was quite chatty, insisting on having Mao Kun and the others over for dinner. We shouldn't, Auntie, Mao Kun scratched his head, my godfather is looking for me. Shen Qing watched the trio leave with a touch of regret. She had a good impression of the three, especially Xiaoqi. Let's go shopping for groceries, Dad will arrive soon, Ji Xiaojun said, withdrawing his gaze and patting Bai Lian's shoulder, let's not talk about this with your grandfather, to avoid worrying him. As for what actually happened at the police station, Ji Xiaojun hadn't asked Bai Lian, staying silent, thinking about the matter with Ji Mulan. Today was Bai Lian's second time visiting Ji Shane's home, but her mindset was completely different from the last. Shen Qing and Ji Xiaojun were cooking in the kitchen. On the coffee table in Ji Shane's living room were many trophies and photos. Bai Lian's gaze fell on the photo in the center, featuring Ji Xiaojun in his middle age with a girl in the picture. The girl wore a black t-shirt, holding a trophy, looking very petite and smiling brightly with pure joy. She always felt that person looked familiar. Those are his students, Ji Heng, following her gaze, noticed the picture, took a deep drag on his cigarette, his voice muffled, each of them got into Beijing University of Arts, except for Yang Qiong. Beijing University of Arts was the best art school among the 4 major cities. You could say that in his years of teaching, Ji Shayan's students were everywhere. Ji Heng's gaze turned distant, and he didn't continue. Yang Qiong. Bai Lian lounged on the couch with a carefree posture, her eyes narrowing slightly, she had never heard the name before. Dinner's ready, what are you two doing there? Shen Qing came out with a dish, interrupting Bai Lian and Ji Heng's conversation, come prepared to eat. Oh, Bai Lian withdrew her gaze. She went to wash her hands in the kitchen, helping with the serving. Don't bother, Shen Qing chased her out, let your uncle do it, he's thick-skinned, he'll be fine. Chapter 112, 044 The Great Shuffle. Ji Mulan, 1_3 Ji Xiaojun, who just picked up his soup, really wanted to put it back. The doorbell rang, and Shen Qing paused in her movements, still feeling restrained around the Ren family. Alien, go open the door, it should be your little uncle who has arrived. Bai Lian went to open the door. Only Ji Xiaorong had come. This was normal. At a Ji family dinner, how could anyone from the Ren family possibly attend? Ren Wanqian had only been to Ji Hing's place a few times, countable on one hand. Shall we not mention the matter about Alien to your brother? Shen Qing caught Ji Xiaojun in the kitchen, glancing at the living room and lowering her voice. Ji Xiaojun shook his head, his voice very indifferent, if Alien said it's nothing, then there's no need to bother for now. What kind of relationship do we have with the Ren family that we could possibly climb up to? Seeing Ji Xiaojun act this way, Shen Qing knew he cared a lot about the Ren family. I'm looking out for you, she snorted coldly. She had once thought about pleasing the Ren family in every possible way, but lately, it seemed she had moved on. The Ren family. At dinner time, there were only 3 people. Ren Wanxian, Ren Qian, and Ren Jiawei. Today was Ren Wengxuan's school anniversary, and not a single person from the family had attended. If it were any other time, she would have been angry about it. Therefore, Ren Jiawei and Ren Qian had both brought her gifts and had made a special effort to have dinner with Ren Wanxian. But today, Ren Wanxian was surprisingly well behaved and did not get angry. Did Teacher Cho and your senior brother come back? Ren Qian suddenly remembered this and asked Ren Wanxian. Teacher Cho was Ren Wengxuan's calligraphy teacher. Highly accomplished in the Liang style, she had significant influence in the calligraphy world. Although she was from Xiangqing, she had moved to Beijing a long time ago and rarely returned. It had cost Ren Qian and Ren Jiawei a great deal to hire her as a teacher for Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian nodded. Yeah, they should arrive in Xiangqing tonight. Ask Teacher Cho when she's free for me to visit. Ren Qian spoke seriously. They'll let Mr. Chen know when it's time. The entire Ren family did not dare to neglect this matter. As the 2 of them were talking, Ren Qian hadn't seen Ji Xiaorong yet and turned to Ren Jiawei. Where's Xiaorong? Ren Jiawei reached for a tissue, leisurely wiping her hands. He's gone to the Ji family for dinner. No need to wait for him today. Gone to the Ji family for dinner. Ren Qian had no objections to Ji Xiaorong dining at the Ji family's home. He wasn't too concerned with the Ji family members. What surprised him was the timing of it today. Quite inconveniently, right after the incident with Bai Lian, Ji Xiaorong was having dinner at the Ji family, which made Ren Qian inevitably overthink. Across the table, Ren Wanxian also looked up at Ren Qian. After dinner, Ren Qian, holding his teacup, planned to discuss the matter about Teacher Cho and Mr. Chen with Ren Jiawei. Suddenly, a servant's voice came from outside. The master has returned. It was Ji Xiaorong. Ren Qian paused in his step, glanced outside, then suddenly set down his teacup and headed upstairs. Jiawei, I'm a bit tired. If Xiaorong needs anything, let him come find me tomorrow. Having said that, he vanished at the staircase. Ren Jiawei looked puzzledly at Ren Qian's retreating figure. What's wrong? Ji Xiaorong came back only to see Ren Jiawei deep in thought. No, it's nothing. Ren Jiawei touched her chin, contemplating, then suddenly sat up straight. Did something happen at the Ji family? Or did you recently upset my dad? The Ji family. Ji Xiaorong paused, then patted the back of Ren Jiawei's hand. It's nothing, I've just come from my brother's place. We're planning to buy alien a Guzheng. Oh right, do you know any Guzheng teachers? When Ren Jiawei heard this, she relaxed. Ji Xiaorong, seeing that her focus had shifted, glanced upstairs and then frowned as he sent a message to Ji Xiaojun. The following day, Ren Qian got up much later than usual. Ji Xiaorong had spent the night at the old house with Ren Jiawei. It was only when a servant informed Ren Qian that Chen Gang had come to visit out of the blue that he went downstairs. Just as he reached the bottom of the stairs, he saw Chen Gang waiting in the lobby. Reminded of the incident with Bai Lian, Ren Qian took the initiative to speak. Rest assured, no matter what happens, I'm on your side. Uncle Chen, Ren Wanxian also came down with her school bag. Chen Gang managed only a weak smile. He was not in the mood to joke with Ren Wanxian, focusing only on Ren Qian. Mr. Ren, you're the only one who can help with this matter. Can you contact Bai Lian for me? Ren Wanxian bowed her head, slowly changed her shoes. Her hand paused upon hearing Chen Gang's request. Ren Qian felt a jolt in his heart, sensing that things might not be as he had imagined. What do you need Bai Lian for? Chapter 113, 045 The new god of the fighting ring. the Guzheng teacher. Second update, _1 Chen Gang held the cup in his hand. Overnight, Xiangqing had turned upside down. It seems you haven't received the news yet. He looked at Ren Qian. The Leaf family got into trouble yesterday and was sealed off. Xiangqing took over a group of people from Jiangjing overnight, and the only thing I could find out is that this matter is related to Bai Lian and Qin Yi. Chen Gang didn't even meet the Leaf family. He asked the relevant personnel, and the answer he always got was, "It's classified." Fortunately, he had made the right connections in his daily life, and finally someone told him that one of the parties involved was Bai Lian. This is why he came to the Ren family. He remembered Bai Lian was Ji Sheirong's niece. Ren Wangshuan's hand, which was tying her shoelaces, suddenly stopped. She's related to Qin Yi. Ren Qian also lost his color considerably. As for the Ji family, he never took them seriously. How could they be related to Qin Yi? Ren Wanxian stood up. She clutched her school bag tightly and suddenly spoke up. Maybe it's because she played the white robe journey at the school anniversary. Ren Qian and Chen Gang both looked at her. Bai Lian learned the Guzheng, Ren Wanxian said, her eyes downcast and her mind in disarray. That day at the school anniversary, she intentionally played the white robe journey. Everyone knows the Qin family likes the white robe journey. It must be because of this. After finishing speaking, she took her school bag and went to school. Behind her, Ren Qian also recovered his composure, saying to himself that the Ji family, how could they possibly be connected to Qin Yi? If it was because of the white robe journey, then it made sense. So, did Ren Qian suddenly realize that Bai Lian was actually fine? Not only fine but had also gained Qin Yi's appreciation. Ren Qian suddenly took out his mobile phone, trying to call Ji Xiaorong, but the call didn't go through. He sat on the sofa in a daze, feeling regret for the first time. So, the Ji family didn't really want to ask for his help yesterday. Then his actions last night. Ji Xiaorong must have sensed it. As you can see, I can't get in touch with Bai Lian either. Ren Qian looked at Chen Gang and sighed. I think you should not get involved in the Li family's affair. It was just for show, and now that it's been discovered by Qin Yi, you'd better back away if you can. As for Bai Lian, Ren Qian then made a phone call to Ren Jiuwei's assistant. The two of them spoke for a few moments. After hanging up the phone, Ren Qian looked at Chen Gang. It seems like they are looking for a Guzheng teacher for Bai Lian. On Jiang Fulai's side, Director Chen had been waiting downstairs since dawn. When Jiang Fulai appeared, dressed in a black shirt, he quickly stood up, respectfully handing over Jiang He's watch with a shamed expression. Jiang Shao, the arrangements with the Li family and Xiangqing have been completed. It was almost a complete overhaul. Jiang Fulai just stood there, his cold gaze sweeping over him. Like the calm, dark sea before a storm. Director Chen's body trembled. Just as Director Chen was about to cry, a lazy voice came from behind him. Where is Jiang He? Director Chen turned in relief, turning his head sharply back. He then saw Bai Lian walking in nonchalantly from the outside, dressed in the most basic school uniform, her long hair pinned up behind her head, her face against the rising sun, holding a string of red Chinese knots in her pale fingers. Jiang Fulai retracted his gaze and then reached out to take the watch. He's upstairs and won't come down. I'll go take a look. Bai Lian put down her school bag. She had promised Jiang He that she would visit him and naturally wouldn't break her word. Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian upstairs to see Jiang He. Jiang He had been frightened yesterday and had slept all night after taking a sedative. Now he was already awake, sitting in front of a small table, quietly painting with a brush in his hand. Bai Lian walked quietly to his side. Jiang He was drawing the Xiangqing building. The Xiangqing building. It was also her profile picture. The lines here are wrong. Bai Lian watched for a while, then bent down, took his hand, and lazily helped him with a few strokes. The building is supposed to be in a state of disrepair, with her hand on Jiang He's, she added a few soulful strokes to his craftsmanlike drawing. Jiang Fulai didn't come close, just leaning against the door, watching intently as she taught Jiang He to paint. The morning sun had not yet fully risen, and a few rays of light passed through Jiang He's small window, quietly shining on the girl's translucent profile, creating a play of light and shadow that brought a burst of vitality to the room. After completing a painting, Jiang He looked at the vivid and perfect drawing, raised his head, and admired Bai Lian's little face filled with amazement. His mouth slightly ajar, his round eyes brimming with adoration. Jiang Fulai snapped out of it, surprised that Bai Lian could paint too. He approached, bent slightly, and took a glance. After looking, Director Jiang, the human photocopy machine, was somewhat silent. He began to understand why his teacher had trembled while saying he didn't have the talent when he first tried painting. Chapter 114, 045 The New God of the Fighting Ring, the Guzheng Teacher. Second update, _2 Bai Lian leisurely set down her paintbrush, leaning on Jiang He's desk with one arm and tilting her head to examine the painting she finished moments ago. Her verdict was, Jiang Xiaoniao, with your skills, did your teacher really not die of frustration? Though he was only 7 but already an award winner, Jiang He. Was she not here to see his work today? Speaking of this, Bai Lian suddenly remembered the cat on Jiang Fulai's notebook. She tilted her head, Teacher Jiang, you, Jiang Fulai suddenly stood up, glanced at the time on his phone, his expression unchanged, his tone calm, as if aloof, your class is about to start. I'll take you to school. At this hour, taking the bus would definitely make her late for school. Bai Lian glanced at him and didn't refuse, okay. But as they were going downstairs, Bai Lian, following leisurely behind Jiang Fulai, spoke up again, Teacher Jiang, besides the fact that your cat doesn't look much like a cat, everything else is good. Jiang Fulai picked up his keys, heaved a light sigh, as he knew, that notebook was nothing but trouble. Downstairs, Police Chief Chen and Ming Dongheng stood aside, swept by an icy glance from Jiang Fulai and strove to pretend they heard nothing. Once the two had left. Having dodged a bullet, Police Chief Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He sat on the couch, poured himself a glass of cold tea, gulped it down, and then said to Ming Dongheng, Miss Bai is my lifesaver. I can't do without her. Ming Dongheng crossed his arms, looking at him dispassionately. It was hard to disagree. By the way, Police Chief Chen remembered something, looking at Ming Dongheng, do you know about the new god listed in the fighting ring? Bacter Street Fighting Ring, where gods are made. The Muay Thai champion Tongpa became a legend there and took the world by storm. All the major forces were watching closely. Ming Dongheng shook his head. He had been recently searching for his master and was not focused on this matter. This person isn't using his real name, just an alias. Police Chief Chen tapped his fingers on the couch. In just a week, he climbed from last place in the fighting ring to the top 10. Ming Dongheng startled. The Ming family and Qin family both revered martial prowess. No weakling could stay close to Jiang Fulai. With the ring attracting masters from all over the globe, including champions like Tongpa, even making it to the top 10 was a tall order. What's the alias? There weren't many top fighters in the world that could rank in the top 10 and Ming Dongheng counted them off in his mind. The alias is quite peculiar. Police Chief Chen put down his teacup, looking at Ming Dongheng. It's white tank top. Chen Jingyu might come looking for him. White tank top, Ming Dongheng repeated the name silently. Pretty cool name. Bai Lian sat in the passenger seat. She rolled down the window, resting her elbow lazily on it, her gaze fixated on the receding scenery outside. Every time she rode in a car, it felt as fresh and exciting as the first time. Haven't you been doing the problems on the app? At a red light, Jiang Fulai stopped the car, recalling that morning when he checked and saw someone still had a 0 for their score, the very last place. Bai Lian leaned back in her seat, supporting her cheek with her palm. It's difficult, Teacher Jiang. Isn't a score of 0 quite embarrassing for you? Inside there were biology and chemistry problems, and as luck would have it, the first question she encountered this month was chemistry. What a pain. No, the light turned green. Jiang Fulai glanced at her and earnestly explained, they wouldn't dare. Shortly after, they arrived at the entrance of the first high school. Jiang Fulai parked the car. Bai Lian waved at him before blending into the sea of students entering the school. It was the busiest time for the school rush hour. Jiang Fulai didn't drive off immediately, watching Bai Lian's figure until she was out of sight. It was apparent that she was quite popular at school, especially after the weekend celebration. No sooner had Bai Lian joined the crowd than a burst of exclamations erupted from the students. Jiang Fulai sat in the car, an icy expression on his face as he watched the group of students, his demeanor as chill and sharp as a long sword's blade. When Bai Lian reached class 15, classes had not yet started. Yang Lin hasn't arrived yet. Bai Lian put away her backpack, looked at Yang Lin's empty seat, and knocked on Ning Xiao's desk behind her. Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiai's were always late. But Yang Lin was almost certainly at school by 6. Ning Xiao looked up, she hasn't come, not for the first time either. Bai Lian took out her books one by one. Her brows furrowed. Yang Lin had missed the first 2 classes. Bai Lian went to the office to ask Lu Lingxi about this, and when Lu Lingxi heard Yang Lin had not arrived, her brows also tightened slightly. Never mind, focus on your class. Lu Lingxi clearly knew something, yet said nothing more, only asking Bai Lian about her day yesterday. Bai Lian shared what she felt she could tell. Chapter 115, 045 The New God of the Fighting Ring, the Guzheng Teacher. Second update, _3 There are as many Guzheng teachers in Xiangqing as there are hairs on an ox. But among them, only one is the most famous. Teacher Yu. Ji Xiaorong took Ren Jiuwei's words to heart, especially when it involved Bai Lian. It's my fault, Ren Jiuwei, thinking back to their first unpleasant meeting which caused her to be unfriendly, as Bai Lian had been described in the same way as Shen Qing by the Secretary General, decided, I'll go find the Guzheng teacher myself. Ren Jiuwei also found it strange. Although Guzheng isn't as valuable as the piano, learning it still requires a certain family background and artistic cultivation. She hadn't expected Bai Lian to play the Guzheng. Ji Xiaorong knew very little about Ji Mulan and Bai Lian. Dad said she really likes the Guzheng. As for her performance, nobody had seen it except for Ji Heng. Even Ji Heng had said so. You bring Alien to Wanha building at noon, Ren Jiuwei haphazardly decided as she put on her sunglasses and grabbed her car keys to meet Teacher Yu. They'll have Teacher Yu wait there with you. Ji Xiaorong didn't have a chance to say a word. Ren Jiuwei had already stepped on the gas and left. He could only pick up his cell phone and send a WeChat message to Bai Lian. At noon, Ji Xiaorong waited for Bai Lian at the school gate. Dad. Ren Wanxian spotted Ji Xiaorong from a distance. Seeing Ren Wanxian, Ji Xiaorong slowed down and pondered for a while. Knowing he could not hide this matter from Ren Wanxian, he explained, I'm taking Alien to meet a Guzheng teacher. Ren Wangshuan's fingernails dug deep into her palm. She lifted her head, seemingly indifferent. Bai Lian arrived quickly. Ren Wanxian watched as Ji Xiaorong took Bai Lian away, her eyes darkening. Guzheng teacher. Bai Lian trailed behind Ji Xiaorong, thumb pressing on her notebook, unfazed, and looked up slightly, thinking they had been joking just yesterday. Was this for real? Bai Lian opened her mouth, intending to say it wasn't necessary, but seeing Ji Xiaorong's excitement, she touched her nose and followed. That teacher is Teacher Yu, the best Guzheng teacher in Xiangqing, but he rarely takes on disciples. Ji Xiaorong walked while introducing Teacher Yu to her. With that, he pushed the door open and entered the private room. Inside the private room, Ren Jiuwei was making polite conversation with Teacher Yu. Upon seeing Bai Lian enter, Ren Jiawei stood up and introduced her to Teacher Yu respectfully. This is the student I wanted to introduce to you, Bai Lian. Teacher Yu was over 50 with slightly graying hair and a pair of dark, turbid eyes. He held his teacup, his gaze subtly sizing up Bai Lian. Bai Lian's fingers were slender and fair, without a single callus. Anyone who learned Guzheng would inevitably get calluses. Without calluses, it was almost an exception, an outsider. I heard from Manager Ren that you want to learn Guzheng. Teacher Yu frowned slightly as he looked at Bai Lian and asked, why do you want to learn? Bai Lian paused but was always polite to teachers. After a moment's thought, she answered honestly, because my mom asked me to learn. Just for that. Teacher Yu's brow furrowed tighter. He didn't think Bai Lian was lying, but his expression became even more serious. Then tell me, how many major schools of Guzheng are there now? Are there still schools for Guzheng now? Bai Lian raised her eyebrows. Back in her day, there had been only one school. Had her senior brothers and sisters split up? Teacher Yu knew from Bai Lian's expression that she was unaware. Anyone with even a bit of Guzheng knowledge would know the 9 major schools. He stood up leaning on the table. You know nothing, how are you going to learn the Guzheng? Young lady, the Guzheng is a sacred art, not something for you to seek attention with. I'm sorry, Manager Ren, I cannot accept this student. Upon opening the door, he saw Ren Wanxian standing outside, which startled her. She subconsciously glanced at Bai Lian standing inside, then whispered softly, Dad. Ji Xiaorong suddenly remembered, pulled out his phone, and opened a video. Wait, Teacher Yu, I have a recording of Alien's Guzheng performance. Could you take a look first? Chapter 116, 046 really doesn't need a Guzheng teacher, Wang Yufeng. _1 This video was sent to Ji Xiaorong by Ji Heng. Last night, their family had a rare dinner discussion, and Ji Xiaojun knew that Bai Lian had studied the Guzheng at the Bai family for a year. Now that they have returned to Xiangqing, they couldn't let their child miss out on learning the Guzheng. Bai Lian was memorizing vocabulary on the side, multitasking and listening in. She didn't expect that today, only the second day. Ji Xiaorong had already made arrangements. Ji Heng had heard that he found the best teacher in Xiangqing and had specially sent the video to Ji Xiaorong. Mr. Ji, Teacher Yu looked steadily at Ji Xiaojun. The Guzheng is a collision between emotions and the soul. Its existence is not to show off to people, not to pander for attention. It's the cleanest, most pure form. Those who come to learn the Guzheng with a utilitarian mindset will never be able to reach the pinnacle. I'm sorry, I don't want to listen. He had no intention of listening. He walked right past Ren Wanxian, who was stunned, and left. Teacher Yu, I respect your views, but I don't agree, Bai Lian said slowly as she turned around. She didn't defend her decade-plus years of Guzheng study, nor did she explain why she didn't understand the different schools of Guzheng. She just made eye contact with him. The development history of the Guzheng spans thousands of years. Inheritance and promotion are the most important aspects. But the world is diverse, and this is the charm of civilization and heritage. While we like the Guzheng, we can also like many other things. People need to eat. Have you truly understood them by setting aside all your own perspectives? Why deny them? Teacher Yu paused in his steps, looked indifferently at Bai Lian. A successful artist should marginalize themselves, and esteem for art should be their initial aspiration. Life is a form of cultivation. Let me tell you this, you will never succeed. He had come today with hopeful expectations but left in disappointment. He didn't have the luxury to expect a student as talented and devoted to Guzheng as Master Jian's pupils. He merely wanted a student with a bit of spirit and willingness to work hard. Not one tainted with utilitarian motives, who lost their original intention, or even touched the Guzheng only a few times. Xiangqing had produced many renowned Guzheng masters since ancient times, and Teacher Yu was one of the well-known ones. Even Ren Wanxian had heard of him. Ren Wanxian had come to find out which master teacher Ji Xiaorong and Ren Jiawei had found for Bai Lian, and upon learning it was teacher Yu, Ren Wanxian could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. But at this moment, this teacher, unlike others, did not acknowledge Bai Lian, did not think she was good at the guzheng, and even thought she would never succeed. The slight feeling of jealousy that had just arisen suddenly dissipated. The praises for Bai Lian in the school's online forum that had accumulated in her heart for a long time finally scattered into nothingness. Her head bowed, she suppressed the urge to let her mouth curve upward. "Dad, I came to tell you there's a parent-teacher meeting this week. Since you're busy, I will be taking my leave first." After saying this, she forcibly held back, then left. "What artist?" Rin Jiawei sat down crossing her arms and scoffed, then couldn't help but say to Bai Lian, "This Mr. Yu is just like your grandfather, useless in his loftiness and bad temper. Don't listen to him, look at your grandfather, busy with art and tradition every day, what has that brought him? He's speaking without feeling the pain, I'd like to see him perform in public without taking a penny." "Enough," Ji Xiaorong said, his head aching as he looked at Rin Jiawei. "Don't say that anymore, or you will be heavily criticized." Rin Jiawei was indifferent, she was a worldly person after all. To her, all art was the same, weren't all those art students burning through money? Bai Lian, with her brows and eyes downcast, was multitasking by memorizing vocabulary while listening to Rin Jiawei talk, occasionally nodding along. She sat politely, her slightly loose hair softly framing her face and eyes. Quiet and serious. Accustomed to her own way at home, Ren Jiawei had never seen someone who listened to her so seriously and responded. She paused, then started to say, "Don't worry, he'll find another master for you in Beijing." Bai Lian's wrist rested on the table as she leisurely traced a word. After a few seconds of contemplation, she seriously said to the two, "Thank you for going through all this trouble for me, but I really don't need a guzheng teacher." Her teacher had already taught everything that was needed. The rest was up to her and how much she could comprehend on her own. Got it, Ren Jiawei waved dismissively, not really paying attention. "Let's eat first." After finishing her meal, Bai Lian returned to class. Teacher Yu's words had no impact on her. Chapter 117, 046 really doesn't need a guzheng teacher, Wang Yufeng. _2 She was only thinking about the ancient zither. After flipping through her notebook and sketching a miniature zither, Bai Lian couldn't help but flip to the drawing of that black cat and raise her eyebrows involuntarily. She wondered if that teacher Yu would dare to tell Jiang He to his face that his drawing was too stiff and artisanal. Yang Lin hasn't come back yet. Ahead, Pu Xiaohan looked back, glanced at Yang Lin's usual spot, and frowned slightly. What does she always go off to do? You don't know either. Bai Lian came back to her senses and pulled out a pen, looking towards Pu Xiaohan. Pu Xiaohan shrugged her shoulders. Having been classmates for over a year, Pu Xiaohan knew almost nothing about Yang Lin. Yang Lin never spoke to others, even more introverted than Ning Xiao. The only bit they knew was because of Bai Lian. They roughly knew that Yang Lin's family situation wasn't good and she was always working part-time. Other than that, they didn't know much about her. Bai Lian opened her pen cap and glanced at Yang Lin's empty seat. She considered asking Lu Lingxi about it tomorrow. With the pen in her hand, she didn't start on her homework immediately. Instead, recalling something, she lowered her eyes and drew a line on the blank paper, then pushed the wet ink around with her clean fingertips, quickly completing the drawing. After looking at it, she opened her phone, took a picture, and sent it to Jiang Fulai. As Jiang Fulai was reviewing results, he saw the message on WeChat, casually opened it, and saw a black and white cat. Its entire body was low to the ground, lazily sprawled out and sleeping, with its tail curled up, revealing its fluffy fur spread out lazily. Jiang Fulai was somewhat silent, typing the words, "Your drawing is very good." Before he could send it, the next second, another message from Bai Lian came through. It was good, the cat he had drawn before. The contrast was stark. Jiang Fulai looked at the words he had typed and deleted them one by one. he opened the image of the lazy cat again. Then he placed his phone on the desk, glancing at it from time to time. Such a beautiful ink painting. He Wen, who passed the laboratory report to Jiang Fulai, immediately saw it on Jiang Fulai's phone left open on the desk. He was somewhat astonished. Jiang Fulai's cool fingertips accepted the report, giving him a glance, and spoke indifferently. This was drawn with a black pen. Really? He Wen took a closer look and realized it wasn't an ink painting after all. He was even more amazed. As a result, that afternoon, all the team members who came to see Jiang Fulai learned that the young master Jiang had received a beautiful ink-style painting drawn with a black pen. It was very attractive. With a casual stroke, Bai Lian impressed a group of engineering students in the laboratory. After school in the evening, instead of going to the library, Bai Lian went straight to see Jiang He. The latter had sent her more than a dozen commas that afternoon. When Bai Lian arrived, Jiang He was holding a tablet, messaging someone. Tell the teacher who exactly added those few strokes to the painting. Jiang He, it can't be young Master Jiang, nor can it be Mr. Ming. Jiang He, the other party sent another flurry of guessing texts, and as Jiang He heard someone knocking at the door, he quickly ditched the tablet and scrambled up from the floor to open the door. Bai Lian squatted at the doorway, leisurely pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket and handing it to Jiang He. Jiang He unfolded it and saw it was a cat lying on the ground. His eyes blinked in surprise. Study hard, Bai Lian stood up. Jiang Fulai hadn't been managing the lab much these days and wouldn't come back until midnight. Bai Lian remembered the app Jiang Fulai had mentioned, opened the question bank for the month, and the chemistry question from last time popped up. She glanced at it and casually took a screenshot and sent it over. Jiang He had been playing with a Rubik's Cube by her side all along. After finishing a set of papers, Bai Lian and Jiang He agreed that she would come to see him again tomorrow before she went downstairs. Downstairs, Chief Chen was talking to Ming Dongheng. Wang Yufeng did injure his leg, which led to a relapse of an old illness. Chief Chen had received information from inquiries made in the black market and then complained to Ming Dongheng. Today he is not fixing the door. Instead, he's repairing floor tiles. Once, Chief Chen could still believe it. After all, Chen Beixian had indeed helped an old lady. But time and again, Chief Chen felt that Wang Yufeng was up to no good. As the two talked, Bai Lian came downstairs, and Chief Chen stood up even faster than Ming Dongheng. Miss Bai, are you heading back? I happen to have things to do at Baxter Street as well. Can I give you a ride back? Ming Dongheng, who had just stood up, stared at Chief Chen slowly. His gaze was very cold. Bai Lian knew that Chief Chen often went to Baxter Street. She lightly lifted her eyes and nodded politely to Chief Chen. Thank you. Chief Chen was overjoyed, not caring even about Ming Dongheng staring intently at him. Miss Bai, my car is just outside. Mr. Ming, Chief Chen picked up the keys. Then I will take Miss Bai with me first. The two left. Ming Dongheng stood outside the big iron gate, watching Chief Chen's car drive away. Bai Lian would rather take the bus than let him pick her up. Ming Dongheng thought for half an hour, but he couldn't figure out why the hell. Purish Street. Bai Lian asked Chief Chen to stop the car at the entrance to Purish Street. Once she got out of the car, she saw an old man leaning against the wall, squinting his eyes as if he was about to make a phone call. Recognizing that this was the old man who had fallen on the roadside last time, Bai Lian adjusted her backpack, put away her phone, and supported him. Where do you live? The sky was getting dark. The old man squinted his eyes, his cloudy gaze resting on the girl in front of him. She had a pale face and delicate features, wearing the tidy and clean uniform of Yizhong School. Young girl, she recognized Bai Lian and instantly smiled. It's you. Do you live nearby? Bai Lian supported her with ease and tilted her head slightly. I'll walk you home. When you get old, you get a few aches in your legs, the The old lady hesitated. Will it trouble you? I was just about to call my grandson to pick me up. It's fine. Knowing that the old lady lived in a nearby alley, Bai Lian helped her to walk slowly forward. Chief Chen slowly drove towards Bacter Street, and seeing Bai Lian supporting an old person in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but sigh. Miss Bai is truly a good student. But Chief Chen looked into the rearview mirror. Didn't that old person look a bit familiar? Before he could recall anything, in the rearview mirror, the two of them turned a corner and were no longer visible. In less than 10 minutes' walk, Bai Lian found out that the old lady was Grandma Wang, whose family had lived on Purist Street for generations. Alien look, wearing a baggy camouflage outfit that made her look even more frail, Grandma Wang pointed at the small yard ahead and said with a smile, "That's my home, come in for a cup of water." She patted Bai Lian's back of the hand. As the two approached the gate, someone in the yard heard the noise. He was in his 30s or 40s, with a light beard on his face and bare-chested, revealing a blue and white tiger tattoo on his chest and shoulders. One hand holding a shovel and biting a cigarette in his mouth, he swung open the half-shut door. "Godmother, I said I would go get it." Before he could finish, upon seeing the girl supporting Grandma Wang, his words halted midway. Chapter 118, 047 Director Jian doesn't care about his master's post. Second update, _1 Bai Lian looked at the other person, her eyes pausing momentarily upon the sight of the person's bare arms. She couldn't help but look up to the sky. "Little Wang, put your clothes on." Grandma Wang misinterpreted her glance and scolded him before comforting Bai Lian warmly. "Don't be afraid. Little Wang's tattoos might look fierce, but he is actually very honest. You don't need to be scared." Wang Yufeng looked at Bai Lian and silently reached for his jacket hanging to the side, putting it on. Bai Lian also recognized him. This was the person she had once saved in the alley. Without changing expression, she helped Grandma Wang to the main room. Once inside, she saw 3 ancestral tablets placed there. In front of the central tablet was a dry sunflower. She looked at the 3 neatly arranged tablets for a moment before shifting her gaze away. Classmate Wang Yufeng, having properly put on his shirt, poured a glass of water for Bai Lian and Grandma Wang, then offered with a smile, "Have a drink of water." After finishing her water, Bai Lian prepared to go home. By that time, it had already become dark outside. Leaning on a walking stick, Grandma Wang stepped out and looked at Wang Yufeng, who was filling soil in the courtyard. "Little Wang, it's not safe when it's dark. Escort Bai Lian home." Wang Yufeng looked at Grandma Wang, hesitated as if he wanted to say something. He turned to look at Bai Lian, who was holding her school bag, her pale fingers tapping on her phone to study words, a wooden hairpin slanted in her hair, her school uniform spotless, and she lazily glanced at him, raising her eyebrows with an expression that said, "Try looking at me one more time." Wang Yufeng immediately averted his gaze. In such a manner, did he think she needed his escort? He quietly set down the shovel and escorted Bai Lian to the door. Both of them tacitly said nothing in front of Grandma Wang. Once outside, Wang Yufeng finally spoke in a muffled voice. "Do you live here too? I've never heard about it before. Just moved in." Bai Lian spoke slowly, chopping off another word. "No wonder." Wang Yufeng nodded. He had thought as much that someone so tough had shown up on Purist Street. "I don't come to my godmother's place very often. Let's exchange contact info. If my godmother needs anything in the future, just contact me directly," he said, pulling out his mobile phone, all earnest. Bai Lian gave him a glance. This time she didn't refuse. Wang Yufeng walked Bai Lian to the Ji family's main gates, made sure of the location, and then slowly made his way back. At the mouth of the alley, a black car was waiting for him. The man standing by the car looked down, full of guilt. "We couldn't find him." Wang Yufeng's stern eyes slightly lowered, the night completely enveloping his face. He looked at the black-clad thugs and spoke slowly. you can't even handle a doctor. You have really disappointed me. Meanwhile, Chen Gang, exhausted, left the detention center. Chen Zhu, who had been waiting outside, immediately went up to him, asking, "How did it go?" Chen Gang, pressing his brow, got into the car, to the Ren family. The Ren family. Ren Qian had been waiting for Chen Gang to come. "I've got a hunch," Chen Gang, having figured out a bit of the situation, sat down on the couch. "The deeper reason is that they're deceiving their superiors and subordinates alike. The Li family just happened to catch the bullet, a warning to others. A new official needs to assert authority with 3 strokes. Although Chen Elder didn't need these 3 strokes, he wouldn't allow others to step on his head. Reorganizing Xiangqing was just a matter of time." Ren Qian, holding his teacup, equally at his wit's end, "I've asked Chen Elder and he can't be reached, not even on behalf of Master Xianqian." The Li family was no longer important now. Ren Qian tapped his fingers on the table. "I've asked the principal." After Bai Lian's performance, Chen Elder indeed went to find Bai Lian. "What?" Chen Gang was startled. It seems she really plays the Guzheng well. Chen Zhu, also surprised, looked towards Ren Qian. He didn't understand Guzheng but could appreciate emotion. He had been waiting for Ren Wanxian that day and did not know that Chen Elder eventually went to Bai Lian. Ren Wanxian had been silent all this time. It wasn't until Chen Gang and the others turned the discussion to Bai Lian that she said indifferently, "My mother helped her find Master Yu, and even with a high price, Master Yu refused to take her." Master Yu. Both Ren Qian and Chen Gang had heard of Master Yu and were surprised to hear this. Both knew Master Yu. Ren Qian, pondering, said, "Master Yu is talented and has declared that he wants to take on a disciple with real talent." It wasn't surprising that he didn't take Bai Lian. Ren Wengshuan's gaze dropped, feeling her smile was somewhat improper, and said lightly, "She doesn't really know the Guzheng, she didn't even sort out the different schools of playing. She just played White Robe on a whim because she heard Chen Elder was there, trying to be opportunistic. Otherwise, Master Yu wouldn't have scolded her for seeking attention and infuriating him to death." Chapter 119, 047 Director Jian doesn't care about his master's post. Second update, _2 Chen Zhu watched Ren Wanxian and suddenly spoke up. Bai Lian was not cutting corners, she hadn't originally planned to play the zither. Ren Wengshuan's smile froze, she looked up, incredulously at Chen Zhu. Chen Zhu, however, did not look at her. Bai Lian's program was originally a sword dance. Chen Wei asked me to go back and fetch the long sword, but Wanxian did not inform me of this. The long sword went missing unexpectedly, which is why Bai Lian ended up playing the zither instead. "You," Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. She did not know why Chen Zhu, who had always stood by her side, was suddenly turning against her. Chen Gang hadn't expected Chen Wei to be involved in this matter either, and his expression turned cold as well. "Wanxian." Ren Qian rebuked loudly, looking at her, "You'll come with me to apologize to Bai Lian tomorrow." Ren Wengshuan's mouth fell open. At Ren Qian's side, the Secretary-General discreetly shook his head at Ren Wanxian. Ren Wanxian took a deep breath, holding back, her nails almost digging into her palms. She lowered her head. "I understand, Grandpa." Jiang Fulai didn't get home until almost 1 in the morning. Jiang He's mood had improved quite a bit. Sitting on the living room carpet playing with blocks, the empty house filled only with the slight clinking noises of the blocks, it was very quiet. Jiang Fulai lowered his eyes, unhurriedly unbuttoning his coat while opening a picture Bai Lian had sent him, a chemical question. He glanced at it and hung his black coat properly. As he passed by Jiang he paused. Jiang He was sitting cross-legged by the blocks, attentively arranging them, with a piece of white paper by his feet. On the paper was a lazily sprawled cat. Jiang Fulai squatted down, his fair and slender fingers picking up the paper. Jiang He, who had been focusing on the blocks, suddenly looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai stood up, and despite not having rested much during the day, he didn't show any signs of fatigue. His noble features still exuded an innate gracefulness. In front of Jiang he casually folded the paper. Then slipped it into his pocket. Jiang He stood up. Jiang Fulai glanced at him with a rather good mood, his presence dominating from a higher position. He spoke with gentlemanly grace. "It's 1 o'clock already. If you don't sleep, you might not grow as tall as your sister Bai." On the side, Ming Dongheng, who had seen it all, Jiang He watched Jiang Fulai go upstairs. Then he looked down. He tapped on the watch that had been returned after being lost and selected an icon of an ancient tower. Illiterate frowny face, illiterate frowny face, illiterate frowny face, The high school senior who had just finished showering and was preparing for bed was hit by a barrage of vibrations. And they didn't stop. Bai Lian set down her hairdryer. She glanced at the frenzied Jiang He, reached out to click on someone else's WeChat, and immediately sent out a video call while she picked up a vocabulary book with one hand. She never wasted any time. On the other end of the phone, Jiang Fulai, who had just gone to the study to pick up a pen and paper, paused at the sight of the video invitation, adjusted the angle slightly before extending a finger to tap the green button. "Ah, where's Jiang He?" "Hand the phone to him." The girl on the other end spoke lazily, leaning against the window, studying her vocabulary. She said just the one line in a languid tone. There was no response for a while. Bai Lian couldn't help but look up. She had just taken a bath, lounging leisurely against the window. Dressed in a snow-white long-sleeved silk pajama set, her half-wet ink-black hair not tied up as usual, cascading behind her head and on the windowsill, a banyan tree from the courtyard in the background, and the moonlight shining down, casting her profile in an especially dazzling light. A faint red flushed at the corner of her eyes, strikingly beautiful. The long hair unfurled added another kind of scenery to the view. Jiang Fulai thought lightly that wooden hairpins weren't bad. He should send her a few more. "He's downstairs." Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, lifting his long legs to go downstairs in search of Jiang He, his tone quite light. "What happened?" Bai Lian continued studying a word, very casually. "Ask him what the heck he's doing." "He does need a lesson," Jiang Fulai said, one hand in his pocket, quickening his step slightly. Returning downstairs, he handed his phone to Jiang He, who was poking at his watch, his gaze contained. Shadows enveloped him from above. Like a chill descending. Jiang He didn't even need to look up to know who it was. He ignored the other person. "Xiaoniao." On the phone, Bai Lian drawled, "Try sending me another comma, why don't you?" Jiang He's small fingers stalled midair. He looked up, his round eyes meeting Bai Lian's dark almond-shaped eyes. Jiang Fulai looked at him nonchalantly. "Hold on to it, go upstairs to bed." Jiang He carried the phone upstairs. Jiang Fulai watched Jiang He with cold eyes as he took the phone to his small room and then went to take a bath. When everything was settled, it was already past 2. He gently pushed open Jiang He's bedroom door. Jiang He was asleep, with the phone upside down on his chest. Only the sound of Jiang He's long breathing filled the room. Chapter 120, 047 Director Jian doesn't care about his master's post. Second update, _3 Jiang Fulai tucked the blanket round Jiang He, whom he had kicked open, and then turned off the light. Only then did he gently pick up his smartphone and leave the room. The door was closed properly. Jiang Fulai put the smartphone back into his pocket, went to the study to deal with some documents sent from the Jiang family, and then returned to his own room, the whole house still vast and quiet. He absent-mindedly picked up the remote control to close the curtains, when suddenly he heard a lazy yawn coming from the smartphone in his pocket. "You last longer than I do." He was startled and looked down to light up the screen. On the other end of the phone, Bai Lian was laughing lazily. "I'm going to sleep first." The video call ended. Jiang Fulai realized belatedly. So there had been someone there all along. The next day. Bai Lian got up a little later than usual. Ji Heng, who hadn't been woken up by anyone for the first time, was slightly unaccustomed. Bai Lian sent Jiang He a period and then went straight to school, without the time to make a detour to see him in the morning. Yang Lin was still absent from class today. Bai Lian slowly took out her books and homework from her school bag, starting to ponder. Outside the door, Ren Wanxian suddenly appeared. A person from the Crown Prince class, it was Ren Wanxian. The students of class 15 suddenly fell silent. Ren Wanxian did not look at anyone, she just looked indifferently at Bai Lian. Bai Lian, the principal wants you to come to his office. Having said that, she left directly. After she left, Zhang Xi's looked at Bai Lian. It's Ren Wanxian who came to notify you, sis, when did you even get to know her? The rest of class 15 was also curious. Bai Lian packed up her school bag and just quirked an eyebrow. Pu Xiaohan looked at Bai Lian and suddenly remembered the incident during the last school anniversary. She leaned back, alien, let's leave the school anniversary issue as it is. We can't afford to provoke Ren Wanxian or Qin Wei, especially Ren Wanxian. I heard, she glanced around and lowered her voice, her grandfather is that Mr. Ren from our Xiangqing. These were all rumors around the school, but the students hardly doubted them. Right, Zhang Xi's frowned, even Qin Wei doesn't dare to mess with her. You can blame me for what happened. When you go to the principal's office, don't mention it, don't upset her because of this, that's enough. Bai Lian rose unhurriedly, I know what I'm doing. She knew where the principal's office was. The principal's office. The principal was sitting at the conference table, smiling obsequiously. Seeing Bai Lian coming, the principal stood up and then introduced her one by one. Student Bai, this is Mr. Ren, this is his secretary, and you know this one too, Ms. Ren Wanxian. Ren Qian looked at the principal, very surprised. He hadn't expected that no one in the school was aware of Bai Lian's relationship with the Ren family. Ren Qian said with a smile, Bai Lian is my son-in-law's niece, principal, you don't need to introduce her. Bai Ren Qian sighed, Ren Wanxian gave him a glance, her lips pursed. Upon hearing that Bai Lian was a relative of the Ren family, the principal was also very surprised, but his astonishment was fleeting as he surmised that Ren Qian was there to see Bai Lian for a reason, and then he left his office to them. You talk. Bai Lian, with her school uniform unbuttoned and a cell phone in her hand, half closed her eyes, leisurely watching the principal walk out. Then she dragged a chair across and casually sat opposite Ren Qian. One hand rested on the table while she placed her cell phone on it, leaning back slightly. What's up? Ren Qian's secretary looked Bai Lian up and down with a frown. Wanxian. Ren Qian turned his head and spoke sternly. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips, her head lowered, almost in humiliation. I'm sorry, Bai Lian, I didn't ask Chen Zhu to go back for the long sword. Bai Lian's almost pale fingers crossed out a word. Then memorized another word. Hearing Ren Wanxian speak, Bai Lian just slightly raised her eyes. Ren Qian met her seemingly mocking gaze. Even though Bai Lian had a pair of very attractive and seemingly non-aggressive almond eyes, they still appeared exceptionally cold at that moment. Bai Lian, Ren Qian looked at Bai Lian, trying to mediate between the two. I heard from your uncle that you're learning the ancient zither. I have a zither teacher from Xiangqing who's quite well known there. If you mention my name, you'd be able to study under him. As he spoke, he slid his business card toward Bai Lian with a smile that seemed quite casual. Maybe, he could even recommend you for further training in Jiangjing in the future. For someone from Xiangqing, Jiangjing was undoubtedly an insurmountable mountain. Even Ren Qian himself held Jiangjing with reverence. Having the opportunity to advance in Jiangjing was pure fantasy for someone who had lived at the bottom of Xiangqing society since childhood. I hope you can forgive what Wanxian did, and that henceforth, we can shake hands and make peace. Ren Qian didn't believe Bai Lian would refuse as he played the emotional card coupled with a tempting offer. Forgive. Bai Lian's fingertips pressed on the workbook, she glanced at the business card and simply laughed. I'm afraid that's impossible. Ren Qian was stunned. He hadn't expected that after bringing up Ji Xiaorong and the opportunity in Jiangjing, Bai Lian would still refuse. Bai Lian picked up the tea that had been poured for her on the table and gave Ren Qian a toast. I have a class to attend, goodbye. She rose unhurriedly, picking up her workbook and preparing to leave. Miss Bai, the secretary standing behind Ren Qian stepped forward appropriately. I know President Ren has been trying to find Master Yu for you, but you may not be aware that Master Yu doesn't just accept anyone. He only takes diligent students with talent. Trust me, this is the best teacher our senior has found for you. I think you'd better not dwell on any unrealistic aspirations. He was very polite, but his every word implied that Bai Lian's dreams were too lofty and her lot in life too slight. Ren Wanxian looked at Bai Lian with a sneer. Enough, no more talk, Ren Qian scolded the secretary, a master of playing good cop and bad cop, and sighed to Bai Lian, but he's right. Master Yu also only takes in talent that can perform at concert level. He can't be swayed by money, and Jiawei, a businessman, doesn't have many avenues to explore. Believe me, this is the best teacher I could find for you. A slap, followed by a sweet date. It was a trick Ren Qian was accustomed to. The best teacher you can find for me. Bai Lian stopped, grasping her cell phone tightly. She leaned forward slightly, her two fingers picking up the business card from the table. Ren Qian, however, thought Bai Lian was coming around. He was just about to happily say, from now on we're family, I don't care about Dean Jian's letters of recommendation, Bai Lian clarified after reading the name on the business card, let alone this Mr. Shi. Did you think I would care? She flicked the business card lightly, and it fluttered to the ground. Chapter 121, How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048. Bai Lian tilted her face slightly, the slanting morning sun casting an ethereal glow on her profile, as cold as jade. She gave a slight nod to the three people, then turned and walked out of the office with an air of calm detachment. It was not about losing face. She really didn't care about that business card. Ren Qian had always been able to control his emotions, his every action aimed at ensuring his own welfare first and foremost. To plug the gaps above and cover the bases below was the principle upon which he survived. This reshuffling in Xiangqing had unavoidably affected him, his misjudgment that Bai Lian could play the Guzheng, let alone the white robe journey, was something he had not anticipated. But it wasn't as if Ren Qian had no remedy. Now Ren Jiawei was eagerly trying to find a Guzheng teacher for Bai Lian, and Ren Qian could tell that Bai Lian also wanted to seize this opportunity to leave a better impression on Elder Qin. So he did his best to find a well-known Guzheng teacher in Xiangqing, yet he had not expected Bai Lian to react this way. Even Ren Wanxian was very surprised. Dean Jian. Ren Wanxian was the first to react. She turned back to look at the secretary. Who is that? Which Jian? There's no such person in Xiangqing. The secretary also regained his composure, bending over to pick up the business card from the ground. Mr. Ren, since she looks down on it, well, find someone else. Forget it. Ren Qian stood up, his eyes growing dark. Since she looks down on it, let her find a better teacher. After all, she's from the Ji family, she'll experience setbacks eventually. Lacking vision, overestimating oneself. Ren Wanxian apologized. He took out the business card. In the adult world, there are no permanent enemies. They scorn each other, yet also court each other's favor, being hypocritical and inconsistent. The first step into society is to adapt to this resilience, to the rules of this world. Bai Lian like this, Ren Qian had seen before. But even the toughest bone would eventually be broken, bit, by this world. She had the ability and was smart enough, but her backbone was too rigid. Hearing Ren Qian's words, Ren Wengshuan's eyes lit up with pleasure, but fearing it would show, she quickly looked down again. But even teacher you won't take her, where else in Xiangqing can we find a better teacher? As for Dean Jian, None of the three people on the scene, Ren Qian, Ren Wanxian, and the secretary, had ever heard of him. They weren't particularly familiar with the Guzheng. As far up their circles went, they only dared dream of Beijing. They would never think of, nor guess, that the person they looked down upon had obtained a master's invitation from Dean Jian, who was not from one of the four great cities, but a teacher from Jiangjing. Mr. Ren, the principal, smiled warmly as he saw Ren Qian off, then walked back to the school side by side with Ren Wanxian. I saw on the news that Mr. Chiu has returned. Do you think he could spare some time for a lecture to our senior students? Mr. Chiu mostly resided in Beijing and rarely spent time in Xiangqing. He was the cultural development ambassador of Xiangqing, having risen from a humble background to profound achievements in calligraphy. Having him lecture would undoubtedly be the best example to set. Ren Wanxian was Mr. Chiu's last closed-door disciple. This was no secret. "I'll ask my teacher," Ren Wanxian said. "That would be great, Ms. Ren." The principal was very pleased. Ren Wanxian was much easier to deal with than Bai Lian and Ning Xiao. Also, there is a tourism promotion activity for our city next week with journalists attending. Please come to school on Saturday to go through the process. When Bai Lian returned to her class, it was almost time for lessons to start. "Is everything okay?" Pu Xiaohan turned to look at her, followed by Zhang Shi's inquisitive gaze. Bai Lian pulled out her textbook, shaking her head. Her gaze glanced at the school bag on the neighboring seat, causing her hand to pause momentarily. "Yang Lin has returned." Pu Xiaohan noticed her gaze, his delicate brows furrowing. Lu Mum called her to the office. The office. Lu Lingxi reached out, wanting to brush aside Yang Lin's hair to check if her forehead had been injured, but Yang Lin stepped back. "Teacher." Yang Lin's voice was always quiet, her eyes calm, with scarcely a ripple. Yet her entire demeanor was like a high wall erected, cutting her off from everyone else. Lu Lingxi's eyes reddened slightly. "Come stay at my house." Yang Lin shook her head. "He will find out." Yang Lin's hair was long, nearly covering her eyes. The little that was visible, which should have shown the vibrancy of youth, seemed instead like a stagnant pool. Yang Lin, Lu Lingxi wanted to touch her head but withdrew her hand. "You must make it out of Xiangqing." Listening to Lu Lingxi's words, Yang Lin seemed slightly dazed. She turned and left the office. Lu Lingxi watched her hobbling figure recede. The bell signaling the start of class rang. Chapter 122, How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048. _2 Yang Lin returned to her seat. Bai Lian only glanced at her when she stood up to let her sit down and didn't ask more. This gave Yang Lin a sigh of relief. The rest of the class had grown accustomed to it, and Yang Lin was inconspicuous enough that not many people paid attention to this side. Yang Lin took out her test papers and a pen. When Bai Lian saw the bruises on her wrist, her brows furrowed. As the class ended, Yang Lin was still bent over, working through questions. Bai Lian took out her phone and sent a message to Mao Kuan, "Bring me a box of medicinal plasters." She sent her school's location to him. Mao Kuan, on the other end of the phone, hesitated upon seeing the position of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School, then replied, "No problem, sis." Bai Lian glanced at her phone. Jiang He had sent her 2 messages. Jiang He was not the, little prince, today. Bai Jian, ? Little Wenmeng, cat. Little Wenmeng typed laboriously and sullenly, "My brother won't give it to me." A cat. Bai Lian rested one hand on the table, crossed her legs, and connected these 2 messages in her mind. Her fine hair slightly brushed over her brow and eyes while her pale, slender fingertips tapped on the screen. "Bai Jian, wait for me after school. I will draw you another one." Bai Lian took out another piece of paper and started drawing anew. At noon, after Bai Lian finished eating, she went to wait for Mao Kuan outside the school gates. But this time, it wasn't Mao Kuan who came. It was Xiaowu and a woman in black. She was dressed in tight leather clothes with a denim jacket over them, standing at the school gate looking at the entrance, the sunlight casting specks of light on her face. Xiaowu squatted on one side, smoking. I've told you, I can do it alone. You should be guiding Xiaoqi's design. Sun Chun withdrew her gaze and smiled seductively. I'm just worried about you being clumsy. Xiaowu wanted to argue his case, but he caught sight of Bai Lian coming out. He hurriedly stood up. Sis. Bai Lian, in her school uniform, walked towards them, facing the light. Xiaowu, with a ruffian's appearance, had even dyed a tuft of hair red. The gatekeeper had been staring at them for a long time. Now, seeing a good student like Bai Lian actually walking over, the gatekeeper wished his eyes were glued on Xiaowu. Xiaowu, it was totally absurd. Erase the medicine. Xiaowu handed a box of ointment to Bai Lian, then looked at Sun Chun and said, This is Sun Chun, whom you met on Bacter Street last time. She and Xiaoqi are working on a design flaw. It's a logo, a brand, corrected Sun Chun, glancing at Xiaowu with a pure English accent. She looked at Bai Lian. Well, show it to you once the two of us get it sorted. Alright, Bai Lian accepted the round, deep green box of ointment, twirling it in her hand, and nodded casually, just show it to me when you're done. Her response was crisp and decisive. Sun Chun was momentarily stunned as she watched her. What's up? Bai Lian pocketed the box of ointment casually, giving her a lazy look. She raised an eyebrow. Her dark pupils clear and calm, simply looking at her. No different from the way she looked at others. It's nothing, Sun Chun shook her head. After that night, she had been following little Mao. He didn't ask her to do anything else. Once he found out she had been to school, he let her help Xiaoqi out. She had thought Bai Lian might not trust her or even detest her. Bai Lian waved them off and went back with the ointment. The gatekeeper, seeing her return, even asked, Is everything okay, student? They didn't bully you, did they? Bai Lian blinked, her long eyelashes casting shadows. Not at all. Not far away, Xiaowu. Really, did that damn gatekeeper think he couldn't hear? Bai Lian, with the medicine in hand, returned to class 15. Most students had gone to the snack shop after lunch or to the dormitory and hadn't come back yet. Yang Lin had remained seated without stepping out. She had eaten only a piece of bread for lunch, which Bai Lian had seen at the milk tea shop. Bai Lian pulled her chair back with a schluff and sat down, then took the box of ointment out of her pocket and unscrewed the lid. Yang Lin was bent over, buried in homework. She had missed the previous day and had a lot of assignments to catch up on. Just as she was writing a word, her left hand was suddenly grabbed. Yang Lin looked up in surprise to see Bai Lian looking down, left hand grasping her wrist, right hand dabbed with brown ointment, methodically pressing it onto the injured part of her arm. Yang Lin started to speak. Bai Lian lifted her head slowly, corner of her mouth curving into a slight smirk, though her eyes held no laughter. Don't talk. I feel like cutting someone. She said it with an air of nonchalance. Her eyes narrowed, and the face that typically exuded grace now seemed devilishly charming, as though she had emerged from a sea of corpses. Yang Lin whispered very softly, Okay. The bruise on her arm had spread a day later, a shocking expanse of purple. Bai Lian's touch was neither too light nor too heavy, and even somewhat soothing. Chapter 123, How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048. _3 Yang Lin was already used to this kind of pain, her body had become immune to it long ago. Yet now, she felt a faint pain where the ointment had touched her skin. After applying the medicine to the visible injuries on Yang Lin's arms, Bai Lian took a tissue and, at a relaxed pace, wiped her fingers clean before screwing the lid back on the container. Take this, she said, handing the medicine box to Yang Lin with an indifferent expression. Yang Lin, holding the medicine box, looked at Bai Lian. This is, Bai Lian tilted her head, crossed her legs, pointed her index finger in the air towards the green medicine box in her hands, and flashed her a wicked smile. See this? A product with no brand, no producer, and no ingredients listed. Slather this on for 2 more days and you'll be ready to meet King Yama. Yang Lin, after a long while, she seemed to explain in a low voice, I accidentally fell down the stairs. Be careful next time, Bai Lian said, her gaze lowered as she pulled out a book. With such a calm tone, it was hard to tell if she believed her or not. The last class of the day was chemistry. Usually the teacher revises worksheets, but today, after glancing at Bai Lian, the chemistry teacher decided to take the students to the laboratory to experience the magic of chemistry. The lab was located on the 3rd floor of the comprehensive building and was seldom used. It was perennially gloomy and cold. The teacher unlocked the door and went in. The high school chemistry lab was practically ornamental, hardly used, with a bunch of equipment placed around. Bai Lian followed the others in and took a look around. Glass cabinets were placed alongside, with glass bottles inside labeled with various chemical substances, most of which were unrecognizable. 2 to a group. The chemistry teacher put on gloves and took a beaker, slowly pouring diluted sulfuric acid into it before adding copper sulfate. The transparent solution suddenly turned green. After glancing at Bai Lian, the teacher methodically added aluminum foil and ignited it, the blue flames instantly leaping up in a beautiful and spectacular dance. Everyone watched the blue flames, and the chemistry teacher was very pleased with their reaction. He leaned on the lectern, fixing his gaze on Bai Lian. Classmates, if you study it earnestly, chemistry is a very interesting subject, much simpler than physics or math. Next to him, Pu Xiaohan had her head buried and was on the verge of dying from laughter. Zhang Xiais raised his hand. Teacher, you don't have to say classmates. The others, who had been holding back their laughter, finally burst out laughing. Everyone knew that Bai Lian got perfect scores in physics and was now buried in biology books every day. But chemistry? She didn't even glance at it. The chemistry teacher was rendered speechless by these students. He taught several classes, but class 15 always had the best atmosphere. Of course, as we all know, learning makes no distinction between high and low, rich and poor. While the teacher lectured, Zhang Xiais lowered his voice to Bai Lian. Did Teacher Lu tell you about coming to school on Saturday to record some material? She said we need good-looking people, so both of us have to go. Bai Lian, lazily propping up her chin while watching the chemistry teacher, spoke calmly. She did. So, will you go? Zhang Xiai scratched his head. Yeah, I'll go, Bai Lian replied languidly. Zhang Xiai uttered, oh, while Pu Xiaohan sounded a bit excited next to him. Has Xiangqing finally been noticed? Are they coming here to promote tourism? Don't get excited. It's not the first time, Ning Xiao pointed out coldly. The previous attempts didn't attract any investors. Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan glanced at Ning Xiao, feeling that the student genius was a buzzkill. But they didn't dare to say it to his face. School was dismissed not long after. The lab emptied quickly, but Bai Lian didn't leave. She was actually quite curious about the act the teacher had performed and asked the chemistry teacher for the materials to try it herself. The chemistry teacher was beyond delighted, leaving the lab at her disposal. No worries, feel free to use it, and if you have any questions, come to me. He left humming. Zhang Xiais and Pu Xiaohan stayed back, helping Bai Lian clean up the aftermath. After being cooped up for 2 days, Jiang He finally ventured outdoors today. He squatted on the left side of the milk tea shop, holding his little bok choy, staring in the direction of the No. 1 middle school gate. By his side, Jiang Fulai stood half-hunched, his trench coat reaching past his knees, one hand tucked into its pocket, the other holding a phone, scrolling through his email inbox with an air of indifference. With his tall, slender silhouette, natural nobility, and aloof demeanor, even the sunlight scattered in the air seemed to shatter into ice and snow around him. Although the milk tea shop was usually bursting at the seams, today a bunch of people stood across the street, pushing and shoving each other, too intimidated to come near. Those who dared to enter practically sprinted past him. When Bai Lian arrived with Pu Xiaohan and others, they just so happened to witness a middle-aged man bowing his head and dashing into the milk tea shop. Chapter 124. How is the performance of Jiangjing's teacher, number 048? _4 Bai Lian must have sensed them, as Jiang Fulai slightly lifted his head. Perhaps finding Jiang He annoying, his eyes were as cold as frosty mountains, his thin lips tightly pursed, and his pale and frosty gaze swept over Pu Xiaohan and Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai's passed the beverage in his hand to Bai Lian. Feeling the gaze and lifting his head, his footsteps halted. You see, Zhang Xiai's never liked listening to his deskmates' conversations because most of the time he couldn't understand them. At those moments, Zhang Xiai's would feel like the idiot Pu Xiaohan referred to. But the person in front. That person didn't even need to speak, just a glance. Yes, just like now, a single glance was enough for Zhang Xiai's to feel like an idiot. "Ah," said Zhang Xiai's, looking at Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian with an expressionless face, "I'm going to play basketball." He quickly fled the battleground. With sheer nerve, Pu Xiaohan greeted Jiang He, Xiaoniao. Hearing this nickname, Jiang Fulai's eyebrows twitched, he glanced at Jiang He, then stuffed his phone back into his pocket and sneered. Jiang He buried his head in his knees, too depressed to speak. Bai Lian held the beverage Zhang Xiai's had offered her in one hand, and with the other, she took out a neatly folded piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Jiang He. Only then did Jiang He slowly lift his head and reach out to take it. Jiang He unfolded the paper at a leisurely pace. On the blank paper wasn't a cat. It was a graceful crane lifting its delicate long legs, half-spread wings as if to fly to the jade capital. Jiang He blinked, amazement sparkling in his eyes. Even the normally timid Pu Xiaohan couldn't help but speak, "You drew it so lifelike." As Bai Lian passed the paper to Jiang He, she suddenly remembered someone snatching a child's possession. She looked up, about to say something to Jiang Fulai. Her phone vibrated twice in the pocket. Bai Lian looked down and saw it was an unrecognized number. She glanced at it and lazily pressed the green call button, answering, "Hello?" The person on the other end probably didn't expect her reaction and was silent, only the faint breathing coming through the radio. Bai Lian remained silent as well. The two seemed to be engaged in a silent standoff. After a long while, a female voice on the phone said, "I will be in Shangqing tomorrow." Bai Lian wasn't in a good mood today either. She arched an eyebrow, her response cold and brief, "Who are you?" The woman on the other end finally couldn't stand it anymore and spoke, "You're asking who I am? Have you become so muddled that you can't even recognize your own mother's voice?" "Oh," Bai Lian replied, still with that same indifferent air, "Anything else?" On the other end of the phone. In the car on the highway, Ji Mulan abruptly hung up the call. The refined man skimming through files beside her glanced at her and said, "You need to give the child some patience." "I just hope she doesn't cause any trouble," Ji Mulan said with a hand to her forehead, clearly exasperated. "She's currently living with my dad, and that man. She's always been in Shangqing." The man turned to Ji Mulan, pondered for a moment, "If she's in Shangqing, perhaps you could bring her back to Jiangjing with you. She's about the same age as Xiyue, they're sure to get along." Hearing him say this, Ji Mulan tapped her phone gently. If Bai Lian could go to Jiangjing, she certainly could have better prospects. Right, she's in her senior year just like Xiyue. Xiyue is smart, but Alien is a different type altogether. You wouldn't know, but her father kicked her out of the house. Ji Mulan's voice was almost a sigh. The man was used to being around exceptionally talented people. Ji Mulan had to manage his expectations in advance, just to lower them a notch. That way, when he finally met Bai Lian, the disappointment wouldn't be too great. She's in her senior year too, said the man, surprised. How are her grades? Chapter 125, Ji Mulan's Desire for Control, The Handwriting of Bai Lian. _1, she's studying arts. Ji Mulan couldn't help but recall the frustrating past, as she had originally intended for her to study sciences. Ji Mulan was naturally competitive and naturally hoped her daughter would stand out from the crowd. Since she was young, she forced Bai Lian to learn everything. But Bai Lian seemed to be inherently rebellious. The more she was pushed, the more she would go against her, resulting in hanging out with a bad crowd and indulging in all sorts of hedonistic activities. Ji Mulan looked out the car window and didn't bring up the topic any further. Her grades are really average. When you see her, please be a little more lenient with her. The man sensed Ji Mulan's shift in mood. He knew that her child must be doing quite poorly in school. Thoughtfully, he did not press further, only offering a comforting smile. Grades aren't everything. Every child is different, and as parents, we have to accept all of their achievements. Ji Mulan smiled without saying anything. But it was more than just grades. She forcefully sent Bai Lian to the best science class, and in less than a day, the science class rejected her. If not good at academics, then what else? She went to great lengths to get a letter of apprenticeship from Master Jian, hoping she would practice the guzheng diligently. But Bai Lian slept during guzheng lessons, angering the teachers so much that she never returned to the Bai family's home. She provided Bai Lian with the best environment and hired the best tutors for her, but to no avail, which also led to Ji Mulan's breakdown. Ji Mulan had been outstanding since childhood, and she really couldn't accept that her own child could be so mediocre, especially when, Bai Kaiming's two illegitimate sons were so exceptional. Once I finish up with things in Xiangqing, I'll take her to Jiangjing. The man closed the documents, comforting Ji Mulan. Let's find her an international private school. Everything will be fine. Hearing this, Ji Mulan did not respond. Of course, neither of them had considered that Bai Lian might disagree with going to Jiangjing with them. Not to mention Ji Mulan, the man hadn't thought about it either. They hadn't even arrived in Xiangqing yet, and were already planning Bai Lian's life in Jiangjing afterwards. Meanwhile, Bai Lian hung up the phone. She was utterly unaffected by Ji Mulan's call. In the memories of her original self, her relationship with Ji Mulan wasn't too good either. You'll be busy later. Bai Lian glanced at Jiang Fulai, who was looking at Jiang He with indifference, and couldn't help but smile. Leave Jiang He with me, and later, have Xiaoming come to pick him up. She asked Pu Xiaohan to take Jiang He to the milk tea shop first. Pu Xiaohan fled into the shop with Jiang He. Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his pocket, lashes lowered, his face colder than jade. Bai Lian, seeing that he was still not leaving, met his gaze calmly. Is there something else? Not really, Jiang Fulai spoke casually. I'm just a bit thirsty. Ha! Bai Lian raised the cola that Zhang Xiai's gave her, then felt it didn't quite fit his overall aura. This is all I have. That's fine. Jiang Fulai took the cola from Bai Lian's hand with polite ease, his cool middle and ring fingers clasping the bottle top, eyelashes half lowered. Thank you. Bai Lian watched him walk away with the cola. The noble and aloof young Master Jiang holding a bottle of cola. All the way to the laboratory. Most people couldn't help but take an extra glance at the cola in his hands as he passed. In the lab, Hewen would get scolded a bit less than usual. When he went to report for the group, he couldn't help but stare more at the cola on the table. Jiang Fulai picked up his glasses, slowly placing them on his nose with deliberate ease, his eyes slightly narrowed, calm yet detached. Do you want it? Hewen quickly averted his gaze. He wished he could put an impassable boundary between himself and the cola. He took 3 steps back. No. Young Master Jiang, I've never liked cola since I was a kid. Hewen almost wanted to cry. But Jiang Fulai just glanced at him. And then he leaned forward slightly, casually handing the cola to Hewen, his fine hair falling softly. You want it? This time, young Master Jiang's statement was declarative, not interrogative. Ha! Hewen confusedly took the cola. Anything else? Jiang Fulai withdrew his gaze, his icy look sweeping over through the lenses. Hewen quickly shook his head, holding the cola as he left the office with some bewilderment. Only then did Jiang Fulai leisurely open his computer to check on the experiment's progress. Cola, too unhealthy for his taste, he coldly thought. The following day. Saturday. Bai Lian got up early, first taking her backpack to the library and entrusting Jiang He with Ning Xiao and Tang Ming. She went to the school first. Today, the school had a dress rehearsal for Ziyang Cheng's promotional video. Zhang Xiais, who lived next to the school, arrived at the recording room at the same time as Bai Lian, yawning. Chapter 126, Ji Mulan's Desire for Control, the Handwriting of Bai Lian. _2 When they arrived, the photography crew responsible for the shoot was already there, including Bai Lian, Zhang Xiais, Ren Wanxian, and Chen Zhu. At that moment, they were shooting the segment where Ren Wanxian was writing large characters. What Xiangqing is most famous for is its ancient capital as well as the inscriptions left on the city walls by Xiangjuan. Both the Liang-style calligraphy and the Guzheng are extremely popular. To attract investors, naturally, they had to showcase the elegance of Xiangqing, and the recording staff was teaching Ren Wanxian the best angles. When Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais entered, Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu were startled. Neither party had expected the other to be there. The staff members brightened up when they saw Bai Lian. Today, Bai Lian was wearing a two-height long dress that reached her ankles, with delicate orchids embroidered on the hem and sleeves, and a pale aqua waistband tied loosely at the waist, accentuating her slender figure. Besides that elegant yet simple attire, she wore no other accessories. The hem of her dress swayed gently with her steps, like a misty, ink-washed painting of Xiangqing. Our school really does produce good-looking guys and girls, a female worker whispered, looking at the planning book, and said to someone next to her, the two who came later are even better looking. What are they here to shoot? Nothing specific, just reading poems from the city tower, mainly because they look good, you know. That's it. Aren't they just background props? The female worker asked in surprise. The focus isn't on them, the main thing is Master Chou's apprentice. Let's shoot the calligraphy first. As long as they are good-looking, they're like living advertisements. Bai Lian, Zhang Xiais, you're here, please wait a while, have a seat over there. The principal, while watching Ren Wanxian write, smiled and turned his head to Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais. Let's finish shooting these students first. After speaking, he quickly turned back, fixating his eyes on Ren Wangxuan's writing. Bai Lian could study at any time and any place. She nodded, found a spot, took out her phone, and began memorizing vocabulary in an unhurried manner. Zhang Xiais, a bit bored, leaned to the side, seeing Bai Lian memorizing words again, couldn't help touching his nose and went to watch Chen Zhu and Ren Wangxuan shoot. Ren Wanxian was writing the Liang style over and over again. At the school, Ren Wangxuan's calligraphy was the stuff of legends. Zhang Xiais didn't really understand much about calligraphy, only praising Ren Wangxuan's work as really cool when occasionally seeing it on the bulletin board. Today was the first time he saw her writing large characters with a brush. The characters were still bold and unrestrained. An uninhibited expression of personality. He glanced at it and thought it looked quite good. But Zhang Xiais lazily returned to Bai Lian's side with hands in his pockets and lowered his voice. But I think your writing is nicer. Her characters have an indescribable feel, not as comfortable to look at as yours. Zhang Xiais wasn't wrong with that comment. Bai Lian's clerical script had consistent, precise, and elegant characters, especially since she had trained her wrist strength well. Even with the strict norms of the clerical script, she also managed to imbue it with her unique style. Compared to Ren Wangxuan's Liang style, which lacked maturity, Bai Lian's clerical script was already refined to perfection. Over the past month, Class 15 had been tormented by Bai Lian's calligraphy. Especially Zhang Xiai's. Because after most teachers saw Bai Lian's writing, they started to pick on other students' work. Bai Lian idly flicked through vocabulary words, and upon hearing him, she replied without looking up, "Is that your excuse for writing chicken scratch?" Zhang Xiai's looked to the heavens, wondering why he even bothered speaking with Bai Lian. He went to talk to the principal. "Don't you think Bai Lian writes well too?" Zhang Xiai's was popular at school because he was handsome, participated in many activities, and got along well with the principal and teachers. Why not let Bai Lian give it a try as well? The principal was standing just a few steps away from Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu. They both heard that sentence. Ren Wangxuan's lifted wrist halted. Bai Lian knows how to write large characters? A trace of inquiry crossed her face. The principal, hearing someone praising Bai Lian's calligraphy for the first time, looked at Zhang Xiai's with surprise. Really? Why hasn't anyone mentioned this? Chen Zhu looked up at Zhang Xiai's. He had seen Bai Lian's characters. Bai Lian writes clerical script. Clerical script. Ren Wangxuan's thoughtful expression disappeared, and the corners of her mouth twitched upwards. Bai Lian practiced clerical script, which was actually looked down upon in the calligraphy world. Zhang Xiai's was still trying to sell Bai Lian's clerical script to the principal. He glanced at Ren Wangxuan's characters. Bai Lian writes much better than the student from class 8. Principal, you can't be biased. After Ren Wanxian finished a character, the photographer collected her work and laid down a new sheet of paper for her to write on. She remembered Bai Lian even saying that the Bai family's Liang style was mediocre at best. Birds of a feather flocked together, after all. She didn't want to talk much with Zhang Xiai's. After all, he had never studied calligraphy, and explaining it to him would be like playing the lute to a cow. But he was trying to raise Bai Lian up by belittling her calligraphy. She glanced at Bai Lian and then said, "Zhang Xiai's, do you know that the clerical script is actually sneered at in the world of calligraphy? Because it lacks artistry, it doesn't even qualify to be called calligraphy. You compare your clerical script with my Liang style. You might just make others laugh their heads off." Zhang Xiai's already had a bone to pick with Ren Wanxian. Last time, if it hadn't been for Bai Lian's gouging skills, Wanxian would have made a fool of herself. He was deliberately targeting Ren Wanxian today and, upon hearing this, sarcastically said to her, "Then the calligraphers need to wash their eyes. Your writing is not even close to our Lian's clerical script." He glanced at the large character placed to the side, puts his hands in his pockets, and mouthed to Ren Wanxian, "Trash, far inferior." You, Ren Wanxian, too angry to keep her hands steady, but still maintaining her etiquette, couldn't bring herself to say something like what Zhang Xiai's had said. "Principal, since he thinks my Liang style is not good, then find someone who writes well to do it." Always prone to impulsive behavior, she abruptly put down the brush with a smack, as if intending to leave, and walked out of the classroom, leaving everyone behind. Chapter 127, by Shengjuan, Mother and Daughter Reunion _1. The staff members fiddling with the equipment were also extremely surprised, as they exchanged bewildered glances. Ren Wanxian had already left a group of people behind and exited the classroom. As the sole descendant of the Ren family, she was extremely willful in front of Ren Qian, throwing a tantrum at the slightest dissatisfaction, so naturally, she would not restrain herself here either. Ren student. The principal hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, Ren Wanxian would have left. He called out twice, but far from stopping Ren Wanxian, she instead walked away even faster. "Principal, what should we do now?" The photographer awkwardly closed the front cover of the machine, looking towards the principal. Chen Zhu stood up from his seat, glancing at Zhang Xiai's. He said coldly, "You don't understand, you could just keep quiet." Then he nodded to the principal, "I'll go check on her." After Chen Zhu left, the principal didn't know how to look at Zhang Xiai's. "With that mouth of yours, can't you just not provoke her? So speaking the truth is not allowed." Zhang Xiai's touched his nose. The conflict between Class 8 and the regular classes wasn't new. Because of the long sword incident, he hadn't even played basketball with the class leader of Class 8 lately. Alright, I'll handle this. You two, coordinate with the photographer. The principal finally looked at Zhang Xi's with a mix of headache and helplessness. Don't worry, I'll go talk to her. The principal was also aware of the discord between Class 8 and the regular classes. He had assigned Teacher Li to lead Class 8, hoping it would resolve the conflict between Class 8 and the other classes, with limited success. This time, Xiangcheng's cultural tourism promotion was very important. They couldn't afford to miss anyone, especially not Ren Wanxian. In an instant, 3 people had left, and Zhang Xi's looked at Bai Lian. Fellow students, the photographer quickly spoke up, breaking the awkward silence. Let's go downstairs and take some pictures of the school's Millennium Stone Stele. On this side. The Rin family's car was parked by the school gate. Ignoring the words of Chen Zhu and the principal, Ren Wanxian got straight into the car, to the teacher's house. Ren Wangshuan's teacher was Teacher Qiu, which the driver also knew. Teacher Qiu lived near the Xiangqing building, a bit remote, but in a standalone building. When she arrived, Teacher Qiu was meeting with officials from the Cultural Tourism Bureau. This is Wanxian. As you know, she's a student I took on in my later years, Teacher Qiu, who looked to be in his 60s with hair already graying, said with a smile to the people from the Cultural Tourism Bureau. She's very talented. The head of the Cultural Tourism Bureau, who had just been transferred here, was unclear about the Ren family members. Had also never heard of Ren Wanxian, and her name didn't come up in any major calligraphy competitions, so he offered polite but hollow praise. Eventually, the conversation shifted back to Teacher Qiu's grandson. True heroes emerge in their youth indeed. Buqing is also the same, earning a nomination for the Orchid Pavilion Award at such a young age. Is he aiming for the Orchid Pavilion Award again this year? The Orchid Pavilion Award was held every 3 years, and Qiu Buqing had received a nomination 6 years ago. It was a sensation in the calligraphy world at the time. Many were speculating whether Qiu Buqing would participate this year. It's up to him, Teacher Qiu smiled, a clear sense of pride evident on his face. Ren Wanxian watched as the topic was diverted to Qiu Buqing after just a sentence or two. She stood by her teacher's side, her head lowered, while the smile at the corner of her mouth twisted for a moment. Once everyone had left, Teacher Qiu finally turned to Ren Wanxian, setting down his teacup. His demeanor was calm, but his eyes were incredibly sharp. I heard from your grandfather that you've made progress in calligraphy recently. Come, write a couple of characters for me to see. The two headed to the study, and Ren Wanxian picked up a wolf hair brush. She seriously dipped her brush and wrote the character, Eternal. The brushwork was meticulous, and it was clear she really had some skill, especially as a female, naturally endowed with less wrist strength. In the realm of calligraphy, she indeed possessed a genius talent. Teacher, may I participate in this year's Orchid Pavilion Award? Ren Wanxian put down the brush, inquiring. Teacher Qiu scrutinized the character she had written. He shook his head. You're still too young. When your senior brother was your age, his brushwork was much steadier than yours. Wait a little longer. All right, Ren Wanxian nodded her head, appearing quite obedient. She could be willful with Ren Qian and at school, but she wouldn't dare before Teacher Qiu. However, in the corners unseen by the teacher, her eyes held a trace of brooding darkness. Always the senior brother, always him. Weren't you at school today? Teacher Qiu reached for a copybook, smiling as he began making small talk. Ren Wanxian curled her lip, sharing half of the story. What style is that girl studying? Teacher Qiu was surprised. The world of calligraphy already had few females, and Ren Wanxian was one of the rare talented ones he had seen. He didn't expect there to be another one at Xiangqing No. 1 High School. Guanga style, Ren Wanxian responded. Guanga style. Upon hearing this, Teacher Qiu didn't inquire further. Chapter 128, by Shengjuan, Mother and Daughter Reunion _2 Ren Wanxian saw Mr. Chiu was busy with a meeting, so she took out her phone and sent a message. Senior brother, the teacher won't let me participate in the Orchid Pavilion Award this year. Can you help persuade him? The other party replied slowly, you are too young, not yet qualified. But you also participated when you were 18. Ren Wanxian pursed her lips. Her skills were clearly on par with Chiu Boking's, but he was well known within the circle for being promoted by the team because he got nominated at 18. It was evident that Mr. Chiu proactively recommended Chiu Boking to compete at the age of 18, but when it came to her own turn, there were continuous delays. Wait some more, and the next chance will be in 3 years. She took out her phone and sent a message to Ren Qian. The teacher doesn't agree to recommend my work this year. Is he really that afraid I'll replace senior brother as the youngest nominee for the Orchid Pavilion Award? On Bai Lian's side. She cooperated with the photographer with an expressionless face. Classmate, could you show some expression? The photographer, targeting Bai Lian with his camera, said somewhat in exasperation, just a little bit of expression. Behind you is the only ink trace left by Shengjuan in Shangqing. How can you be so expressionless? Zhang Xiais was standing off to the side, wishing he could step in for Bai Lian. Sis, Zhang Xiais also couldn't stand it, pointing to the engraved words on the monument. Do you see any lack of expression in these characters? This was her last battle, the words she carved on the stone with a long spear. How can you be so indifferent? Bai Lian looked at Zhang Xiais indifferently. Try raising your voice at me again. Zhang Xiais. He silently looked at the photographer, shrugged his shoulders, as if to say there's nothing I can do. The assistant photographer walked over, slowly approaching Bai Lian, and softly educated her. These are the last words she left for the Bai family army before she died. Just imagine, it was her final battle. She ordered General Qin Yi to lead the young soldiers to retreat, leaving only the elderly elite troops to follow her to death. Just think about that feeling. Bai Lian turned her head to look at the huge piece of stone a few steps away. This was the most central monument in Shangqing No. 1 Middle School. She knew this stone. But this was also the first time Bai Lian had looked at it since coming to school, the monument taller than a person, weathered by history. The characters that the long spear had carved into the stone were deepened by people, leaving only one sentence, drinking wildly as I fight my enemies, one man, one arrow daring to storm Fengdu. Every character was deeply embedded, the spear strokes wild and unruly, with each character dancing furiously, and at a glance all one could feel was the fierce aura rushing towards them, the heroic and wild sentiments fully displayed. Under the sunlight, it seemed as if the next moment, they could break free into the air. Bai Lian looked at the row of characters for the first time. The sunlight was dazzling. The girl looked sideways at the massive stone quietly, the cold gleam reflected by the sunlight making her appear excessively hazy, her graceful figure faintly visible. She was dressed in clean, plain clothes, wearing a wood hairpin. At this moment it was as if she had traversed millennia, stepping through the mists of history and overcoming numerous dangers to witness this magnificent scene before her. Got it, the assistant quickly looked at the photographer. The photographer had already seized the opportunity and captured the moment. Indeed, this is perfect, this scene is too good. This scene alone can be used for the promotional film, no editing needed. Both of you did really well. The photographer looked repeatedly at the scene he had captured and then looked up, smiling with his eyes. Your camera presence is just too good. With these two attributes, they could make it big in the entertainment industry. Especially this girl, the emotion in that one fleeting moment was simply incredible. After the shoot, Bai Lian and Zhang Xiais exited the school gate. Today is Saturday, and the milk tea shop still had many customers. The two had just come out when Yang Lin was leaving the milk tea shop, her hand almost entirely healed. Hi, Zhang Xiais greeted Yang Lin. Yang Lin glanced at him but didn't speak. Zhang Xiais was used to it. Bai Lian withdrew her gaze from Yang Lin. The three of them walked forward together, with Zhang Shizhong not far ahead. Bai Lian was heading to the bus station while Yang Lin went to Zhang Shizhong's flower shop, picked up a lily, and left money. Yang Lin lived in a tube building. She walked up the long, dark staircase, where untidy garbage was scattered about, and even in this weather, flies buzzed around. Her family was on the 4th floor. There were many households on each floor of the tube building, with over a dozen families on the 4th floor alone. Yang Lin's home was on the left side of the staircase. Just as she reached the 4th floor, an elderly lady from the right side opened her door and saw Yang Lin, whispering, "I just saw your dad come back." Chapter 129, by Shengjuan, Mother and Daughter Reunion _3 Yang Lin nodded, her dark eyes undisturbed. The old man sighed, then handed a bun to Yang Lin. "It seems he didn't drink too much today." It'll be better once you're grown up." Yang Lin shook her head. She didn't take the bun. Nor did she speak. She simply took out the keys to her home, and quietly went to open the door. She had grown numb to that phrase. How big did she have to get before she was considered grown up? Since she was 5, she had been looking forward to growing up. Now at 18, was she grown up? She didn't know. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by the blaring sound of the television, with smoke swirling in the cramped hallway. A middle-aged man who hadn't bathed for days was sitting on the sofa, with fried chicken and some cans on the table, and chicken bones littering the floor next to the old couch. He must have won some money. He glanced at Yang Lin, then immediately wobbled to his feet, his lengthy hair matted together, mumbling as he pulled out a handful of change. "Xiaolin, I'm sorry. Dad drank too much the day before yesterday. Have you eaten yet?" Yang Lin ignored him. Until she saw that the lock to her room had been tampered with. Startled, she then charged over and flung open her room's door to find everything in disarray. Bang! She slammed the door closed and locked it securely. Crawling under the bed, she retrieved a locked metal box. The lock was intact. She let out a sigh of relief, then collapsed onto the floor, breathing heavily. It took her a long while before she pulled out today's earnings from a compartment in her backpack and neatly placed them in the metal box. Only then did she slowly tidy up her room, and brought out a fresh, vivid lily, placing it in a plastic bottle on the windowsill. Yang Lin sat on the bed, quietly observing the lone lily. Its slightly flared petals were as pure as snow, an elegant white, the only splash of color in the entire room. She watched for a long while before slowly taking out a bottle of green ointment from her backpack and applied it to the bruises on her arms, legs, and torso. The brownish paste slowly melted over the dark purple bruises. A dull ache radiated from the spots. Meanwhile, a car slowly drove into Xiangqing. Ji Mulan watched the unchanging streets ahead with an expressionless face, her mood listless. "There's news that they're looking to develop tourism here," the man smiled at Ji Mulan, explaining his reason for coming to scout the possibility of opening a hotel here. Hearing this, Ji Mulan sat up straight. She looked at the man, knowing his information was always sharp. When he said this, it meant the possibility of Xiangcheng's tourism development reaching 80%. The largest hotel in Xiangqing was in the city center, a 26-story building. "When can I meet your dad and your daughter? We're going to be living together after all." He pressed the elevator button and turned his head to ask. "Never mind my dad, he definitely won't see me," Ji Mulan said indifferently, pausing when she mentioned Bai Lian. "She has also had a tough time these past 2 years. I hope she knows to work hard this time. Don't put too much pressure on the child." The elevator doors opened, and the man stepped in, pressing a floor number. Ji Mulan was beautifully made up, every movement exuding grace. Even past 40, her charm had not faded, and on the street, she turned heads effortlessly. Listening to the man's words, she tugged at the corner of her mouth but remained silent. His son was highly accomplished, so, naturally, he could utter that phrase with ease. Had their positions been switched, he might not have preserved her composure. After exiting the elevator, Ji Mulan calmly dialed a number. Bai Lian was still in the library. She was in the middle of working on a biology paper when she received a call from Ji Xiaojun. Biology was much simpler than physics. Even high school seniors like Ji Heng could solve a few of the questions. Alien, on the other end of the phone, Ji Xiaojun had just finished teaching a child. He was holding a drawing board, frowning. "Your mom's back, you know. She called me yesterday," Bai Lian replied. "Yeah," nodded Ji Xiaojun. "Come with me to see her later, we need to have a proper talk." "Oh," Bai Lian drawled out her response. After they hung up, she leaned back in her chair comfortably and flicked Jiang He's forehead. "I'm going out for dinner later, you heading home first?" Jiang He, holding his head, looked at Bai Lian with wide eyes. "I'll wait for you." Bai Lian, "Okay." She waited for Ming Dongheng to arrive from Bachter Street before heading to Wanhe Building. Wanhe Building. Ji Xiaojun hadn't gone in yet. He was sitting on the outside steps, smoking and waiting for Bai Lian. His brow furrowed. "Uncle," Bai Lian watched him for a while before standing in front of him, raising an eyebrow. "Why not go in?" Ji Xiaojun stubbed out his cigarette. He looked at Bai Lian, seemingly hesitant to speak. She just stood there in front of him, memorizing vocabulary words while she waited for him to talk, in no particular hurry. "There's something I need to tell you in advance." "Take it slowly," Ji Xiaojun looked at Bai Lian. It took a long moment before he patted his sleeve, stood up, and after another lengthy pause, finally said, "Your mom brought an uncle along." Bai Lian was slightly surprised. For about 10 seconds, as she grasped what Ji Xiaojun meant, she smiled lazily. "That's nice." This was the modern age, where women were free to divorce and not be bound by societal norms. Bai Lian was happy for her. Ji Xiaojun had hesitated so long because he feared Bai Lian would be upset. Her father was accepting an illegitimate child, and her mother was on the brink of remarriage. He had imagined 1,000 different reactions from Bai Lian, but he never expected this one. "All right, you really have grown up," he sighed deeply, casting his gaze downward and patting Bai Lian's shoulder. "Let's go, join your uncle inside." Inside the private room, Ji Mulan was sitting next to a man. "Relax," the man reassured Ji Mulan with a smile. "I've already got someone arranging everything, it's going to be all right." He had found a school for her daughter just as Ji Mulan had requested. However, the man was a bit concerned. He actually didn't recommend that Ji Mulan's daughter attend that particular school. International schools typically had students who advanced straight through from a young age, with high competitive pressure. And Ji Mulan had mentioned her daughter studied liberal arts and that her academic performance was not very promising. Entering this school would bring immense pressure. A significant gap could be quite discouraging. He was mulling this over when the sound of the service staff at the door rang out, followed by the door opening. It must be her daughter's arrival. Ji Mulan and the man both looked up towards the door. Chapter 130, 051 Young Master Jiang comes out to save someone, Part 2, _1 Ji Xiaojun brought Bai Lian through the door. Ji Mulan had not seen Bai Lian for over 2 years, and upon seeing her now, she felt a sense of unreality. She was so different from her memory. Her daughter came in wearing a white long dress, with a light green belt slightly cinching her waist, each step as delicate as orchids. Holding a smartphone in her hand and with a slight air of indolence, the booth was brightly lit, and at a glance, her pitch-black eyes resembled those stained by an ink brush, reflecting a sky full of stars. The man was also startled, having always thought from Ji Mulan's description that her daughter was a badly behaved young girl. He hadn't expected her to seem so quiet. And there was Ji Xiaojun, who he originally thought would be somewhat nervous growing up in Xiangqing. But he didn't expect him to be so confident and at ease. The man stood up, surprised yet politely greeting Ji Xiaojun. He wore glasses, had a distinct profile, and it was clear he was well maintained, his figure not at all out of shape despite being close to middle age. "Hello, my name is Suen, I met Mulan at a maritime exhibition." He was cultured, dignified, and courteously modest. It was obvious he came from a good family and upbringing. His manner was nothing like the piercing scrutiny of the Ren family. Ji Xiaojun glanced at Suen, his expression much improved, and shook hands with him. "I am her brother, Ji Xiaojun." They sat down. Bai Lian looked at Ji Mulan and remained silent. "Why are you always playing with your smartphone?" Ji Mulan, dressed in a finely tailored dress with a shawl draped over her shoulders, squinted her shapely eyes. She watched Bai Lian fiddling with her smartphone, her gaze growing deep. Bai Lian paused for a moment. She looked up at Ji Mulan again. And put away her phone. Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun lifted his gaze. Ji Mulan then withdrew her own and, without looking at Bai Lian, said to Ji Xiaojun, "I will take her to Jiangjing. Suen has found her an international private school. Although most of it is science-based, there are arts courses too, and one can go directly to a foreign university after graduation." This was not a discussion. It was a notification. Before Ji Xiaojun could speak, Bai Lian with her eyes lowered and voice unhurried, said, "I won't go." Ji Mulan was about to get angry, but glanced at Suen and feared he would see her as a joke. So she stood up abruptly, glowering at Bai Lian, "Come outside with me." Bai Lian looked up, her long and powerful hands pressing against the table as she stood. Ji Xiaojun wanted to follow but was deterred by a look from Bai Lian, and he hesitated. Across the table, Suen smiled and said, "Mr. Ji, let the mother and daughter talk. You tell me about Mulan's childhood." After a moment's hesitation, Ji Xiaojun did not follow them out. He knew from earlier conversations with Ji Mulan that Suen was from Jiangjing. He also knew that Bai Lian would have a better future if she went to Jiangjing. On the corridor, Ji Mulan, in her elegant high heels, was barely taller than Bai Lian. "Do you know how much effort it took to get you into that school? Your uncle said you've become more obedient. From now on, don't be so troublesome. The Su family's rules are much stricter than the Bai family's, just so you know." 2 years had passed, and facing Bai Lian again, Ji Mulan's heart was still troubled. The Bai family expelling Bai Lian was undoubtedly a slap in her face. She couldn't swallow this indignity. "Am I just an object to you?" Bai Lian turned off her smartphone and spoke up. She just looked at Ji Mulan, her almond-shaped eyes dark and deep, devoid of any other emotion. "What do you mean?" Ji Mulan looked at Bai Lian, her chest heaving with emotion. "Am I not doing this for your own good? How much have I sacrificed for you? I hired the best tutors, got you into the best classes." Bai Lian listened silently to her finish. She did not feel much about everything Ji Mulan said. "Am I just a tool for you to show off?" Bai Lian said softly, 2 years, it took 2 years for you to come back and see me. I was alone at the Bai family, dealing with Bai Qiming, Bai Shaoqi, Bai Shaoke. If you wanted what's best for me, why didn't you take me away with you?" Ji Mulan was taken aback, then quickly recovered, frowning. "You staying at the Bai family was the way for you to receive the best education. I was thinking of your best interests. It doesn't matter now. My household registration is with my grandfather, so, you don't have to worry about my future life." Bai Lian nodded politely to Ji Mulan, walked a few steps, then stopped. "Oh, and one more thing." She turned back, a loose smile on her lips. "Go visit grandfather sometime." With that, Bai Lian pulled out her smartphone, sent Ji Xiaojun a message, and left the Wanha building. She felt little affection for Ji Mulan. Chapter 131, 051 Young Master Jiang comes out to save someone, Part 2, _2 But the memories surfacing in her mind were slowly searing her emotions. She stepped out of the Wanha building, then squatted down, silently looking up at the moon in the sky, her dark pupils reflecting the cold moonlight. She wrapped her arms around her knees, and after a long while, she finally took out her phone. On the phone was a photo she had sneakily taken at the dinner table just now. It was of Ji Mulan. She stared at the photo, her fingertips gently brushing over the face on the screen, and then she whispered very softly, "Mother, Ji Mulan." She looked a lot like her mother. Jiang Fulai had just returned. He originally planned to take Jiang He out for dinner first. But while driving through the streets, he caught sight of a white figure squatting on the side of the road. "Stop the car," he said abruptly, sitting up. The car slowly came to a halt. Jiang Fulai, from across the street, silently gazed at Bai Lian through the window, past myriad lights, past a long river. Just as the first time, she was looking at the moon, and he was quietly watching her. She wore plain clothes, squatting with her back to the streetlight, her snow-colored skirt spreading on the ground, blooming like orchids. She seemingly had no expression, just quietly looking at one place. But Jiang Fulai always felt that at this moment, she was fragmented. Shattered into pieces, scattered on the ground. Jiang He also saw Bai Lian. He was about to get out of the car after climbing down from the chair. But he was coldly seized by the back of the neck by Jiang Fulai. Jiang He's eyes widened, full of reproach. Jiang Fulai glanced at him and casually pressed him back into his seat. "You can't talk anyway, let's go back." He got out of the car and then closed the door behind him. "Jiang He, is there really no police to deal with this?" Ming Dongheng in the driver's seat glanced at the rearview mirror, indicating he was helpless to intervene. Jiang Fulai walked up to Bai Lian. A person usually so alert at this moment didn't sense his approach. He squatted opposite Bai Lian, following her gaze to see a full moon. After gazing for a while, Jiang Fulai commented, "Did you calculate that from this angle? The moon looks brighter." Bai Lian snapped back to reality, and upon lifting her eyes, she saw a face of extraordinary features. The sudden sight was impactful. The man's pair of phoenix eyes were squinted lightly, his brow raised as he looked at her. Even while squatting, his posture remained remarkably graceful. Bai Lian thought he would return very late today. She turned off her phone. "Why would you say that?" "I used to like sitting in the last row of the classroom, in one particular spot," said Jiang Fulai, looking at her, his eyes exceptionally shallow and clear. "The school forum rumored that spot had the best study efficiency because I had calculated it." But in fact, Jiang Fulai continued leisurely, "the professor felt intimidated speaking with me in the front, so he asked the dean of the Ma Institute to have me sit at the back whenever possible." Bai Lian felt like laughing. She rested her chin on her arms. She could imagine it, the professor not daring to speak, and not daring to find him directly. He could only silently ask someone else to pass on the message. "You came out early, have you eaten?" Jiang Fulai asked after seeing her expression before he stood up. Bai Lian shook her head. As expected. He saw she was still reluctantly squatting on the ground, not very eager to move. Jiang Fulai extended his hand, his gaze lowered. "Come on, it'll take you to eat something that ordinary people can't get." Bai Lian looked up with half-lifted eyes. She stared at that glistening, slender hand for a long while. In the air, a faint scent of silvergrass seemed to flow, with continuous traffic on the road, and behind her were lights from 1,000 homes. She extended her hand and grasped that bit of warmth from Xiangqing. Jiang Fulai took Bai Lian out for a meal, not to Wanha building, but to a private residence in an alley. When Ming Dongheng knocked on the door, a man inside came out cursing and holding a kitchen knife. "What are you knocking for?" "Do you need me to knock some sense into you with a hammer?" Hammer. Creak, the door opened. The man's gaze fell upon the tall figure in an ink-colored trench coat standing behind Ming Dongheng. The man's light eyes, cold as a spring, swept over him dismissively. The man's machine gun-like mouth seemed to be hit by a switch, instantly shutting. He opened the door politely, a smile playing at his lips. He stepped aside to let the line of people enter. His eyes widened when they met Bai Lian's gaze. Then he grabbed hold of Ming Dongheng's hem tightly, gesticulating with his eyes to Ming Dongheng. How come there's a girl? Ming Dongheng looked at him in surprise. Qi lawyer, why are you grabbing me? Qi Yundai, he tilted his chin slightly, his peripheral vision fixed on Bai Lian, gesturing fiercely with his eyes, as if they were about to spasm. Ming Dongheng frowned. Do your eyes hurt? Qi Yundai, he was tired. Suddenly, Qi Yundai let go, turned without expression, and closed the door. He went to the kitchen with the knife. Wanhe building. Ji Mulan re-entered the private dining room trying to suppress her anger. Ji Xiaojun knew the moment he received the message from Bai Lian that the mother and daughter hadn't come to an agreement. He wasn't surprised. Ji Mulan had a strong personality and a strong need for control. Bai Lian was obedient but had her own thoughts, such as sitting by Ji Heng's bedside every day. Brother, you help me persuade her. Ji Mulan sat down, calmly speaking to Ji Xiaojun. I must take her with me. Ji Xiaojun didn't say a word. So, Ji Mulan turned her gaze towards Suen. Suen gave her a reassuring look and then said with a smile, throwing out the bait, Mr. Ji, you know that Jiangjing Private School has strong faculty and international connections. It's a breeding ground for diplomats in liberal arts. If she goes there to study, she will absolutely do better than anywhere else in the future. The position of a diplomat was an unattainable job for someone from Xiangqing. Ji Xiaojun shook his head. She wants to finish high school in Xiangqing. Those were the exact words Bai Lian had texted to Ji Xiaojun just now. Brother. Ji Mulan frowned. She slammed down her chopsticks with a snap. Don't you want to leave this place, or do you want her to stay here forever? Ji Mulan, Ji Xiaojun looked up. How long have you been back, and have you ever asked what alien is thinking? Do you know that she has now switched to science? Switched to science. Ji Mulan's brows furrowed, in her senior year. Switched to science. She glanced at Suen, holding back because he was present. She didn't mention that Bai Lian had been driven to switch from the science class to the humanities by her teachers in her first year of high school. Suen's son was a junior at Jiangjing University, currently applying for graduate school. For her to mention this in front of Suen was something she simply couldn't bring herself to say. Can you please stop making things worse? Ji Mulan poured herself a glass of cold water. She needs to suffer to know the value of hard work. Don't you know that she can fall asleep while practicing the zither, frustrating her teacher to the point of leaving? If we don't discipline her properly and just let her do as she pleases, how will she ever get by in society in the future? Every child has a rebellious phase. Suen was surprised to find Bai Lian so rebellious. Afraid that the siblings would start arguing, he consoled Ji Mulan. Studying science is fine, too. Maybe the child likes science. It's not like there are no opportunities. Suen was just saying it casually. Switching from humanities to science in her senior year, it must be rebellion, as Ji Mulan said. What opportunities? He hadn't really considered it. Ji Xiaojun didn't answer Suen. Suppressing his anger, he pressed his hand on the table and stood up. Ji Mulan, it was bad enough you left her alone with the Bai family, but can you not impose your own ideas on her? Dad and I don't care about her getting into Beijing University or what grades she'll get, so what's wrong with letting her study science if she wants to? Also, Alien has only been learning the zither for a year and she already plays so well. What more do you want from her? Chapter 132, 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon, Grandpa calls Xiaochen _1, she can play the guzheng. Mulan placed her glass on the table with a clatter. Are you joking? Was she unaware of Bai Lian's learning progress? At first, Mulan personally supervised Bai Lian, the first student from the Bai family to have a teacher storm off in frustration. During that time, Mulan nearly never left the house, fearing the sight of those people at the Bai family's ancestral hall. She played at the school's anniversary celebration, Xiao Jun said, looking at Mulan's incredulous expression. You really didn't know? Mulan stared at Xiao Jun for a long moment, then shook her head. There's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow, Xiao Jun said, softening his tone. Let's just leave the matter of moving to Jiangjing as it is for now, let her study science. If necessary, she can switch back to humanities next year. Xiao Jun and Ji Heng were indifferent about these things. Su An started to feel surprised when he heard that Bai Lian could play the guzheng, as he was particularly sensitive to guzheng players. Is she good at it? Only after 1 year. Mulan looked out the window. Yes, I didn't expect that after a year, she actually learned it. Really only 1 year. Su An didn't know much about the guzheng, but he supposed that one couldn't get very good after only a year. Xiao Jun said she played well, perhaps he hadn't heard many good performances. Su An felt a bit regretful. If she had talent, she should have started earlier. She might have even joined the Qin family. He stopped mid-sentence. Saying more wouldn't necessarily make the others understand. When the three finished eating and went downstairs, Xiao Jun declined Su An's offer for a ride and took the bus home instead. He also found time to call Bai Lian. Su An's assistant came to pick them up. What? Mrs. Jis' daughter doesn't want to transfer here. Zhu's assistant, who had come to help with transferring Bai Lian's school registration and household registration, didn't expect to hear this news from Su Lin. Utterly surprised. Between Xiangqing and Jiangjing, wouldn't anyone know which to choose? Su An nodded at his assistant. Xiao Jun was eloquent and cultured, but he lacked a bit in vision. Going to Jiangjing was an opportunity most people could never get. He planned to marry Mulan during the new year, and Bai Lian would be his adopted daughter. To the Su family, raising one more person made no difference, and raising one fewer made no difference either. He was marrying Mulan, not her daughter. So whether her daughter stayed in Xiangqing or went to Jiangjing made no difference to him. Did he actually expect Mulan's daughter to help him gain favor with the main family? Mulan, Su An sighed from the back seat, speaking to Mulan, your brother is right, sometimes you have to learn to accept the mediocrity of your children. The assistant listened to their conversation and roughly understood the situation. If Su An could nonchalantly use the word mediocre in front of Mulan, that must mean quite ordinary. President Su, the assistant waited for the two to finish before reporting, I've confirmed it, Patriarch Qin is indeed in Xiangqing. Really? Su An sat up straight, then this matter is settled. Mulan listened quietly to their conversation. Even though she had spent some time in Jiangjing, she still wasn't clear about the state of affairs there, and she had no idea who this Patriarch Qin was. Just like how now, she didn't understand why Su An was so confident that Xiangqing could develop. She had previously thought the Bai family in Beijing was already at the peak of prosperity. But the higher she climbed, the more she realized how limited her vision had been. On Bai Lian's side, Ming Dongheng entered the kitchen to cook for Qi Yundai and was driven out with a cold face after about 3 minutes. He's a lawyer, Jiang Fulai surveyed the hall, his light eyes and thin lips emitting an air of detached coldness as he introduced with indifference, he's pretty good at cooking. After Ming Dongheng came out, he brewed tea for Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. After smelling the tea leaves and feeling something was off, he glanced at the kitchen. Then Ming Dongheng took a jab at Bai Lian. Last month, during an economic case, he was in a rush because of a cake at home. He felt he had the upper hand, so he left 10 minutes early. As a result, some funds were lost. Jiang Shijue didn't dare to confront Jiang Fulai but had someone else report back. Jiang Fulai erupted in a rage, lashing out at everyone from top to bottom in the Jiang family, suspended Qi Yundai from his job and ordered him to focus on making cakes in Xiangqing. Ming Dongheng placed the teacups in front of Bai Lian and Jiang Fulai. When he turned around, he was startled by Jiang He staring at him, poker-faced. Ming Dongheng jumped, young master, you're so quiet, I wouldn't see you if I didn't bend down. Jiang He was too short. Even shorter than Bai Lian, let alone from Ming Dongheng's perspective. Jiang He swore that not only did Jiang Fulai give him a glance, but he also scoffed. Chapter 133, 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon, Grandpa calls Xiaochen _2 He silently climbed next to Bai Lian, ignoring Jiang Fulai and Ming Dongheng. As Bai Lian was quietly reading an English text, a message appeared at the top of her phone, sent by Mao Kuan. Picture, Mao Kuan, Sis, Xiaoqi and the others have finished the logo design, take a look. Bai Lian opened it and glanced at it. The logo was very thoughtful, overall shaped like a gourd lying on its side, with a silver needle stuck upside down at its waist, and the head of the needle was 2 small leaves. The overall tone was a soft shade of green. Fresh, saving the world by dispensing medicine, a silver needle. A very atmospheric logo. Bai Lian rarely praised, very good. Mao Kuan was excited, right? You know, Sun Chan has studied painting before. Mao Kuan and Xiaoqi, he hasn't studied it, but he's very good too. With that, Mao Kuan became somewhat melancholic. Everyone was talented, except he couldn't seem to make out anything special. After dinner, Ming Dongheng drove to Purist Street. Bai Lian didn't message Ji Heng, and since Ji Heng didn't pick her up today, Jiang Fulai got out of the car and walked into the alley with her. I can go by myself, Bai Lian looked at the dark alley. Jiang Fulai, with one hand in his coat pocket, merely glanced at her upon hearing this, saying nothing as the shadow cast by the streetlight behind him partially covered his face. Bai Lian truly wasn't afraid of this stretch of road. She had traversed even darker paths before. But Ji Heng would always be here waiting for her, and now with Ji Heng absent, it was another person who accompanied her through this long and dark road that seemed to have no end. It was as if since coming into this world, she had never been alone. Have you ever been to the Snow Mountain? Jiang Fulai tilted his head slightly, his voice clear yet not cold. But not exactly unapproachable either. Bai Lian shook her head. Jiang Fulai, usually brisk in his pace, walked with a swift wind even in the lab, but now he walked at a leisurely rate. Under the moonlight's cloak, his sharp contours seemed to soften, over 6,000 meters. When I used to feel down, I'd stay up there for a long time, sunlit golden mountain, clouds billowing and mist rising, purifying everything. If there's a chance, I'll take you to see it. Ji Heng's house was just up ahead. Bai Lian stopped, her white dress immaculate in the moonlight, her smile lazy. Okay. She waved at him. As a sign that she had arrived. Jiang Fulai stood still, his figure upright. He didn't speak, but he visibly seemed in a good mood. Only when Bai Lian extracted her keys and opened the gate, did he turn and vanish into the night. The yard was dark, not a single light on, shrouded in a thin mist. Ji Heng sat by the stone table, quietly smoking, his attention snapping back when he heard the gate. Bai Lian was latching the door as she looked back. Grandpa, why didn't you turn on the lights? Having secured the door, she casually reached for the yard light. The pitch-black yard instantly lit up. Ji Heng, still holding the smoking pipe, looked at Bai Lian in surprise, his mouth opening but no words emerging. What's up? Bai Lian put the book down. Her eyebrows slightly raised. Your uncle told me. Ji Heng looked down and took another drag of smoke, his voice muffled. Your mom's back and she wants to take you to Jiangjing. He thought she wouldn't come back today. Oh, Bai Lian lazily returned to her room. I had a falling out with her. Ji Heng was taken aback. Then he stood up again. Why? Because I'm not going to Jiangjing. Bai Lian's voice lazily floated out the window. While Ji Heng was reluctant to see Bai Lian leave, he knew that children eventually need to spread their wings and fly out of the nest, and he would come to terms with it in a couple of days. Even he knew Jiangjing offered much better opportunities than here. Actually, Jiangjing, he took 2 steps forward, pipe in hand, about to explain to Bai Lian. Then Bai Lian methodically picked up her biology book. Grandpa, since you're not sleepy yet, let's discuss the DNA replication process, ACGT is. Ji Heng abruptly halted and took 2 steps back, his demeanor calm. Never mind, Jiangjing isn't that great. He dejectedly went back to his room with the smoking pipe. Behind him, Bai Lian leaned lazily against the window, arms crossed, an eyebrow raised. Sunday. There was a parent-teacher meeting. The meeting was at 9, but Bai Lian had gone to the library to read first, and only around 9:30 did Ji Heng arrive at the bus stop. Waiting to go to school with Bai Lian. And this gentleman is. Chen was looking for Ming Dongheng and saw Bai Lian waiting at the bus stop, so he joined her there. Upon seeing Ji Heng, Chen was taken aback. Bai Lian stood up straight and casually introduced the two. My grandpa, last name Ji. Chapter 134, 052 Mediocre Little Lon Lon. Grandpa calls Xiaochen _3 Director Chen hurriedly greeted, Mr. Ji, hello, just call me Xiaochen. Hello, Ji Heng nodded, probably Bai Lian's friend, and said while holding an empty cigarette holder, Xiaochen. Director Chen chuckled and passed Ji Heng a pouch of tobacco. Give mine a try. Ji Heng looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian lifted her head and said wordlessly, Go ahead, take it. Thank you. Ji Heng's face softened considerably toward Director Chen. Director Chen's eyes lit up. He stood in place, watching Bai Lian and Ji Heng leave. Rubbing his hands, he began to take out his phone to find some tobacco for himself. This was Ji Heng's first time attending a parent-teacher meeting. He had deliberately worn the robe from last time, his entire presence exuding scholarly elegance and authority as he sat in Bai Lian's place. Feeling a bit uncomfortable. Do I look all right? Ji Heng whispered. Students weren't allowed at parent-teacher meetings, so Bai Lian, standing in the aisle, reassured Ji Heng, yes, you look cool. Okay. Ji Heng was finally at ease. Bai Lian saw he had adjusted and started to walk outside. Heaven knows this was her first time attending such an occasion too. As she reached the doorway, Bai Lian glanced at the seat of the students sharing her desk. No one had arrived, and she hadn't seen them today either. Behind her, Zhang Xiais came in with his head up, leading his mother. Physics 37, why do I even have to attend this parent-teacher meeting for you? His mom scolded, twisting his ear. Do you think I don't feel embarrassed? Zhang Xiais bent over and shouted his grievances. Mom, I told you I got 39, not 37, don't listen to the physics teacher's nonsense. What? Those 2 points are very important to you. You can ascend to heaven with them, his mom scoffed. Zhang Xiais, you're right about everything. Zhang Shi's mom, face stern, deeply resented having to attend this meeting for him. Upon seeing Bai Lian, she softened a bit. Bai, your physics. Zhang Xiai startled, quickly shoved his mom inside, then slammed the door shut with a bang. Swift and decisive. Next time you'll surely bless me to score 50, right? He prayed to Bai Lian with hands clasped together. Bai Lian, just 50. Even in dreams, so unambitious. Lu Lingxi, holding a stack of papers, began distributing each student's results to the parents and started talking about important matters for senior high school students, including their physical and mental health. Ji Heng received Bai Lian's grades and ranking. Slightly surprised. He had learned about the college entrance examination before, 750 points. Bai Lian, from humanities to sciences, scored in the 400s. These were excellent results. Lu Lingxi talked at length, and Ji Heng listened attentively, even taking notes. By the time the parent-teacher meeting concluded, it was already past 10 o'clock. Not fond of crowds, Ji Heng waited until most of the class had left before slowly making his way downstairs, with Bai Lian waiting for him at the cake shop outside. Dressed in his distinctive robe, his unique demeanor stood out immediately in the crowd. The Secretary General, standing at the bottom of the building, spotted Ji Heng at once. His gaze fleetingly swept over the report card in Ji Heng's hand, and the Secretary General gave a sarcastic smile at 450 points. Ren Qian was busy today and had no time to attend Ren Wengxuan's parent-teacher meeting. Ren Jiawei was always very busy. And Ren Wanxian didn't want Ji Shaorong to come, so it was almost always the Secretary General who showed up. He didn't see eye to eye with the Ji family members. Secretary General. The principal, hearing of the Secretary General's arrival, hurried over with several leaders to greet him. This was the person second only to Ren Qian. The Secretary General gave them a slight nod. When the principal approached the Secretary General, it was clearly for a reason. He smiled and got straight to the point. Yesterday, Miss Ren had a conflict with a student from class 15. It's just a little friction between students. We hope Miss Ren is generous and will continue to shoot tomorrow. Ren Wanxian had already spoken to the Secretary General about this incident. He merely glanced at the principal and the others while walking forward, scoffing, "Principal, do you really think it's just a little friction?" The principal was taken aback. The students of Class 8 have good living conditions and can afford a small cafeteria. That's what their parents and grandparents worked for, the Secretary General said with a smile as he looked at the principal. How the other students live, that's their ancestors' issue. Principal, do you understand? The words of the Secretary General were veiled yet mocking. Was he implying that students from other classes were jealous of Class 8 students and deliberately targeted them? The principal pursed his lips without speaking immediately. The lady is with her senior brother. The Secretary General looked faintly at the principal. I believe you've also heard of him. He might help our miss to submit an entry for the Orchid Pavilion Award this year. Everyone knew about the Orchid Pavilion Award, which had an influence not unlike the 100 Flowers Award in the entertainment industry. Those present were all quite astonished. The Secretary General enjoyed their expressions before speaking. Our miss isn't opposed to continuing writing. Possibility arose. The eyes of the principal and the others lit up. Have the people from Class 15 apologize to our miss in person? The Secretary General spoke slowly but with authority. Only then will she continue to write. Chapter 135, 053 refuses entry to Jiangjing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update, _1. Having said that, the Secretary General didn't wait for their response and headed straight for the door. Behind him, the principal and the others exchanged glances. Suddenly one spoke up, "I'll go find Teacher Liu, and have Zhang Xi's and the others apologize to Ren Wanxian." The principal sighed but did not object. Indeed, yesterday's incident was Zhang Xi's fault, and students from Class 15 should apologize to Ren Wanxian. Although it seemed a bit much, the principal always had to think about the bigger picture. There was no one else in the entire school who could film that shot other than Ren Wanxian. The Secretary General had essentially represented Ren Qian's stance. This wasn't just the Secretary General's attitude, but also Ren Qian's. The bunch of students from Class 15 were indeed lively and lovely, and he had a good relationship with them, but to offend Ren Qian over this trifle, and consequently be unable to shoot the video, was simply not worth the loss. Outside, at the milk tea shop, Bai Lian was brushing up on her work while waiting for Ji Heng at the milk tea shop. The place was as crowded as ever. Qi Yundai, expressionless, finished his morning tasks and, taking off his chef's hat, was about to leave coldly. Nobody in the kitchen dared to speak to him. It was only when Qi Yundai observed Bai Lian sitting outside that he turned around 180 degrees. "Miss Bai, what brings you here?" Qi Yundai took a seat opposite her. He was very surprised. Today, Bai Lian was dressed in sky blue long sleeves, with each black button fastened meticulously. One hand held a black pen, the other casually pressed down an exercise book, lazily working on questions. Upon hearing him, she raised an eyebrow indifferently. Master Qi, because of his delicious cooking, Bai Lian had quite a bit of respect for him. "Just call me Xiao Qi." Qi Yundai sat across from her. The unwelcoming expression on his face was gone, and he began to complain, "I've been making cakes for over half a month now, you know." He really missed his cases. He would even prefer to go back to teaching that group of blockheads. He had almost forgotten what his main job was. Chi Yundai was around 40, a bit older than Chief Chin. Bai Lian couldn't bring herself to look at his face. "But don't you like it?" Bai Lian listened to him attentively, her fingers writing a string of neat characters. Chi Yundai spoke despondently, "No, that was in the past." He was paying for his youthful recklessness. When Ji Heng came to find Bai Lian, he found Chi Yundai chattering non-stop in front of her. A stranger arrives. Instantly, Chi Yundai's face turned cold, and he regressed to his expressionless self. Bai Lian introduced Ji Heng to him. Chi Yundai stood up, graceful, "Mr. Ji, hello, I am Xiao Qi, the cake chef here." Yet another stranger. Following Bai Lian, Ji Heng felt that in this past month, he had met all the people he was meant to meet in his lifetime. "Hello, Xiao Qi." Ji Heng, holding his pipe, greeted politely. But he wasn't particularly warm. Chi Yundai only complained to people he knew well. Bai Lian praised his cooking last night. Jiang Fulai was a bit nicer to him, so unilaterally, Chi Yundai counted her as one of his people. In front of Bai Lian, he could vent; in front of others, he remained a cold, heartless cake-making machine. "Mr. Ji," Chi Yundai returned to the kitchen and took out a bag of freshly baked cakes. "This is a new product with less sugar. Take it home and try it." He placed a bag of cakes in Ji Heng's hands. Before Ji Heng could react, Chi Yundai greeted Bai Lian and turned to leave. It was Ji Heng's first time receiving these little cakes. He looked down and, subconsciously, glanced at Bai Lian. With her slender legs crossed, Bai Lian tapped on them as she methodically finished a problem, one hand propping her chin, and lazily smiled at Ji Heng. "The cake is delicious." In meeting your mother later, Ji Heng didn't sit down, holding his pipe. He stood in front of Bai Lian, his weathered eyes deep. "Will you come with me?" Ji Heng had decided to accept Ji Mulan's invitation. If it had been 2 years earlier, Ji Heng would never have agreed to meet Ji Mulan. But now, simply because of Bai Lian, Ji Heng was willing to see her, especially since Ji Xiaojun had mentioned that the person Ji Mulan had found this time had better character than Bai Qiming. He decided to check it out. "No," Bai Lian rested her wrist on the table, calmly capped the pen with her other hand, and spoke in a light tone. Ji Heng nodded, "Okay." Not wanting to see Ji Mulan again, Bai Lian headed back to the library to plan dining out with Jiang He. It was a small restaurant near the school. With her legs propped up, her slender, fair fingers pulled out a menu hidden under the teacup, and she tilted her chin toward Jiang He, casually asking, "Is there anything you don't eat?" This wasn't her first meal with Jiang He. Chapter 136, 053 refuses entry to Jiangjing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet. Second update, _2 but it was the first time she had ordered dishes for him. Jiang He slowly looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian did not realize the seriousness of the issue, only squinting her eyes slightly. Jiang He bowed his head and began to list the dishes. "I don't eat celery, potatoes, carrots, lotus root, cucumbers, lettuce, soybeans, asparagus." A lock of black hair fell by Bai Lian's forehead, her fair fingers holding a pencil, her dark eyes filled with self-doubt. "Ah." Jiang He quietly added the last one, tribute vegetable. Although he only said it once and listed a long string of names, Bai Lian remembered them all. She looked at Jiang He with a smile that was not quite a smile and then casually ordered a few dishes, avoiding those he did not eat. After she finished ordering, she took out her phone, wanting to complain to someone. "Bai Lian, this world actually has so many dishes." Jiang Fulai was still busy at this time. His team member had placed his lunch next to his desk, which he put aside dismissively to attend to later, after finishing his tasks. He massaged his forehead and removed his glasses. He looked coldly at the team members, his brows and eyes frosted over as if sunlight shone onto a snowy field. Has your brain grown mold? Hewen led the apology. I'm sorry. Don't ask. If you do, apologize. Are you apologizing to me? You're apologizing to Euler. If he had known that you would treat his formula this way, he would have preferred to take it with him to King Yama, Jiang Fulai said icily. Hewen's head almost drooped to the floor. Here he was, the up-and-coming prince of mathematics, only to find his reputation ruined in the laboratory today. Jiang Fulai bowed his head and closed the file. Looking at his phone screen, he took a deep breath. Don't be angry, at least Hewen is a person. Get out, we'll have a group meeting at 2, he said as he looked up, his tone cold and clear. Considerably calmer. Hewen and the others left as if fleeing, and the moment they exited the office, Hewen was pinned by the neck. Didn't you say to write it like this? I believed you and didn't check. How could you betray our trust? It's not. Cough, cough. Hewen struggled and waved his hand. Doesn't anyone care about our life-saving benefactor? In the office. Jiang Fulai opened his lunchbox with one hand and unlocked his phone with the other, replying to Bai Lian's message. Jiang Fulai, what dishes? Did you also just have lunch? Bai Lian, image, Bai Lian, what a pity, so many dishes did not grow into Jiang Xianiao's liking. Jiang Fulai clicked on the image Bai Lian sent. It was the 2 dishes she had ordered. Jiang he does not eat a lot of things, which Jiang Fulai was aware of. He raised an eyebrow and slowly, deliberately replied, don't worry about him, he's just picky, that's why he's so short. He quickly switched to Jiang He's WeChat. Jiang Fulai, smile, meanwhile. Ji Hing also met Ji Mulan. In front of others, Ji Mulan was assertive, but facing Ji Hing, she became much more silent. The two hadn't sat down for a proper talk in almost 20 years. It was Ji Mulan's first time sitting across from Ji Hing, and as she reached a certain age, people aged faster. In Ji Mulan's memory, Ji Hing was still a middle-aged man with not much white in his hair. But the Ji Hing sitting across from her now had his face filled with deep lines, and his eyes were no longer as bright as before. Especially his hair, which was almost entirely white. Ji Mulan instinctively felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. After so many years of separation, the father and daughter were now very silent in each other's presence. Having calmed significantly over more than 20 years, Ji Hing put down his tobacco pipe and the cake, looking across at Suen. You're getting married at the end of the year? Yes, Suen, holding Ji Mulan's hand, replied earnestly, don't worry, I will take good care of her. Old people are accurate judges of character. And so was Ji Hing. He could tell at a glance that Suen was indeed different from Bai Qiming. Bai Qiming had never once brought Ji Mulan back after they got married. Suen, even before marrying her, had already brought Ji Mulan back with him. You should be able to see the difference in our family's circumstances, Ji Hing mused aloud. Anyone in Jiangjing from an ordinary family was beyond their comparison. This time Suen fell silent for a moment. His mother, indeed, was not willing. Life is for 2 people to share, Suen pondered for a moment before seriously saying, I don't live with my parents anyway, so she won't feel pressured being with me. That was when Ji Hing refrained from speaking. The atmosphere fell silent once again. Suen changed the subject, looking at the cake Ji Hing had placed on the table. This cake you bought for Alien is very nice looking. Ji Hing glanced at the cake, his tone much warmer when mentioning Bai Lian. He bowed his head and methodically opened his tobacco pouch. No, it was a gift from her friend Xiao Qi, the tobacco was from Xiaoqin. Chapter 137, 053 refuses entry to Jiangjing, who doesn't know a bit of Liang style yet, second update, _3 Xiao Qi. Xiaoqin. Suen nodded. He didn't care who this Xiao Qi or Xiaoqin was, as long as the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Alien got 450 on her monthly exam. Ji-hing began slowly. She switched from liberal arts to science, and her teacher said she has a lot of spirit. You don't need to worry about this matter. 450. Su-en nodded without saying anything. He was surrounded by geniuses. Saying words of praise for a score of 450 would just be too insincere. But since the elder was so happy, he didn't say anything. I'm going to see why the dishes haven't arrived yet. Su-en smiled as he stood up, leaving the private room to the father and daughter. After he left, Ji Mulan, clutching the bag, spoke in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Dad." Ji-hing said, lowering his head as he slowly folded the report card and put it in his pocket. Is Su-en's family even better off than the Bai family? Although it was phrased as a question, he was already certain of it. Ji Mulan came back to her senses, quickly wiping her eyes. She regained her savvy and beautiful appearance. Yes, his family has many connections, so I thought of taking Alien. Let Alien stay in Xiangqing. Ji-hing lit his tobacco and took a rough drag. Smoke blurred his face. Dad, you... Ji Mulan was sparked at once. She had come back this time for Bai Lian. But Ji-hing raised his hand, interrupting her. As you said, Su-en's family is well off, and he's surrounded by capable and outstanding people. What kind of life could our alien lead there? There are barriers between Xiangqing and Zhongjing. Ji Mulan paused. Also, Ji-hing sighed, his family doesn't agree with your marriage, does it? If you take Alien there as well, to what extent do you two plan to live at the mercy of others? That silenced Ji Mulan completely. The Su family actually supported many people, taking in one more person was not a big deal for them. But among those they supported, who wasn't talented? To Mrs. Su, Bai Lian might be less important than even the dog she raised. Did she really want to take Bai Lian to live such a life? Then my marriage to Su-en. Ji Mulan opened her mouth. Ji-hing took another drag of his cigarette, looking down. We will go. Great, great. Ji Mulan unavoidably became emotional. It was the first time she spoke calmly with Ji-hing, and he was willing to attend her wedding. I'll have someone come to pick you up when the time comes. We'll talk about it later. Ji-hing shook his head. The three of them finished their meal in peace. After escorting Ji-hing away, Ji Mulan finally confirmed with Su-en that they would not be bringing Bai Lian back to Zhongjing. Not going back. Su-en glanced at her. Although he was surprised, he didn't ask much. He didn't try to persuade Ji Mulan to bring Bai Lian back to Zhongjing. After all, Bai Lian wasn't some irreplaceable lab talent, not yet to the point where he'd be troubled. Go and find out what Mr. Chen's recent likes are, Su-en instructed his assistant, and present my card of respect. Monday. After lunch with Pu Xiaohan and Yang Lin, Bai Lian returned to the class. Passing by the office, Lu Lingxi hadn't left yet. She was arguing with the principal. You must be joking. Having Zhang Xiais apologize to her. Let me ask you, what did he do wrong? I haven't even dealt with you yet about Ren Wanxian, Chen Zhu, and Chen Wei tricking our class longsword. And you have the nerve to speak up. The principal helplessly tried to appease Lu Lingxi. We should focus on the big picture. Don't you want to complete the task given by the Bureau of Culture and Tourism? It wasn't Ren who said it, it was decided by Mr. Ren and his Secretary General. The principal hadn't expected Lu Lingxi to react so strongly over just an apology. Lu Lingxi knew that getting angry with the principal was pointless. She fell silent for a moment, then called the Secretary General. The phone was answered after just 2 rings. Lu Lingxi politely recounted the entire sequence of events, emphasizing longsword, and finished by saying, this publicity won't harm Ren's reputation. In the future, Ren will also be a spokesperson for Xiangqing. The Secretary General naturally knew this. More so, he was more aware of the situation than the school. The development was initiated by Mr. Qin. From beginning to end, the Secretary General hadn't planned for Ren Wanxian to step down. His tone remained calm. Do you think our Ren family would care about this? Lu Lingxi pressed her temples. This is also a request from the Bureau of Culture and Tourism. You wouldn't want to cause them embarrassment, would you? So. The voice from the phone, while the Secretary General glanced at the conference room's Ren Qian, revealed a smile. Why should the Bureau come to us about something concerning your miss? Unless there's an apology, apologize. Forgive our miss for not cooperating. He hung up the phone with a click. Office. The principal looked helplessly at Lu Lingxi, and then sighed. Then should we just let Zhang Xiais apologize? Outside the door, Bai Lian heard everything loud and clear. She was dressed in a white shirt, casually holding her school jacket, her black eyes narrowed slightly, a lock of hair lazily resting across her brow as she raised a hand. Do they have to have her? The principal and Lu Lingxi were both startled. They turned around. Bai Lian looked at them, tilting her head slightly. Or is anyone who knows Liang-style calligraphy all right? Chapter 138, 054 Imperial Tutor. The true strength of Bai Lian _1 Xiangqing is taking this cultural and tourism planning very seriously. From Ren Qian and his likes down to the children, everyone is cooperating to maintain Xiangcheng's civilized appearance. From ancient times till now, Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School has carried on its traditions for many years. The stone in the middle of the schoolyard is the biggest highlight. When the Culture and Tourism Bureau sent the order to the school, the principal immediately entered into full combat mode. He even emotionally and logically persuaded Lu Lingxi, pulling out Bai Lian. At the moment, when Ren Wanxian unilaterally said she didn't want to record, the principal really panicked. To him, the matter of making an apology, Lu Lingxi took it far too seriously. Calligraphy is most important. The principal had a very good impression of Bai Lian. He knew she always studied earnestly everywhere. Others might not know, but the principal was very aware that her physics grades had caught the attention of Jiang Jing, but in our school, only Ren Wanxian has achieved the highest level of study. The history and culture of Xiangqing are profound, especially the Bai family. The most glorious stroke of the great Yong dynasty was like a brilliant firework. Resplendent yet fleeting. It bloomed only in Xiangqing. The stone standing in the courtyard of Xiangqing No. 1 Middle School represented Liang-style calligraphy, and the culture presented in the video had to be the Liang style. Not to mention, that was also the style that Mr. Chen valued. Therefore, the only choice for this role was none other than Ren Wanxian. The Ren family was firmly holding on to the principal's lifeline. Oh, Bai Lian's gaze didn't fall on the two of them, her dark pupils seemingly fixed on some point in the void. In that case, I can give it a try. What are you going to try? Lu Lingxi blurted out instinctively. You and Zhang Xiais don't need to worry about this. Halfway through speaking, Lu Lingxi suddenly realized what Bai Lian meant. She scrutinized Bai Lian carefully. The girl's snow-white shirt was meticulously buttoned from bottom to top, and the cuffs and collar were embroidered with green gentleman bamboo. Her black pupils reflected the scattered sunlight outside the window. Peaceful and calm. You know Liang style too? Yes, Bai Lian nodded. Lu Lingxi knew about Bai Lian's foundation in Guanghe style calligraphy. Although Guanghe style was good, it was quite limited by the development of other styles. But she was always not one to discourage students and would not deny them opportunities. Then should we let Bai Lian try? Lu Lingxi suggested to the principal. Calligraphy isn't something just anyone can pick up and execute well. It requires training from an early age and immense wrist strength. According to what the principal knew, the hardship a calligrapher endured while practicing hanging the wrist was no less than that at Shaolin Temple. That's why few persisted with the practice. Getting onto the promotional video wasn't a matter of just any casually written character, it required characters that were presentable on stage. In the whole school, only Ren Wengshuan's practice showed proper form, but to say it so directly to Bai Lian would be too discouraging. The principal stared at Bai Lian for a while before speaking. write a few characters for me to see first." He hadn't prepared any brush, ink, paper, or inkstone, so he just found a white paper in the office and a black pen on Lu Lingxi's desk, then handed it to Bai Lian to write. Bai Lian wasn't particular about the pen or the paper, nor the setting. She put aside her jacket, spread a blank A4 sheet on the table, and with her slender and strong fingers holding the black pen, she wrote 4 characters. Meanwhile, the principal and Lu Lingxi were still debating over the possibility of sending Zhang Xiais to apologize. Having put down the pen, Bai Lian picked up her school uniform, looked up towards Lu Lingxi and the principal, and politely said, "Teacher, I have finished writing." "So quickly." The principal was somewhat surprised since he was accustomed to Ren Wangxuan's writing. She needed a long time to prepare, and she would write with great care, redoing it over and over if dissatisfied. Bai Lian hadn't even taken a minute from start to end, had she? Lu Lingxi glanced at the principal, then gently said to Bai Lian, "All right, you go back to doing your homework." After Bai Lian left, the principal continued, leaving aside the matter with the long sword, it would be quite normal for Zhang Xiais to apologize. Living in this world, it's impossible not to adapt. As for the characters Bai Lian wrote, the principal hadn't even looked at them. He just didn't believe Bai Lian could write Liang style. "Why leave aside the long sword?" Lu Lingxi scoffed. "I haven't even started to make trouble for them, and you're already leaving it aside." She turned around and returned to her seat. Seeing the paper that Bai Lian had casually placed on the desk, she picked it up and examined it. "No, why is your vision so narrow?" The principal still wanted to convince her. After talking for a while and realizing that Lu Lingxi was ignoring him, he turned around only to find her holding a piece of paper, so engrossed that she was lost in thought. The principal walked over to have a look, and upon seeing it, his face, previously filled with helpless entanglement, instantly turned to dumbfounded astonishment. Chapter 139, 054 Imperial Tutor, The True Strength of Bai Lian _2. There were only 4 characters written on the paper, Bai's Imperial Vines. It was the phrase she had used the first time to introduce herself. Even though she used a plain black pen, each character was deeply etched into the paper, their strength seeming to burst through the back, swirling and retreating with a surging vitality, the sinew of each character fully revealed. Through the paper, one could feel the momentum of 1,000 horses galloping. What kind of experience did it take to write with such formidable expression? Last time Director Chen visited, he was not very satisfied with Ren Wangxuan's calligraphy. At that time, the principal had not understood, but now he finally had a faint understanding of why Director Chen had looked down on Ren Wangxuan's calligraphy. Because he had seen better. Ren Wangxuan's characters indeed lacked a bit of real combat experience. "Teacher Lu," the principal pulled out the paper from Lu Lingxi's hand and murmured, "I think you're right, this apology might not necessarily need to be spoken out loud, I'll go contact the photographer right away." Having said that, the principal stuffed the paper into his pocket and hurriedly left. Behind him, Lu Lingxi, had she read it all? The last class of the afternoon. The class meeting. Lu Lingxi walked to the class with her lesson plan and notebook, setting her eyes on Bai Lian, who was already neatly dressed in her school uniform and was quietly working on her test papers, resembling a quiet and beautiful cat with an air of mystery about her. She also seemed like a prisoner straining to break free from the mist and hardship. Lu Lingxi could almost see every student in the class clearly, except for Bai Lian. She was diligent and studious, more so than anyone else in the class, but sometimes she seemed to step out of this world, quietly observing everything from a bystander's perspective. The monthly test is coming again next week. Lu Lingxi placed her notebook on the desk, ignoring the moans of some students. Half the term is already over, it's time to buckle down. "And I'm talking to you, Zhang Xiais." Zhang Xiais hadn't expected he could still be singled out by Lu Lingxi even with his face buried in the desk. He could only nod miserably. After the usual class meeting, Lu Lingxi called Bai Lian out again. To tell her to go for the photo shoot the next noon. Bai Lian nodded slightly after listening, meaning it was okay as long as she knew how to write in Liang style, and it wasn't a designated person. Returning to her seat, Zhang Xiais was still sticking his head out talking to someone across the aisle. My parents don't have such high expectations for me either, and am not that smart, don't have any grand aspirations. I think it's quite good this way. Zhang Xi's life motto was, whatever obstructed him, he would give up. He didn't have grand aspirations and wasn't even sure what he wanted to do in the future. Halfway through his speech, he saw Bai Lian and couldn't help but touch his nose. Do you think I'm very hopeless? Bai Lian picked up her pen and glanced at him. Why would you think so? There are many kinds of lives. Just choose what you like. And, you are quite impressive. Most people feel guilty and reflective about their own relaxation and entertainment. Feeling like they're wasting their time. But not everything has to be meaningful, and in this regard, Zhang Xiais does quite well, just purely happy. Really? Zhang Xiais crossed his legs, smiled broadly, then lowered his voice to Bai Lian. I'm thinking about becoming an extra in Yan Lu's film crew after I graduate. It took Bai Lian a while to search her memory before she grasped what an extra meant. Typical Zhang Xiais, his biggest dream was just to be an extra. You should at least be a director. After school in the afternoon, Bai Lian received a message from Mao Kuan. The logo for Imperial Revitalizing Plaster was out, and nowadays, too few people use traditional medicine. Once this plaster appeared in the fighting ring, it became popular throughout Bacter Street, circulating among a group of mercenaries. White tank top, sis, there's a Western doctor looking for you. White tank top, he's a foreigner. White tank top, he's very curious about Chinese medicine. Bai Lian hadn't been concerned about it, but she arched an eyebrow when she heard he was curious about Chinese medicine. As she packed up her things, she replied to Mao Kuan. Bai Lian, 1, white tank top, got it. White tank top, do you have Instagram? Bai Lian had never heard of it, so she didn't reply. 2 seconds later, white tank top, okay, got it. 5 minutes later, Bai Lian received a WeChat friend request, and upon checking, the avatar belonged to an old man with white hair and blue eyes. She accepted the friend request. Lance, your plaster is amazing. Bai Lian had memorized a lot of English words in the past month and could understand them and communicate in simple English. Bai Lian, thank you. The two conversed for a few exchanges, the other party speaking in English, and she responding in Chinese characters, which she could understand. Chapter 140, 054 Imperial Tutor, the true strength of Bai Lian _3. She said the other party couldn't understand her and needed a translator, but from her reaction time, this Lance could tell she knew English. Lance began to ask, can you speak English? Bai Lian, no. Bai Lian closed her phone, yet her face remained composed. She indeed knew a bit of foreign languages because she needed to understand others' languages to study their items, but she only spoke and typed in Chinese. You don't understand. Then it had nothing to do with her. Yang Lin was much better today, and the bruising on her arm had disappeared. She went to the milk tea shop with Bai Lian. She went there for a part-time job. Jiang He waited for Bai Lian at the entrance of the milk tea shop. Ming Dongheng did not accompany Jiang He. The one waiting with Jiang He for Bai Lian was Director Qin. Miss Bai, Director Qin was on the phone. When he saw Bai Lian, he said something to the person on the other end, put down the phone, but still had a worried look on his face. Jiang He stood up, walked over to Bai Lian, and grabbed the hem of her clothes. Bai Lian didn't want to talk much with Director Qin, but remembering that he had given Ji Hing tobacco the day before, she set down her backpack and asked lazily, ran into some trouble? Yeah, Director Qin didn't guard against Bai Lian and just vented to her, in working on Xiangqing culture and tourism, lots of relics needing restoration, the clash between workers and the police force yesterday. It's blowing up online. Some media had fermented the situation. This incident had a terrible impact on Xiangqing. On one hand, they said the wretched terrain breeds troublemakers, on the other, they said the local police department was corrupt. The incident itself was overly sensitive. Director Chen wondered whether to entirely lock down the news and stop journalists from reporting on it. Of course, he only wanted to vent at the moment and wasn't expecting advice from Bai Lian. As Bai Lian walked toward the library, she listened quietly. Only after he finished did she look at Director Chen. It's best not to block this issue. Ha! Director Chen looked at Bai Lian in surprise. Bai Lian unpleasingly looked back at him, her almond eyes misty. Blocking is worse than channeling. As an administrator, what you want isn't to shut people up, but to show that survival is fundamental to the common people, to openly investigate. She laid out a clear strategy for Director Chen. Finally, she extended a pale finger, lightly tapped Director Chen's chest, and lazily turned her head with a smile. There's no absolute in law. You represent authority, credibility, so never let yourself lose the power of speech. Director Chen rarely discussed such matters with anyone. Ming Dongheng couldn't understand. Jiang Fulai didn't have the time to talk about it with him. He never imagined that he'd hear these insights from a high school senior. It was like breaking through layers of fog. I understand. Director Chen straightened up, now looking at Bai Lian with a touch of respect. Thank you, Miss Bai. This Miss Bai was more respectful than any he had said before. The library was one stop away from the school, and Bai Lian walked there because she was talking with Director Chen. The two of them talked about a lot more in bits and pieces. Upon reaching Xiangqing Library, Director Chen respectfully saw Bai Lian off as she went in, his heart shocked from his first casual chat with her. Many strategies she spoke of were enlightening. If Bai Lian wasn't clearly a high school senior, he couldn't help but wonder, had she been an official? Otherwise, where had she learned such art of governance? After Bai Lian entered the library, he took out his phone, calling his people. Have you found any good tobacco yet? Make it quick. After giving orders, Director Chen opened the chat with Ming Dongheng. He faintly sensed a broad and open path spreading out before him. Chen Yongkuan, Mr. Ming, what does Miss Bai like to eat? Chen Yongkuan, what are her hobbies in daily life? Chen Yongkuan, besides gouging, what else does she like to do? Ming Dongheng just sent back 2 characters, suicidal. Director Chen, who was furiously typing, damn it, this guy's sharp when he shouldn't be and as oblivious as a dog when he needs to be sharp. Unbelievable. Well, he might as well put more effort into his work with Mr. Ji. Of course, Director Chen wouldn't know Bai Lian's teacher was Liang Zuan, the emperor's teacher, the greatest prime minister through the ages, who taught the emperor's technique and practiced the way of the world. His students included one who became an emperor. Could the other one be far behind? Chapter 141, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bei's handwriting. Part 2, _Iren family. As soon as Ren Wanqian got home, she saw Ren Qian instructing the secretary, tobacco, do you have a channel? Get more tobacco. The Secretary General nodded. He too had heard of Qin Yes Men's recent frantic search for various tobaccos. On the surface, everyone seemed peaceful, but secretly, who knows how many people had been reassigned to this task. Tobacco production wasn't prominent in Xiangqing. They were looking for rare tobaccos across the country to pave the way to Qin Yes' door. It wasn't until Ren Qian went upstairs that the Secretary General turned to Ren Wanqian. Miss, did those people from Class 15 come to apologize to you today? No, Ren Wanqian shook her head, feeling uneasy. The principal didn't seek me out either. Could something have happened? Even if the people from Class 15 didn't come. The principal should have, at least. But Ren Wanqian hadn't seen anyone all afternoon. It was only after she had lost her temper that day that Ren Wanqian realized the seriousness of the situation, but she couldn't swallow her pride to look for the principal. So she let the Secretary General handle it. What could possibly go wrong? The Secretary General had full confidence in Ren Wengxuan's capabilities. What else could they do? Aside from you, could they find another person to assist them with the shoot? Listening to the Secretary General's comforting words, Ren Wanxian calmed down. He was right about that. What you need to do now is just wait patiently and see who loses their patience first. Strength is everything, the Secretary General said with a smile. Watch, by tomorrow they'll be asking for your help. Library. As soon as Bai Lian sat down with Jiang He, she received a message from an unnamed mobile number. Let's meet somewhere tomorrow to talk. No signature, but Bai Lian knew it was Ji Mulan. She didn't respond. On the other end of the phone, Ji Mulan was frustrated by the lack of reply. Beside her, Su An was video conferencing with the administrative director, his brow furrowed. No tobacco channels under our name. Keep looking, Chen Yi is in Xiangqing, a rare opportunity. In Jiangjing, they wouldn't even have the chance to meet Chen Yi. Ji Mulan didn't quite understand these business maneuvers. She and Su An indeed had a significant gap between them. Just as Ji Hing had said, bringing Bai Lian might not have been a good idea. She quietly sat aside and listened, not disturbing them. After Su An ended the video call, he turned to Ji Mulan. She didn't agree to meet with you? Yes. Ji Mulan nodded and then shook her head. You'll find her directly tomorrow. Su An wasn't concerned about Bai Lian. What bothered him was his rejected invitation. Bai Lian was in the library figuring out the Jiangjing University Prep Camps app. She wasn't good at chemistry. Usually too lazy to do the problems on it, but luckily, the Jiangjing University Prep Camp app now allowed skipping the problems she couldn't do. Today, Bai Lian had completed a physics problem and a math problem. Started doing problems. Jiang Fulai just arrived upstairs and noticed someone practicing Jiangjing University's prep camp problems, raising an eyebrow. Bai Lian, with one hand pressing down on the paper and the other holding a pen calculating a problem, wore a snow-white blouse, half leaning on the desk. Under the library lighting, her profile shone, making her look graceful and beautiful no matter how you looked at her. She was always serious when doing homework, but today she seemed particularly languid and sluggish. What's that? Bai Lian changed her position, propping her chin with her hand and lazily looked up. She noticed the glass bottle in Jiang Fulai's hand. Pale blue water contained dark blue crystalline structures resembling snowflakes. Bai Lian quickly became captivated by the beautiful shade of blue. The library wasn't crowded. Jiang Fulai sat opposite her, slightly leaning back in his chair, and pushed the bottle over with an air of nonchalance. Blue crystal flower vase. Bai Lian took it and quietly observed the bottle under the light, looking at the crystallized blue flowers. Made with glycine and basic copper carbonate, Jiang Fulai's light-colored eyes always appeared cold, but now as he sat in the library, the light created a hint of a languid charm. Do you know this blue has another name? Bai Lian continued to observe the blue crystals. From Jiang Fulai's words, she roughly knew they were made with chemicals. Klein blue, Jiang Fulai said faintly. Bai Lian nodded, silently repeating the name. In the midst of their conversation, Jiang Fulai noticed Bai Lian working on the app's problems. He sat up a bit straighter and asked as if casually, started doing problems. He had always thought Bai Lian didn't want to do problems. He only found out later that she was a bit weak in chemistry and biology, but he never saw her studying chemistry. Yes, Bai Lian glanced at her phone, then smiled. It seems I can skip the chemistry questions now. Chapter 142, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bai's handwriting. Part 2, _2 Someone with hidden talent and fame lightly opened their mouth. Pretty good. Jiang He sat next to Bai Lian, flipping through a large dictionary expressionlessly. During your winter vacation, the Jiangjing app will have a local training camp. Jiang Fulai reached for Bai Lian's phone and flipped through it a bit. It's quite helpful for chemistry. This was the first time Bai Lian had heard about the training camp. and she pondered it. 9 o'clock. The library closed. Jiang Fulai watched Bai Lian pack her book bag, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, and after a moment's thought, he said, Qi Yundai made a lot of delicious food today. Qi Yundai was the best cook Bai Lian had ever encountered. She hesitated a bit about the meal he prepared but still swooshed to zip up her jacket and slanted her head towards Jiang Fulai with a hint of regret. Then you'll have to go eat with Jiang Xiaoniao. I have to go back and have dinner with my grandfather. Ji Heng had been restless these past few days. Bai Lian would go back every night to have dinner with him. Your grandfather hasn't eaten yet. Jiang Fulai looked at her. Emichim, you guys go eat. Bai Lian waved behind her, I'll take the bus back. Having said that, the bus came to a stop, and Bai Lian got on board with her backpack. Jiang Fulai watched expressionlessly as the bus swayed into the distance, leaving him staring at its rear. Next to him, Jiang He crouched on the ground. He silently looked up at Jiang Fulai. Jiang Fulai looked down at him with a high and mighty gaze and let out a cold laugh. Are you crouching down to avoid being found by someone? The next day, Tuesday. Bai Lian didn't have lunch because she had to reshoot the promotional video. It was still the same photographer from last time. He recognized Bai Lian and was surprised. Bai can also write in the Liang style. Before Bai Lian could speak, the excited principal beside her explained to the photographer, yes, and Bai writes the Liang style very well. Today was for reshooting the scene of writing in large characters. Bai Lian took off her school uniform jacket, revealing a light white shirt underneath, and then picked up a wolf hair brush. Write on this board, said the photographer in a gentle voice, naturally obliging since it was a newcomer recommended by the principal. Bai Lian stood in front of the board. She held down the rice paper with one hand and lifted the wolf hair brush with the other, her eyes and brows lowered. Her hair was loosely secured by a wooden hairpin. The sun filtered through the trees and the window, casting mottled shadows on her, shrouding her in a hazy and mysterious aura. Without any extra movements like those of Ren Wanxian, everyone on set involuntarily held their breath. She always had an inexplicable quality about her that seemed to link with the entire Xiangqing in countless ways. This sense of a collision between the past and the present was all too obvious. Without hearing the next step for a long while, Bai Lian looked up, asking in surprise, Can I start now? Oh, the photographer came back to his senses. Yes, you can start. Just like that, it feels great. He turned on the camera. Only then did Bai Lian lift her wrist and write a line on the paper. After drinking wildly to the heart's content with enemies, one man, one arrow, stormed through Fingdu. This was the line from a stone in their school, and also the one that Ren Wanxian had tried and failed to write well over and over again that day. Bai Lian completed it in one go. As she wrote, her strokes were fluid like drifting clouds and flowing water, her calligraphy robust and forceful. She had felt an overwhelming presence while writing with black ink for the principal the day before, and this was nothing compared to today when she was using the wolf hair brush she was most comfortable with. At a glance, each character seemed to exude an aura of ferocity and pride. This line of text made it easy to envision scenes of brave combat. Such was the charm of calligraphy. This was the resonating passion etched in the DNA of the people, felt through just a line of writing. Bai Lian, after writing, looked at the line for a while and was dissatisfied. Then she turned her head towards the photographer. I want to do it over. Since this was for promotion, it didn't need to be perfect. She had not removed the iridium bracelet from her wrist, and the brush strokes hadn't quite reached the necessary strength. Bai Lian was about to take the inkstone and crumple the paper into a bowl. The principal hurriedly stopped her, snatching the paper from Bai Lian's hands. Do it over. It's written so well, why would you want to redo it? The photographer also replayed the video. He didn't understand calligraphy, but could feel the impact from Bai Lian's writing. Last time they filmed Ren Wanxian, he knew that calligraphers needed to be in the right state of mind to write well. A good state meant good writing, no state meant dissatisfaction no matter the effort, as was the case with Ren Wanxian. If Bai Lian's writing, as impressive as it was, got destroyed, what if she couldn't reproduce the same effect? Let's just leave it like this, Bai. The principal carefully dried the ink, his eyes never leaving the piece of writing. You go back to your class. This writing will remain as it is. Chapter 143, 055 Blue Crystal Flower. Let classmate Ren also take a look at classmate Bai's handwriting, part 2, _3 just like that, fearing Bai Lian might crumble up the paper. Clearly, he shared the same thoughts as the photographer. Bai Lian, she opened her mouth, wanting to explain. Then she was pushed out of the door by the photographer. Bai Lian looked at the closed door, somewhat speechless. Principal, my school uniform. The door opened a crack. The school uniform was thrown out. Bai Lian picked up her uniform and looked at the door for a long while. Fine then. She slowly walked toward the direction of the cafeteria. Since the photo shoot was quick, most students hadn't finished eating. As soon as Bai Lian entered the cafeteria, Pu Xiaohan waved at her, over here. Pu Xiaohan had gotten Bai Lian some food. The group finished their meal and then returned to class. Along the way, they happened to run into a line of students from class 8. Ren Wanxian and Chen Zhu had just finished eating too, and neither group had a good impression of the other, but at least they maintained superficial peace. Ren Wangshuan's eyes darkly stared at Zhang Xiai's. Zhang Xiai's felt goosebumps all over. Sister Lian, let's go, there's something filthy here. He exaggeratedly spoke and left with the class 15 students. Behind them, Ren Wanxian looked even more upset. She had thought Zhang Xiai's intentionally came to apologize, so why did he just leave? By her side, Chen Zhu also remembered the last incident. What happened with that thing? I don't know. Ren Wanxian was also feeling frustrated. She knew that the photo shoot was scheduled for noon today, but Zhang Xiai's hadn't looked for her, and neither had the principal. I'm going to find the principal. The whole situation from beginning to end was shrouded in strangeness. The Secretary General told her to stay put. The principal and people from class 15 would surely come to find her. Initially, she was indeed full of confidence and didn't take it to heart, but as time almost ran out, she hadn't seen anyone come to apologize. That's when Ren Wanxian began to panic. She went to look for the principal in his office, but he was not there at that time. Ren Wanxian waited patiently for another 10 minutes before he finally arrived, late as usual. Ren student, seeing Ren Wanxian, the principal was quite surprised, then seemed to understand something. He smiled, yet didn't say it straight out. Please, take a seat. Ren Wanxian sat down. The principal then poured himself a cup of tea and began leisurely. Ren student, what brings you here? Ren Wanxian could tell by the principal's composed manner that things were different than she and the Secretary General had imagined. Principal, Ren Wangshuan's demeanor as always had no issues. She was very polite. Regarding the cultural and tourism promotion, please don't take my grandfather's secretary's words to heart. This was offering a way out. The principal smiled gently, his voice very warm. So you've forgiven Zhang Xiai's? We are all classmates. The principal nodded. That's good. And that was all he said. Ren Wanxian waited for the principal to accept her offer, but after his, that's good, he fell silent. Seeing that Ren Wanxian hadn't left, the principal looked puzzled. Is there something else, Ren student? She bit her lip, looking at the principal. Almost humiliatedly she spoke. I will participate in the promotional video shoot. Promotional video. The principal looked up from his computer, then smiled. Ah, that. I forgot to tell you, Bai Lian just finished filming it. Ren Wangshuan's humiliated expression instantly turned to shock. Her heart missed a couple of beats. What? The principal continued calmly waving her over. You didn't know, did you? Student Bai actually knows the Liang style too. I am watching her video right now. Why don't you come and have a look as well, Ren student? Chapter 144, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_I Ren Wanxian endured the fear. She walked over to look at what the principal was viewing. The video happened to show the moment when Bai Lian wrote her characters. As someone who had studied Liang-style calligraphy, Ren Wanxian could tell at a glance that the person writing those lines had executed the brushwork and transitions with extremely meticulous technique and composition. Nearly at first sight, she realized what her mentor Qiu Xuejing often meant by the words sinew and bone. How about it, isn't Bai Lian's writing good? The principal said, crossing his legs, unable to resist starting the conversation. Isn't this what teacher Qiu refers to as being in the zone? Today's calligraphers always learn the methods of ancient writers. Most people guessed the state of mind the ancient calligraphers were in by studying authentic works. The principal reflected on the second Bai Lian wrote her characters. He felt that Bai Lian had a moment of enlightenment then, and almost everyone in the audience hadn't even reacted yet. This state is just good luck anyway, Ren Wanxian, looking at the principal, couldn't come up with an answer. She pursed her lips, glanced at the principal, and suddenly took a step back. She couldn't believe that Bai Lian, someone she never took seriously, could surpass her in every way. Even if it were just a training class. Calligraphy had always been her proudest aspect, promoted for so long by the Ren family and Xiangqing No. 1 High School. She wouldn't even regard Qiu Buqing, with his Orchid Pavilion Award nomination. How could she possibly admit that Bai Lian could measure up to her? It's just a momentary state. She took out her cell phone and called the Secretary General. What's wrong? The Secretary General was with Ren Qian. Miss, have you finished shooting? Ren Wanxian heard Ren Qian's voice on the other end. She gripped the phone tightly, her gaze lowered as she spoke. It's nothing. She abruptly ended the call. This matter. She couldn't let Ren Qian know. She held her phone, stood in place for a long while, and then sent a message to Qiu Buqing. Senior brother, did you talk to the teacher about the Orchid Pavilion Award? Meanwhile, at the Qiu family, Qiu Buqing had just received the message when he got home. In the living room, Qiu Xuejing was discussing matters with people from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. Qiu Buqing didn't interrupt and just stood aside waiting for them to finish. Is it really impossible for Xiangqing to set up a calligraphy association? The Cultural and Tourism Bureau official seemed disheartened as he looked at Qiu Xuejing. So many remote places can have a calligraphy association, so can't we in Xiangqing? There are countless calligraphers in the country. Apart from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, all small locales have their calligraphy associations, except Xiangqing. The Cultural and Tourism Bureau had applied 3 times already and had been unsuccessful. It's still lacking a bit, Qiu Xuejing said with a sigh, unless we win the Orchid Pavilion Award, which would give Xiangqing a significant boost in reputation and might just provide an opportunity. Winning the Orchid Pavilion Award paves a clear path for the future. The Traditional Calligraphers Association, and even some families in Jiangjing, would extend olive branches. Then applying for a calligraphy association for Xiangqing would be much easier. But whether Qiu Buqing could win the Orchid Pavilion Award this year was still uncertain. I believe teacher Qiu can certainly do it, the person from the Cultural and Tourism Bureau said, looking at Qiu Buqing with a face full of hope. Qiu Buqing didn't respond. Qiu Xuejing just smiled, then sighed again. After the Cultural and Tourism Bureau official left, Qiu Buqing looked at Qiu Xuejing, his lips pursed, quite puzzled. Grandfather, why didn't you recommend junior sister's work for the Orchid Pavilion Award? Her mind is too restless now, not suitable. Qiu Xuejing shook his head. But Qiu Buqing disagreed. You should know that women naturally lack strength in their wrists. She's already done very well to have trained to this level. Aren't your expectations for junior sister a bit too demanding? If you put it that way, Qiu Xuejing looked at Qiu Buqing coolly. Have you heard of Su Yejun from Jiangjing? At 18, she was proactively invited by the Traditional Calligraphers Association to join. She's also a woman, so why is her wrist strength so formidable? Upon hearing that name, Chiu Buqing fell silent. How can you compare? Don't you know who her teacher is? Comparing Ren Wanxian with her seemed utterly unfair, and he didn't agree with Chiu Zhuzheng's rationale at all. Chiu Shuozheng shook his head. Chiu Buqing grew up with Ren Wanxian, and they were fellow disciples. Naturally, he admired the exceptionally talented Ren Wanxian. After school in the afternoon, Pu Xiaohan and Bai Lian, along with a bunch of others, were walking on the road. For Teacher Chiu's lecture tomorrow, I want to ask Sun Qian if he can get us a couple of tickets. Do you guys want to go? Zhang Xi's nonchalantly spun a basketball. Spare me. Who? Bai Lian took her time putting on her earphones. Pu Xiaohan glanced at Bai Lian. Next to her, Ning Xiao quietly spoke up, Teacher Chiu Shuozheng, a very famous calligrapher from Xiangqing. Chapter 145, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaoqin_2. Even Lian Ningxiao, who tends to keep others at arm's length, knew about it. Oh, I'm not going. Ah, Pu Xiaohan, knowing that Bai Lian had only been here for just over a month, explained to her, but that's Teacher Chiu from Beijing, a member of the Beijing Calligraphy Association. This time, I don't know who managed to move this big mountain and actually got him to come back to Xiangqing. Having said this, she looked at Bai Lian. Bai Lian was still indifferent. Pu Xiaohan, who was beside her, even heard Bai Lian whisper a word under her breath. So cool. Alright, Pu Xiaohan glanced again at Yang Lin, who was lagging a step behind them. Yang Lin definitely wouldn't go either. Next to number 1 middle school, a black car was parked far across the street. Jiang He was sitting in the back seat, resting his head against the window, looking far off in the direction of the school gate. In front of him, Jiang Fulai slightly squinted his eyes as he browsed on the laptop screen, the chilling aura on his stern face growing heavier by the moment. Ming Dongheng was sitting in the driver's seat, itching to get out of the car. Yet, the phone in his pocket rang again. Ming Dongheng didn't dare glance at the rearview mirror and hurriedly picked up the phone. It was Jiang Shijue. What are you doing? He asked cautiously as he got out of the car, lowering his voice. Don't you know that young Master Jiang is looking at a document sent by the Gao family? The Gao family was an untouchable line that no one dared to cross for Jiang Fulai. On the phone, Jiang Shijue didn't care about the treatment Ming Dongheng was receiving, simply saying, the invitation from the Traditional Calligraphers Association, hoping our Emperor Jiang could provide a piece of writing. I've brought the message, just remember to find time to tell him. After finishing, Jiang Shijue, ignoring Ming Dongheng's cursing, hung up the call directly. His technique of passing the buck was incredibly smooth. Ming Dongheng's face darkened. If Jiang Shijue didn't dare say it, did he dare to? He fiddled with his phone, complaining in the group chat with 4 people, is the Traditional Calligraphers Association mad? When have they ever seen Jiang Fulai practice calligraphy, yet they dare to bother him with this request? Inside the car, with the knuckles of his pale fingers tapping lightly on the screen of his phone, Jiang Fulai glanced out the window and after considering for about 5 seconds, called Bai Lian. I'm about to come out. Bai Lian's voice sounded quite surprised. Jiang Fulai was very nonchalant, you go to the back gate. Jiang Xianiao's autism is acting up, there are too many people at the front gate, well wait for you at the back gate. Bai Lian was aware of Jiang He's autism. Without any doubt, she responded, okay. Sitting in the back seat, Jiang He, the black business van slowly drove into number 1 middle school's back gate. Jiang Fulai's car was allocated by Jiang Jing, but the license plate was that of Xiangqing, making it inconspicuous for daily use. At the school gate, sitting in the driver's seat of a white car, Suen looked at the black car. He was slightly taken aback. Ji Mulan was trying to call Bai Lian, but no one answered. She had some doubts whether Bai Lian had blocked her. After speaking a few words to Suen, she saw him staring blankly at something. What's up? Ji Mulan followed his gaze, but saw nothing special. Suan came back to himself and shook his head. It's nothing. But he couldn't shake off the feeling, that car. He had once seen a similar one from a great distance in Jiangjing. The entire body of the car was bulletproof. However, he never saw the person inside it, and he hadn't expected to see a similar car in Xiangqing as well. At the back gate of the school, Bai Lian had already arrived. The season had turned to autumn, and she had her school uniform jacket pulled tight, with the sun already half set, casting a reddish glow. She stood by the roadside in her school uniform, cold and clear, holding her phone with fingers that were also pale and cold, her silhouette projected like a simple ink painting of early autumn. Ming Dongheng quietly parked the car beside her. The rear car door opened automatically. Bai Lian stood still, looking at Jiang He propped up against the back of the seat, smiled, as if the silent figure in the painting had come to life. "Why are you so weak?" She got into the car and pinched Jiang He's face. Jiang He pursed his lips and looked up. Jiang Fulai cast a warning glance at Jiang He, his long fingertips tapping the laptop as if absent-mindedly. Chapter 146, 056 Traditional Calligraphers Association. Have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen_3 today. Ming Dongheng seemed to be heading to the fighting arena to watch some new godly match. Jiang Fulai had given him the day off. During the day, Jiang Fulai dealt with the affairs of the Jiang family and had to make a trip to the research institute in the evening, while Jiang He was dead set on finding Bai Lian. Ji Hing had also gotten to know Jiang He, and he had no objections to heading back with Bai Lian at this moment. Purist Street intersection. Bai Lian and Jiang He got out of the car. Jiang He turned and was about to walk down the alley when Bai Lian grabbed him by the nape of his neck and pulled him back, raising an eyebrow. "Why didn't you say goodbye to your brother?" Jiang He. Goodbye. Jiang Fulai's gaze lightly swept over Jiang He before he said to Bai Lian, "If he has any trouble, call me." After all, Jiang He was not a normal child. It wasn't until Jiang Fulai left that Bai Lian led Jiang He into the alley. The long and winding alley was filled with many workers installing street lamps today. Bai Lian was somewhat surprised. However, she didn't pay much attention to it. When they arrived at Ji Hing's courtyard, she found the door half open, and Ji Hing's somewhat hearty laughter could be heard inside. "Xiaochen, you must have dinner here tonight, I'll cook." As soon as Bai Lian opened the courtyard door, she saw Ji Hing sitting at the stone table with a pipe in hand, squinting his eyes, taking a deep drag on the tobacco. "You know, although this tobacco has no brand, it's even stronger than what I used to smoke." A thin wisp of smoke exhaled from his mouth. On the stone table lay a small bag of tobacco casually stuffed into a plastic bag. Xiaochen immediately noticed Bai Lian returning, his face lighting up. "Miss Bai is back." Ji Hing paused, his smoking slowed down a bit. Bai Lian knew Ji Hing had a strong addiction, but she just didn't want him to smoke so uncontrollably. She greeted Xiaochen, "I'm going to tidy up Jiang Xianiao's room." Ji Hing pointed with his pipe to a room next to Bai Lian. "That was Shayan's old room. I tidied it up in the afternoon, you check if there's anything missing." As the two talked, Xiaochen did not dare to chime in. It wasn't until Ji Hing asked him, "Do you have any dietary restrictions for the meal?" Xiaochen hardly dared to trouble Ji Hing to cook for him. He was thinking of bringing that cake maker over. He was pondering the possibility. Then Ji Hing's old-style cell phone rang. It was Ji Mulan. "I've been waiting for her at the school gate until now and haven't seen her. Has she skipped class again?" Ji Mulan didn't bother with pleasantries, her voice cold as if she were angry. Of course, she was talking about Bai Lian. Ji Hing walked towards the door with the phone, holding the tobacco pipe upright and taking a puff. "She's already back. How come I didn't see her?" Ji Mulan's voice rose. She wanted to say more, but remembering that she had just made peace with Ji Hing, she said, "What I mean is, I've been waiting for her." Never mind, Suen just acquired a hotel, and we're celebrating tonight. You two come out first, Suen and I will wait for you. No thanks, Ji Hing said calmly, you'll have a couple of drinks with Xiaochen tonight. If you want to come, you can join us for a few drinks. With that, he hung up the phone. On the other end of the phone, Ji Mulan's expression was very unpleasant. She really didn't understand, why was she bending over backward to create opportunities for Bai Lian to meet Suen? If Bai Lian was clueless, it was one thing, but was Ji Hing just as oblivious? What's wrong? Suen looked at her as she sat back in the car. Ji Mulan shook her head, not letting her displeasure show. It's nothing, my dad said we should go back for dinner, but you're not used to the place where he lives, and he also has a friend over for drinks tonight, let's just head back first. Ji Mulan wouldn't take Suen to a place like Purish Street. Suen nodded slightly, he wasn't in the mood to join Ji Hing and his friend for drinks. Wednesday. Under the watchful eyes of most of the students, Qiu Shuijing came to the auditorium of Xiangqing No. 1 High School to give a speech. The principal personally greeted him. Even 2 reporters showed up. Mr. Qiu, please have a seat. The principal escorted Qiu Shuijing to the reception room and personally made him a cup of tea. Thank you for caring so much about our senior students. He was a big positive example for the whole of Xiangqing. There's no need for formalities, principal. I grew up in Xiangqing, said Qiu Shuijing, one of the few who had made it out of Xiangqing and achieved a bit of success. Although he returned infrequently, it didn't mean he wasn't concerned about his hometown. I'm happy to do something for the place where I grew up. The principal naturally knew this as well. In Xiangqing, especially among the older generation, feelings for the hometown ran deep. The principal was tidying up a pile of stuff on the conference table. This year, the school has a few top students. I wonder if they have a chance to soar to great heights. As he was speaking, a piece of paper drifted gently to the floor. That's what Mr. Ren told me, said Qiu Shuijing as he took his teacup, blowing on it lightly. He was about to sip when he noticed the paper on the floor, his eyes casually glancing at it, and he stopped in his tracks. Snap! He slammed down the teacup, reached out to pick up the paper. Who wrote this? Chapter 147, Chairman Teacher 057, Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update, _1 The principal was still organizing books. Upon hearing the voice, he quickly set down the book and took 2 steps forward. Seeing Qiu Shuijing lost in thought over a piece of paper, he lowered his head to take a look and then smiled. This is written by our student Bai Lian. It's no less impressive than the work of student Ren, don't you think? The principal knew that Ren Wanxian was Qiu Zhihang's prized disciple. So he didn't overly praise Bai Lian. Yet Qiu Shuijing shook his head. No, this kind of brush strength, let alone Wanxian, even my grandson might not measure up to him. The principal couldn't see it, but Qiu Shuijing was very clear. Laymen don't understand what it means to penetrate wood by 3 fen, that the brush can kill into the paper, controlling the speed and pressure at the fingertips, demonstrating the writer's skill. He subconsciously assumed that such writing must have been done by a male student. He then remembered the principal mentioned that this student was still in senior year. How old would that be? And who was their teacher? How could there be such hidden dragons and crouching tigers in Xiangqing? Qiu Shuijing quickly spoke up. Which student is it? I'd like to meet them. The principal hadn't expected Qiu Shuijing to hold such a high opinion of Bai Lian. You are about to give a speech, so how about I arrange a meeting after your speech is finished? With luck, he might be able to see Bai Lian in the auditorium. Okay. Qiu Shuijing knew he was too eager. With his speech still pending, he reiterated, make sure to arrange our meeting. The principal didn't understand why Qiu Shuijing was in such a hurry. But he still made the arrangements and went out to call Lu Lingxi. Qiu Shuijing took out his mobile phone and sent a message to the head of the Cultural and Tourism Bureau. I believe that Xiangqing may have hoped to apply for the Calligraphy Association in the future. The bureau chief must have set Qiu Shuijing as a priority, for they called the principal the second the message was received. Noon. Bai Lian was almost just out of class when she received a call from Shenqing. Alien, Shenqing's voice was a bit soft. Your mother suddenly asked me out to eat today and told me to call you to join us at Wanha building. But Shenqing didn't agree outright. She felt that Bai Lian's relationship with Ji Mulan probably wasn't good, so she called Bai Lian first to confirm. The food here is quite good, Shenqing thought for a moment. Do you want to come? Ji Mulan. Upon hearing this, Bai Lian was a bit lost in thought. Alien. Shenqing had been speaking for a while when she realized no one was responding. Bai Lian, resting her arms on the balcony, looked down below. Her emotions had stabilized over the past 2 days, and her eyes were dark and deep. I'm on my way. Shenqing was sitting on the toilet. She hung up the phone. Then she came out, washed her hands, and headed for the private room. There was only Ji Mulan in the private room. Su An hadn't arrived yet. Ji Mulan was looking down at her mobile phone, not speaking with Shenqing. Shenqing sat opposite her somewhat awkwardly. Su An arrived a few minutes before Bai Lian. His presence was even stronger than Rinjue's, and Shenqing didn't know where to put her hands and feet. She wanted to ingratiate herself with Su An but found herself unable to articulate any flattery. Shenqing was starting to regret coming. She had just heard Ji Mulan mention dining at Wanha building and wanted to try this delicacy that was usually beyond her reach. This is my sister-in-law, Ji Mulan introduced Shenqing with indifference, as she had always looked down on her a bit. Su An was very polite. Shenqing could only give a stiff nod, finally understanding she didn't fit in at this kind of occasion. Fortunately, the sound of the doorbell saved her. Shenqing quickly stood up. Bai Lian walked in from the outside, glanced at the people sitting inside, pulled out the chair next to Shenqing, and sat down casually, leaning back lazily. Her school jacket was left open, her long eyelashes hung down, lightly casting a shadow over her dark pupils. She greeted Shenqing lightly. As for the others, Bai Lian found it hard to extend any politeness. Ji Mulan sat opposite her, troubled by her rebellious demeanor. Don't you know how to greet people? This is your Uncle Su. Only then did Bai Lian look up, silently observing Ji Mulan. The person had a very beautiful face, but the expression was noble and domineering. Those eyes lacked warmth. They were gradually becoming estranged from the memory she held. Bai Lian couldn't help thinking of the Klein blue Jiang Fulai had mentioned, the color of a person's pupils after death. Was that the color of her mother's eyes when she passed away? Kids are always like this. Su An didn't mind, just smiled at Bai Lian. Even though you don't want to be registered under the Su family, I still consider myself your Uncle Su. Su An was skilled in negotiations, and with just a sentence or two, he lightened the mood. Chapter 148, Chairman Teacher 057, Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update. _2 Shenqing instantly relaxed and signaled to Bai Lian with her eyes that this stepfather wasn't bad. But Bai Lian didn't catch her eye. Ji Mulan observed Su An's reaction and knew he had a favorable impression of Bai Lian. As long as Bai Lian didn't mess up, her face indeed possessed a deceptive charm. Although she couldn't take Bai Lian to the Su family, she would still try to make sure Bai Lian had opportunities to interact with Su An. Your grandfather told you, didn't he? Su An pondered for a moment. They'll be marrying your mother at the end of the year. Sure. Bai Lian was indifferent to the news. Congratulations. Ji Mulan's expression softened a lot. Su An was taken aback. He wanted to say more when the cell phone he'd placed aside rang. He looked at it and immediately answered. Hello. Su An's voice was serious and respectful. It was obvious the person on the other end wasn't ordinary. Yes, I'm in Xiangqing, preparing to acquire a project. The person on the other end of the phone said something. Su An exclaimed in surprise and quickly stood up with some excitement. What? Okay, I understand. I will do it well. He waited for the other party to hang up first, then he disconnected the call. Ji Mulan had never seen Su-en speak to anyone with such an attitude, and she couldn't help but look at him with surprise, then hesitated. Who was that call from? The butler Su-en tried to contain his joy but couldn't hide it completely as he smiled at Ji Mulan. He said Miss Su is coming to Xiangqing to pick up something and take it back to Zhongjing. He knew I was in Xiangqing and told me to take good care of her. Mulan, our decision to come to Xiangqing was right. Ji Mulan understood that the butler Su and Miss Su he mentioned were definitely not the people she knew from Su-en's family. Miss Su? Asked Ji Mulan slightly inquisitively. It's Miss Su Yajun, explained Su-en to the few people at the table, with a hint of awe and rare envy. She was earmarked by the Traditional Calligraphers Association at the age of 18, and her teacher is the president of the association. Su Yajun's father and he had been classmates. They grew up together, but unfortunately, because of Su Yajun's soaring status, his family held considerable weight in the main house. While he was still at the same place. At this point, Su-en sighed, just hoping that his own son would have a slightly easier time applying for the laboratory this year. You guys don't understand the weight of the Traditional Calligraphers Association in Zhongjing. Su-en was about to continue when he looked up and saw Shinqing's confused expression. Not just Shinqing, even Ji Mulan, who had just arrived in Zhongjing, seemed silent. Su-en stopped mid-sentence, remembering these few individuals likely had no clue about the situation in Zhongjing. Let alone anything about Su Yajun and the Traditional Calligraphers Association. There was no point in explaining the significance of the president of the Calligraphers Association to them. Alright, let's not talk about this. Su-en shook his head and smiled. You just need to know that Miss Su is very important. After finishing, Su-en didn't continue eating. He picked up his cell phone, bid farewell to Bai Lian and Shinqing, and hurried back to start an online meeting with his assistant and the chief administrative officer. Ji Mulan also had a lackluster meal. As she was paying the bill and leaving absent-mindedly, she suddenly stopped when she saw Bai Lian waiting obediently for Shinqing. Wait until I get a firm footing in the Su family. I made it very clear last time. Am now registered with grandfather, said Bai Lian, slowly zipping up as she bowed her head. Then when she raised her eyes, they were calm. Don't bring this up again. I will never leave with you. Bai Lian wasn't the real original character. She didn't know what Ji Mulan was thinking, but even if Ji Mulan was truly reflecting and making amends, she couldn't replace the original person and forgive the Bai family and Ji Mulan. Because the harm had been done, leaving the original girl to die alone in that lake. Bai Lian could never forgive anyone on her behalf. Ji Mulan stood frozen in place. Bai Lian nodded slightly to Ji Mulan and left with Shinqing. It was only after they got into the elevator that Shinqing dared to speak to Bai Lian. You fool, not taking advantage of a good situation. Your future stepfather is from Zhongjing. As Shinqing spoke, she couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. Such fortune for Ji Mulan, she thought, not knowing where it came from. Bai Lian's hands were in her pockets, and instead of studying vocabulary like usual, she just lazily walked ahead. Oh. Silly child, Shinqing wanted to ask if she knew what being from Zhongjing meant, but remembering that Bai Lian was even willing to give up the Bai family, she fell silent. Bai Lian had just returned to her class. Pu Xiaohan waved at her from her seat with a smile. Lu's mom said as soon as you're back, go straight to the principal's office. The principal's office again. The principal's office. Mr. Qiu, director. The principal looked at Qiu Shuojing and the Cultural Bureau director who were sitting idly, and cautiously suggested, Student Bai has gone out. Wouldn't you two prefer to have lunch first? Chapter 149, Chairman Teacher 057, Sister Lan is going to stir things up. Second update, _3, no need. Qiu Shuojing waved his hand. He stared intently at the direction of the office door. By his side, the director had just arrived not long ago and was looking at a large character that principal had just shown them, written by Bai Lian earlier with a wolf hairbrush. The paper had been taken by the photographer for additional shots, the principal only had a photo. I think you're right, the director whispered to Qiu Shuijing, we really might have a chance. The two were in the midst of their conversation. The door gently creaked, and Qiu Shuijing and the director immediately looked up to see a slender silhouette. The person bowed his head slightly, with long, pale, and cold fingers on the door, drifting in lazily as the door pushed open, a cool jade-like brilliance softly filling the space. It was a girl. The director and Qiu Shuijing both withdrew their gazes. Both had subconsciously assumed that such characters could only be written by a boy. Principal, Bai Lian looked towards the principal, squinting her eyes, you were looking for me for something? Not me, the principal also glanced at Qiu Shuijing and the director, surprised at how these two could be so composed at this moment. Bai Lian, it's elder Mr. Qiu and his colleague who are looking for you. Qiu Shuijing had thought it was some student looking for the principal. Upon hearing what the principal said, he suddenly stood up, staring intently at Bai Lian. She wrote these characters. Yes, the principal was startled by his reaction. But Qiu Shuijing exchanged a glance with the director. In the calligraphy world, men were prevalent and women scarce. Over so many years, only one woman had won first place in the 7 competitions for the Lan Ting Prize. They had thought Ren Wanxian was outstanding, but to think the one who wrote such a powerful stroke was a girl. The director was much more direct than Qiu Shuijing. Bai Lian, you're planning to participate in the Lan Ting Prize this year, aren't you? If she missed this year, she would have to wait another 3 years. Bai Lian, not recognizing them, simply raised an eyebrow. Lan Ting Prize. She had never heard of it. Not only the director and Qiu Shuijing but even the principal found it too outlandish. Bai Lian, you don't know about the Lan Ting Prize. Bai Lian's eyes were sincere. Could she be the disciple of a hidden master? Qiu Shuijing gave the director a look, which the latter understood and began to explain the Lan Ting Prize to Bai Lian. If you participate, you'll definitely make it to the preliminary selection. Not just the preliminary, you even have the potential to win the 3rd prize, although it may be a bit challenging this year. But the Traditional Calligraphers Association will surely invite you to join, he went on and on. All about the benefits of participating in the Lan Ting Prize. Of course, no matter how much he said, he only dared mention up to the 3rd prize, considering even Qiu Buqing was aiming for that. Oh, Bai Lian responded disinterestedly, her long lashes lowered, her dark eyes appearing lethargic. She spoke with an air of nonchalance. Is there anything else, principal? Qiu Shuijing and the director had thought of many possibilities, but the one thing they hadn't considered was that Bai Lian was indifferent to the Lan Ting Prize. After all, no calligrapher was disinterested in the Lan Ting Prize. Even Ren Wanxian had been scheming for a chance to participate. As she started to walk away, the director spoke helplessly. I was also going to say that if you participate in the Lan Ting Prize, you could help us in Shangqing to apply for a calligraphy association, allowing more children to learn calligraphy. Bai Lian stopped in her tracks and turned around, the gentle sunshine striking her profile. Apply for an association. Yes, winning an award makes it much easier to apply for a calligraphy association, Qiu Shuijing explained softly. There are many children in Shangqing who want to learn calligraphy, but we lack teaching resources and facilities. With a calligraphy association, it would be much easier to manage. I see, Bai Lian lightly flicked a lock of hair by her face, her expression mild, then I'll participate. What? Bai Lian, recalling the mention of the 3rd prize, touched the iridium on her wrist, contemplative. The higher the rank, the better the benefits I can apply for. You're tuning into the Path of the True Immortal YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.